Hello, everybody, and welcome. It's not the B League qualifiers, but my scene is not responding to me. I don't know why. It just doesn't want to. It doesn't want to. I'm joined with Rainbow and Sinex, who are going to be taking you through the first game. So, hello, both of you. How are you doing?
Hello.
Hi.
Good.
Playoffs. I'm quite well. I'm ready to talk about some Overwatch.
I was born ready to talk about Overwatch, apart from the fact that I wasn't, because I don't play Overwatch.
Yeah,
Let me just reload this, see if it works. There we go. Welcome to class. Hello and welcome to the group stage. This is where we are going to start be eliminating even more teams. So yesterday we had the B League qualifiers and we lost 3 of our B League teams to take us to 20 teams in total. Today we're going to lose 4 more teams. Now we're doing 2 streams and the B stream will be live in an hour's time over on Invictus's channel. We're just going to talk you through how today's going to work, how the group stage works before we get into our first match. So give us a few minutes and we'll show you. So on today's stream, we have Group A. So Group A is Alpine, Sarasota, the Solomon Island Sharks, and the Interns. And this is the schedule for today. We're starting in this order because of player scheduling and team scheduling. So we're doing 2, then 1. We're going to start with Alpine, then Sarasota Seniors, and then we'll have Solomon Island Sharks, then Interns, and then we'll play our final 3 matches. This is what the bracket looks like. Do I have one? Highlighted group bracket. Here we go. So this is what the bracket looks like. So we will start with Sharks Interns and then Alpine Sarasota. The winner of those games will then play in match 3, which is the top one in the middle. And the loser of these first 2 will play in match 4, which is the bottom one, right? So we'll have these first 2 games, and then we have the winners versus the winners and losers versus the losers. And then we have a consolidation match at the end for the teams that go 1-1. Okay, so at match 4 and match 5, we will say goodbye to teams because they will have lost twice. And remember that you need to get 2 wins to advance to groups, 2 losses, and you are out. Sorry, 2 wins to advance to the bracket. This is the schedule for both streams. So in an hour's time, PXP versus Daydream will be live on Invictus's channel. And that's Group C, I think. So they'll be live in an hour's time, and they will finish an hour later. So we'll go raid them afterwards if everything stays to schedule. And that is only 2 of the brackets, because tomorrow we then have the other brackets. We have Group B and Group D, and that's tomorrow. I think it's D on this stream and B on the B stream, and that'll be tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, I believe. Now remember, if it wasn't already more complicated, tomorrow we have it's daylight saving time for America. So who even knows what even is a time at this point, right? So these are all the matches that are happening. Yes, this is on the test. But this is the schedule you need to know on this stream. Alpine, Sarasota, Sharks, and Interns. And then if you want to go and watch the C group, PXP, Daydream, Majesty, Mind Hive, they'll be live in about an hour's time. That's with Invictus and a bunch of other staff there. So we have some extra people. We have new staff that haven't done this before. So give us a little bit while we, make sure everybody knows what they're doing. But I think that's all I need to yap about. We're going to get on with it. We're already 10 minutes late. But that is par for the course with a double stream setup. Let's start talking about our first match then, which is Alpine and Sarasota Seniors. I'll leave it to you two to talk to the chat and get them ready.
All right. Yep. Well, big game today. I'm personally pretty excited for this. I'm a big Alpine simp. I'm pretty hyped on them. Excited to see what they can do. But before stream, Cynics was talking some big game for us Sarasota Seniors that I'm gonna need you to back up because on God, I don't believe it. Not a bit.
I have a strange feeling in the pit of my stomach that this match is gonna be a lot closer than anyone expects. I'm actually gonna be predicting for a 2-0 Sarasota, and I know, hear me out, like Alpine, they're a good team and they have a lot of good players, but I think under the pressure that Sarasota is gonna bring with their wacky playstyle, I can see them crumbling. So I'm going all in on Sarasota to the moon. That's the analysis. That's, No. I believe in them.
No.
The Ryan will be too high on the high ground for Alpine to reach. How could they reach Signet? He's too high.
I simply don't. How could you doubt the power of Mack trucking and Comey's on the tank line? That's a goated tank line.
That is a powerful tank line. You're not wrong.
I would take that almost any day of the week. I will say I often have had reservations about the DPS line for Alpine because a lot of the time it feels like Marlon Comfort picks Hanzo, which in this meta is becoming better, but before this patch it was a lot more difficult, I think, to play him. So it's sort of going to be interesting to see if he flexes back to that or if he sticks to the Mei, which is probably what's going to happen with Rifler continuing to be insane on hit scan.
I think this Alpine DPS line is certainly individually solid. They're both pretty solid players, But I think that what'll make or break Alpine today, whether they clean sweep 2-0 with relative ease or whether they completely crumble, will there be just their unity, their coordination. How well can they rally around Cummies and not give in to the chaos nature that Sarasota can bring to a match? If they can keep coordinated and they can focus targets together, they should have no troubles. But I think they might struggle. It's really hard to keep the coordination when you have a Ryan behind you and a Torb in front of you and an Echo in the sky. It's Sarasota's strong point is how they just play a non-traditional Overwatch that you play against when you play against no one else. You can't prepare for them.
The Cheng
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
You can't prepare for how they play.
Oh, man.
You just need to rely on your coordination and your IGL. I'm really looking at Cummies here to rally his team and keep them coordinated as they go in. And if they can do that, I think they can definitely win this match.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. And it looks like, I mean, obviously, these teams, unsurprisingly, have decided that they're going to go to Lijiang to start, which is,
Top tier,
as time has gone on.
Great choice.
Yeah, I mean, as time has gone on, people used to say King's Row is the best map, but I think they've sort of realized that Lijiang is actually the best one in the game.
Yeah, Lijiang is definitely a great pick. It's a really good pick for a first map of the game, because I find that you can have a lot of success with a lot of different comps. Each different map sort of suits a different playstyle, so you can get a sort of sense of how different types of comps will work against your enemy, and then pick a second map based on that, based on whether you're having success with the more static sort of night market comps, or the more aggressive sort of garden comps, or the pure rush from control center. But we're starting on garden with a really interesting matchup. We're going to see if Sarasota can get to the point and out-sustain the chaos comp from Alpine, because there's nothing for Sarasota to rush onto here. All they can do is out-sustain the pure damage that Alpine's comp can input onto it.
Right, yeah, and starting out here, we're seeing RoboKiller TPs them onto point as now Lamp is dropped early. They've used Bubble onto Signet, but it doesn't mean it's not going to have it for the rest of the fight, at least not for a good couple of seconds. This would be a good time now for Alpine to start moving in, and now they're starting to sort of get a little bit of value, trying to find some picks, and Cummies does drop to RoboKiller, which is going to be a bit tough because now they don't have the displacement to make sure they have to get off point. Having that sim on there is going to make it so tough to get in, and Sarasota get a very crucial first flip onto them, meaning that this Symmetra was not wasted. It's going to be a lot more tough for them to get in now as Cummy starts to roll in. He's starting to find some value, slams down, gets some shields, rolls back out. They're just playing slow on point right now as Sim is getting value. Rifler drops to 1, rewinds. He has Pulse Bomb, he drops it, but only gets the Lamp. There's already dropping window. The Rifler with the one. Oh no! They're sitting on the other side of the point, but it seems like Alpine has to just retreat. They're not getting any value right now, and as I say that, they do get gagged, but again, Kaden gets another kill, dropping Cousin, Res comes out. Oh no.
Yeah, Alpine are really struggling here. I think a big reason of why they struggled in that fight is because Marlon on the Pharah, he's doing well, but you need to play perfectly on this Pharah. You need to be doing constant spam, and for a large portion of that fight, he wasn't getting in the necessary damage to make a space for his ball to initiate. That's why you saw Cummies go in and die not once but twice, because the space wasn't made by the Pharah spam to let him initiate. We're actually going to see a swap here from, full swaps from Alpine. They want to take this rush mirror. They see that this is not working, this is not being effective, so they want to get off this comp. However, they haven't actually changed their backline, so Cummies is gonna have a hard time here with the Mercy Lucio, but I guess they want to keep their ult charge.
As they say that Mack Truck falls as he steps in front of the Rhine shield there as there's a window. Do you think that the Ashe is a smarter play than say like a McCree here?
I really don't. I think you sort of have a tough time on Ashe here because Sarasota they have everything in their hand. They can just play on point. They can stack a point if they want to go anywhere. They can TP there. You're gonna have a tough time getting angles because all the pressure is on Alpine to initiate here, and Ashe isn't really as good as doing that as maybe a Kree. And they're also still on Pharah with Bap Lucio, which, I love to see some Pharah, but maybe it's time to swap. But last fight, we'll see how it happens.
Right, they have beat oh no, he loses the beat because the beat's eject, but it's a 100-0. Oh my goodness! As that happens, they come so close. Cousin hits it right as they're in the grab, but right as he throws it, the Caden Tire catches him, and that is a 100-0 first round for Sarasota. I'm a bit nervous. I'm pulling at my neck collar right now. I'm like, ooh, this is that's a bit.
I think we really saw just a lack of direction there from Alpine. You know, their first attempts on the ball comp, they didn't have the most synergy. They weren't getting the effectiveness they wanted, and then they sort of half switch comps a couple of times. And at no point were they ever after first fight were they ever on a good comp that worked well together. So they were just in bits and pieces of comps, and at that point, you know, you've got no chance of retaking. But now we're coming up on a more of a traditional mirror. We'll see what they can do. You know, everything's set back to 0-0. They're not at a huge disadvantage. They can come back. They can win. Let's see how they do.
All right. Both teleport, or actually, Alpine does not teleport out. They should be using that, even if they're just keeping on the McCree or junk. But as they're coming in here now, they have the sim turret set up as they're fighting on point. Bubble drops first. 4 Kum uses he drops, so they have to force lamp out. Now both lamps are out as they're starting to fight on point. Zarya Beam trying to get this Ryan shield down, making sure the sim can get a little extra value as they lose Rifler early to the Zarya, meaning that they don't have anything to deal with any of the other DPS, and now it seems like they have started to lose control of the point. And as I said, those Signet drops, but even that shouldn't be enough. This looks like it's going to be another Sarasota first take.
I think what crucially went wrong for Alpine during that fight is that because they didn't TP at a spawn, they had to play on low ground on point. They had to eat so much spam from the Zarya and the Junkrat. They were forced to use their lamp first because of their weaker position. And then once lamp has been used first, you're at such a huge disadvantage in the fight, and it's really hard to come back from that.
Right. This feels like a lot more of a breakable point than Gardens. This one feels like you have a lot more space to work with, and I'm not as worried as it being 100-0. This feels like there's a lot more opportunity for the team to come up. But as I say that, Marlon drops a Kaden. It's a Kaden diff, and now Kami starts to try to get a random kill. Oh,
Kaden is inspirational in the Junkrat right now. He's doing exactly what he needs to. He's not getting over greedy for picks. He's just holding the space he needs to and setting his team up for success.
This is looking like
Control Center is
flat Junkrat play.
Control Center is a very sort of static map. Once you lose that first fight, it's unlikely you're going to be able to actually take another one without a huge miracle play until the last fight when you finally have a semblance of ulted.
What just happened there?
Well,
what did he do? Now they can just get to walk in. The shatter comes out. They kill Lamp. No one's fallen, but now the walls come out from the Robo Killer, making sure they can split the damages. Now there's no way for the healing to get through to Cummings, so he has to hurry. Kaden catches the tire from Marlon, making sure that he doesn't get any extra value. B comes out and to protect them. As Shatter now hits them, grabs out from Mac Truck, making sure that they can finish up these kills. But Caden's tire catches Hot Dog, meaning they won't have a lamp or extra heals for Cummies, meaning he drops to Bolting K. Caden catches the Zarya. This is looking like a one fight for Seniors again.
Oh my. Caden is absolutely inspiring on the Junkrat right now. Not only does he shut down his opposite numbers win condition with the tire by just mining it out of the sky, he then proceeds to get his own pick of the enemy BAP, leaving the enemy tanks with no heals, no sustain, and he wins the fight basically single-handedly for his team after an interesting play from Signet.
And now Windows out, Grab comes out from Sephora, making sure they keep him off point. They lose Cousin, but they do get Signet down as the slam drops from Cummies, but it's looking like it's not gonna be enough. It's just a scrappy fight right now. Caden's behind, he's looking for the kill on the McCree, but Rifler gets him, but Rifler drops the sim turret.
Oh no.
This is a tragedy. They gotta get rid of the sim turret.
That sim turret on the right is doing so much work for Sarasota Seniors right now. Somebody shoot it, please.
Just kill the turret.
No.
Just kill someone. Do anything. They're gonna lose because of it. Sim turrets, dude. They're 200-0. They're 200-0 sim turrets. Oh my God. That's a first map win for Sarasota Seniors. They have them downloaded. They knew exactly what to do.
That was surprisingly clinical from Sarasota. Aside from an interesting, let's go, an ambitious play from Signet. Aside from that, they played, I would say, almost perfectly. There was a couple of, slightly misused ults, but they held the space they needed to. When they needed to go aggressive, they went. They played fast-paced and coordinated, and that's where they blew Alpine out of the water this map. That was a clinic from Sarasota, and from each individual player playing their role perfectly.
That was great to watch from Sarasota. Seeing them coordinate so well, it felt like that we a lot of time didn't have a lot of follow through on really crucial kills. Like they didn't have Ryan there. They should have been able to instantly just end that entire fight and take the point. They didn't get point control once. They couldn't clean up the fights.
I think we're seeing in that rush mirror just the synergy diff come through. Alpine were, here and there on the map, they're getting split up. They weren't focusing the right things together. That's why you have stuff like sim turrets not dying and getting huge value, and you're not able to pick people off through the sustain that Sarasota's comp has. So they really need to, rally up, calm down, focus, and, listen to their IGL and just try and focus on keeping the coordination going. Because if they play as uncoordinated as that again, I think we could see a very quick series on our hands here.
Right. Well, Rush is generally supposed to be a very high coordination comp. There's a lot of coordinating your speed boost. You're looking to make sure that you use your bubbles efficiently. You're saving lamp until the last moment because you don't want to waste it too early and run out at a crucial moment. And it kind of felt like Alpine was lacking that there. It felt very each player was doing in the moment decision making when I feel like there was room for improvement in terms of ability management and resources.
Definitely. Definitely. I feel like Alpine's resources and abilities were getting forced out really quick because they were being split up. They were going for sort of more individualistic plays and then getting caught out for them and having to use their cooldowns early to save themselves. And then when the fight broke out fully, they didn't have what they needed to clean it out and get rid of the enemy team. So they just always fell apart. Sarasota were an immovable object there, and Alpine were not quite an unstoppable force. They could not break through the Sarasota hold. They weren't coordinated. They need to group up and pincer through, but they were all over the place there. Hopefully they can come back and fix it up for next round. I believe in them. We'll be going to a map where I actually don't know what map we'll be going to, but most maps have more room for individual play than Lijiang does. So we might see the DPS from Alpine maybe step up for their team here.
Right. Yeah. I would really like to see a bit more coordination on that front. It doesn't help that Lijiang is a very Symmetra enabling map, which RoboKiller was definitely able to abuse. I think him having those opportunities really helped to make sure that he was, again, those turrets, they just didn't deal with them on Control Center there. That was such an easy thing to take care of. It's just one shot from any character, and they just don't do anything about it. And Rifler dies because of it. The single turret on the point is just constantly dripping down the DPS there. It's rough,
doing loads of damage, and it's slowing down a target as well, which is crucial. It lets you catch them as Rush so much easier. And we're actually coming on to Eichenwald now, which has a lot of room for individual DPS play. And I'm going to be looking at that. If Alpine go for a less coordination, less rush-based comp, they need to do it a lot more effectively than they did on Lijiang Garden. Because, Control Center, whatever, that's a lot of Sarasota's comfort picks. But when you're playing your you need to make the points where Rush is not strong, you need to make them worthwhile. You need to hold those points. Because if you get Sarasota to a third point, for example, if you get Sarasota on third point Ike, you're going to have a tough time of holding them back. They can just take space so effectively. They play space so effectively. We actually are seeing, they are just in spawn, but maybe a double bubble coming out from Alpine. I'm not sure how I feel about this, though.
Smarter. I actually like that more than I think them running a ball or rush comp. I think that I think that the primal here is actually going to be really big for them, just because it means that having that displace for Rifler and Marlin to be able to get a bit more value, I think is more worth it than say a rush comp for them. I just don't think that Ryan is Kami's best hero, and that's okay, right? You got to be able to mix it up, and having that flexibility for other tanks is good. And even then, this gives an opportunity for ball play to happen. You get some wrecking ball on there.
This Alpine comp probably isn't as optimal here as you'd like, but it has a lot of it has a lot of individual room for people like Marlin and Rifler to come up big, but not if they're getting sniped by Signet. So
that's rough. That's really rough.
It's gonna be a struggle for the Alpine tanks to take space, because any step forward that Cummings or Mactruck takes is a step closer to a rush that can just run them down in a second. So they need to be really careful that they don't get split off and burst down.
This is really smart from Cummings to be holding on to the jump until he's already in, so that way he can jump out as soon as something happens. But with that, he does drop to Sephora. That's unfortunate for them. Now Robo catches Rifle on the Tracer. It can't be it's not going to be a first hold 2-0, will it? It can't be.
I did want to see something different from Alpine, but I feel like this double bubble into rush matchup is so rough. Because the double bubble team, they're very static. They have Ana Brig. It's really hard to get your backline into the fight. And it's really hard for a Monkey and a Zarya to be, contesting the enemy team without being in a place where they're at risk of just getting instantly, flashbanged, frozen, bursted. You need to be really clean on this double bubble to make it work, and I think there might have been better options for them, but they're coming up on some ults now. Maybe they can bring some together with this grab, this nano. We'll see.
And window comes out. Now they're just waiting out. They're playing a hide around the corner game. Kummy's just waiting for the opportunity to get in there. Is now it seems Mac Truck pops the bubble before he's even outside, and he's taking a bunch of damage. He single grabs him. He's so low. Mac Truck is so low. They need to heal him. Please, someone heal Mac Truck. Please, I'm begging you. Marlon drops to 1 as well, but Signet is killed by Cousin, making sure that now the rush comp is a lot less effective. They don't have the shield protect themselves. As now Marlon does catch Drams, but Sephora finds Cousin not having that break there tough. And now that the grab has come out, they get the nade on them, making sure they stay alive. And this is a first point broken. Good play. That was a lot better than what we saw in that first point. Having them waiting to like, honestly, just getting the single grab onto the Ryan where he can't get the resources to keep him alive inside that room there was so smart for Mac.
Yeah, the Alpine ults really came out big. It saved them from what could have been an embarrassing first hold. They got value with their ults, which is crucial with this comp. This comp, in the neutral fight, it's not too great, but what's so good about this is that Monkey and Zarya can just build their ults really quick while also building Ana ult, you know, every fight. You can nano Monkey, nano Zarya every fight. So they need to get value off their ults when they have them, because the comp is based around them.
They drop rallies, and they're losing people. They use it to keep Marlon alive there, and now they're just brawling on point. The Ryan is swinging, and there's not much they can do, and Cousin dies mid a rally. It's not going to be enough to keep himself alive, and now Mac Truck is back up to another grab after one fight. That's actually super good for them. That's another huge win condition that they can use to sort of take a lot of pressure off their back of just raw mechanical ability. Is just having that grab there with like the pulse bomb could be huge if they can get out that lamp early.
With a beat and a lamp on Sarasota senior side, it's going to need to be a good grab with some good execution. And it seems like Sarasota might be opting to just take this fight. Oh, never mind. They see the pick. They say this is winnable. They beat and they go forward. They were maybe looking at a reset there, but after that pick from Signet, they wanted to make sure that they won this and they keep the hold going.
Right, both the tanks still alive. If they die right now, it's going to be a big stagger, but it's looking like they're going to keep them up, and this is just more ult charge for Kippis to make sure they get another nano going. Mac Truck up to 40% on another ult with Kummy's back. Get a primal now. They're slowly making progress here. What do you think they're going to be engaging with? Are they going to be engaging with any ults, or are they going to kind of be playing it slow?
I think Kummy's is going to be looking to split people up with this primal, try and get them into less good positions so that his team can take space.
Nice. They use Blizzard there. That is... Ooh. That's an interesting choice.
That's unfortunate from Robo, but at the time, you know, in these rush fights, it can be so back and forth sometimes. You just think it's winnable, and you want to throw it in there to maybe turn the tides. And when a lot of these times, you know, in losing fights, Sarasota have been winning with, you know, these 1 or 2 ults. So, yeah, I don't think you can blame him too much for that, but he'd definitely like to have that one for next fight.
Right, yeah. And, I mean, looking at that there, like, you're trying to make sure you can stop that Primal Monkey, but at that point, he'd already jumped out of the way there. To try and make it happen. Hadn't
really forced many of the bubbles out either, so they were basically free to just walk out of that.
Kummy's literally just getting the enemy team, dropping low, but now he's just sitting in the back, letting Kippis charge him back up.
Ooh, a big grab.
Dropped grab from Sephora. It's got 3, but they don't catch anyone with the charge or anything. They do catch them though afterwards, and this is looking like oh no, it's the cursed bridge hold. Oh yeah, no.
Alpine, they were sort of, they never really had much of a chance that fight without some hero plays from their DPS because they just didn't have the ults. This comp is so ult based, and when you don't have them, you just can't win. So they need to make sure that they're getting value when they have them. They have 3 huge ults right now though. Grav, Rally, and Nano should be enough to break this bridge hold, but they need to make sure they're getting value. They can't rally too early, they can't rally too late. They need to get a good Nano and a big Grav, and they need follow up. Because if they don't, they will get out.
Should they be engaging with Rally, or do you think they should be holding it for a sustained mid-fight?
I think you should always engage with Rally because, you know, that armor, once that armor builds up, it can be really hard. Like, in a mid-fight, it's very easy for the Brig to die, but if you can just Rally as you're walking in, get everyone topped up, it can make your full charge Zarya into just an unstoppable force as they can just walk into the enemy team and find the perfect grab, but we'll see what they can do here.
Like you were saying, they engage early. They also pop Nano onto the Monkey, and he's diving in here. He's right in front of the window. That's going to be really tough. He's got to get Primal. He keeps alive, but oh my god, he's gone. He's gone. He's gone. Oh, that was so scary.
They need to reset or go here quick. They do not have time to dilly-dally. They think they might have a free grab. It's almost too late to leave now. It's a big grab, to be fair. Can they finish? Can they follow up? They
They
do.
can get Signet. They do. They get Signet as he starts swinging, and now they just barely get the push through. Oh, that was that was a good
Sarasota sort
save
of
from
overplay their
DPS.
hand there. They want to follow up to get these last kills and win the map, but they end up overcommitting. They use the beat and they rush forward without killing that Zarya, so they pay the price and they get grabbed and antied and they die.
Right, and like that's it. It's almost like too well known how like good of a point, like second point, like bridge icon wall is to hold. Like, and they lost that opportunity there. But now we are into the accursed third point you're talking about, the place you don't want to be putting Sarasota in. This is gonna be really
I am
tough if they can-
surprised Cummings is opting to stay on this monkey. I think he's gonna have a really tough time on this
No one
point.
dies in the grab. They use the nano to cover them, but now Shatter comes out, making them get 3. They aren't getting any kills with it. Signet isn't even getting any kills off the Shatter. Now Drems is in way too deep because he was hoping to follow up as he has to fall back. Now as he's just hoping to get out, but he gets caught by Marlon. Now Marlon catches 2 there and making sure that they can take it. Marlon gets 3. Oh my goodness.
We're finally starting to see what we need to see from Alpine all along, which is big hero plays coming from Marlon, Rifler, and MacTruck. They're individually outplaying their opposition, and that's what they need to do because they are lower on the coordination end. But they can individually outplay their opposition and win fights for their team. A huge pick from Cummings.
That's big. And now that the Blizzard's out, there's no one caught as MacTruck's able to get out with his own personal bubble, and now he can throw a grab whenever. He catches the Ryan on his own. Solo grab, which is what they did to win the first point. Now they get it, and looks like they're gonna finish with time here. All they have to do is kill Sephora and get them off point. They're gonna finish with time, meaning that this should be good for them to not be drawable. That is excellent.
That was really good from Alpine. They turned this map around. It looked like second point was going to be the end for them, but a couple of smart individual plays, a couple of good aim moments, they turn that around and they can cap a point where their comp really should have been not favored. So that's huge from them to be able to cap there and with time to avoid the dreaded hybrid draw. So
right, you don't want to go back to a control map or any or escort, I suppose, isn't it? I suppose you don't want to be going to an escort map with Sarasota. That can get a little bit a bit silly, goofy, wacky.
There's no worse feeling than losing the ability to win a map based on time bank. So the fact they finished with time here, that's going to be crucial not only for their odds in this map, but also for their mental. They just got pounded on map 1, but they come back and they finish the map with time. That's got to be really good for the mental state of these players. They're right back into this series, and they're opting for a Ryan here, which is I would almost say that the Monkey Zarya, the double bubble, was almost more effective on defense, or should have been, but they're now opting for the Ryan, so fair play, I guess. Take the Ryan Zarya mirror if you believe you can.
Right.
We're still gonna have to see some individual plays though. I don't think they're as coordinated as Sarasota, so we're gonna need to see Rifler and Marlon and MacTruck outplay their opposition and get some crucial first picks here.
I think Marlon's got a big enough brain here that I think that him on the Mei is going to be good. And as they're coming in here, Fire Strike comes out. They're just looking for any poke damage they can find. They're giving up the choke for free. This is usually where you want to Mei wall somebody, but it looks like they're going to be playing. They're splitting off the 2 players, but they don't get them all the way across. Wasted wall. They do catch. Oh, they are catching Rifler on the open, but he rolls back to his team, making sure he stays alive. They're pushing on the corner now. As Signet drops low, he has to use bubble and lamp to keep him alive, and now he jumps over the wall. Oh, they had it and they dropped it because they thought they didn't have him. He thought he was going to jump backwards because that's what a smart Rhyme player would do. But Signet, his brain is primal. It is absolute caveman. He has no S key. He's walking back now, and they have to drop bubble early to keep him alive. Wall comes out, and now splitting the window. Both windows come out. They're just looking at each other. They're playing with Lego blocks with all these walls going up and down, and now oh no, Sarasota's gonna get this first point with 3 minutes here. That's unfortunate. They had him like 3 times. Alpine had him so many different opportunities there to win that fight. They just didn't commit.
Alpine had so many opportunities to win that fight, but in the end, I feel like a broken record. They were the less coordinated team. They used Lamp in a really unnecessary situation, so they were at a huge disadvantage, and they just played slow. I think the biggest difference between rush mirrors at this level is just the ability to go first and go fast. If you can go first, 9 times out of 10 you have the advantage in that fight just based on pure aggression. So Sarasota are playing much more aggressive, and Alpine, they're playing sort of static, and I'm not a big fan of this playstyle on Rush. It's a lot harder to execute.
The card, they're chasing down the Lucio. They decide they don't care about the high ground fight, and they're just running in to get Frank. Oh, and the Rifler catches Frank with the high noon. They shatter, they grab, they toss out Lamp to keep him alive. Blizzard comes out now. Now it looks like Sarasota's gonna win the fight again. No,
There's
can't
that.
keep getting away with it.
Alpine have got to feel bad about that one. They commit 3 ults and lose. That's tough. Their ult bank is looking so dry for this next fight. They have a couple of big ults, but they're missing crucial ults that they would have liked to have for this next fight. And now they might not have what they need to stop this snowball.
All right, yeah, having this B here is going to be important, but even then, like, it's going to be so tough for them to get massive value. And now Blizzard comes out from Marlin, grabs there as well to try and catch all of Alpine, and they throw beat down and make sure they all stay alive in the middle of that. There's window there, to be careful. They have to stop Cart, and it will look like Robo gets the take. They jump off. Drems is the last to die. Like we were talking about, if they can, this is a very holdable spot for Alpine here. If they can rotate ults pretty effectively, which they haven't been doing great so far, but if they can start doing it here, they can actually get a massive hold. Like, this is like 6-minute hold kind of territory based on where it is.
That last fight, it was unfortunate from Sephora. They had Signet holding up close, holding the spawn, which I think is a quite good play, but they end up committing the grab up front in what was essentially a 3v6. There were very few people who could follow up, so the grab sort of...
They're pushing hard. Oh, what is this? What's going on here? And now
Signet is off the map.
Whoa! They talk beat. Well, 3 are already dead. That is not.
Oh, and the maze
from
off the
Frank.
map. Oh no.
Oh
well,
boy.
A fight happened.
That was a almost smart play from Sarasota. The issue was that they just didn't put the wall up high enough, which meant that Alpine could jump over. They were going for a C9 play, but they were able to just speed, jump over the wall, get on the point, and that just meant that they had 3 split there. They couldn't all fight together, and they just take an easy win.
Absolutely, that was a really smart play. It was less so C9, more force the enemy to have to, balls to the wall, rush to us, and rush to the cart. Anyone who touches can. So you're gonna force them into a fight that they're not ready for. And once again, they're doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, Blizzard comes out, and now Blizzard's huge. It catches 4, and it's enough to get them to push it in. And now you just got Cousin hanging out on point. They get through. Great push from Sarasota there, using
Sarasota demonstrated my point perfectly. They do the exact same thing again, and Alpine, they're forced to touch. They have to rush to point, take a fight in a scrappy manner. It's not on their terms because they have to touch that card. So they're forced to fight in a way they wouldn't like to. They're forced to use ults without setting them up properly, and Sarasota can just sit on the cart and pick them off.
Saying that, no, he catches 3, and now Grab is out, but no one's there to capitalize on it.
Huge
kill them back front, meaning they don't have bubbles for Kumis. It's going to be a tough fight for them, and now they're just holding Lamp. They're trying to play point. They have to play a bit slower, make sure that they can keep themselves alive, and now Signet drops low. They're just trying to make sure that they can hold it a bit longer, and now they've cut off the Lucio, but even so, it's looking really tough as Kumis is trapped there by the wall, and now Rifler's high noon is out. They get the bubble onto him. They're just hoping to find some value. Even so, Sephora, she's getting huge value off of this Zarya. She's full charge. She's got grab now. This is going to be so tough for Alpine to retake. They're going to have such a tough time.
Alpine have nothing right now.
That's a huge potential with the Blizzard. And Shatter comes out. He catches no one. 0. The grab is out. They've got Lamp on to make sure no one dies, and now they've got 2 touching cart. They drop Grams, meaning that's huge. And the Shatter is blocked, and now Signet is in so deep. Even though they wall off Cummings there, they can't get any values. Now they run in. I don't think that beat was necessary, but it's just good to have that cleanup value. They're going through. What a turnaround. That was big.
A huge pick in the mid fight there from Rifler, just a dry primary fire kill, and that's huge because Alpine were at a huge ult disadvantage. It was looking like they were going to get steamrolled through Eichenwald and have a huge disadvantage in overtime, but instead they get a pick and they can just spawn hold and rush out and keep pushing, and they get the hold. So now their ult economy is looking much more favorable, and they should be able to get a few more fights here at least, if not full hold.
Or they hide in early. They're trying to get him to walk around. He's just waiting for the wall to drop. He's trying to find them. They're playing hide around the corner. That's smart from them. But it's good to force out a little bit of time there. That gives them a bit of time to set up. Both walls are out now, but if they find 2 in the window, Sephora gets Kippis. She just gets the kill on him, and now the Blizzard's out. They get 3. It's not enough to get Sephora out of there. They have to use it though. They get 2. That could be enough. If they can get some enough out
these runners to hold.
the Ryan
need
has
a touch coming in.
They can touch here. They can get some value. They don't wait. Oh, they touch. The Blizzard's out now. As Grab comes out, they get the kill on the Mac truck. Cummies gets the shatter, but it doesn't get anyone. And now the beats out from Frank to make sure they all stay alive. They're on point. They're getting kills. It's just assault time right now. They need to get it below a minute. If they can get it below a minute, it's just even better. Now Cousin just hiding on point. It is 107. They don't get it below a minute, but that is okay.
A good stall attempt there from Alpine with the Blizzard. They get a couple picks and they had a chance in that recontest, but I really dislike how they played the fight beforehand. They high nooned early, which is okay. You get some zoning, you get some resources out, but then they back up. They want to play the next corner with window, but it's so hard to win these rush fights when you're the team holding S. It just feels like you're at a huge disadvantage. It's so much harder to stay coordinated and to have the good target focus if you're not the team that's initiating. I'd love to see them go more aggressive here, take the fight, group up, and push his 6 rather than trying to play this more static style, which is a lot harder to execute. And so far, it's been punishing them every time they go for it.
Yeah, I mean, watching that happen was tough because it looked like they had it. Like they were playing it so well. They played that really smart, and not having that value there just means that it's going to be a little bit harder on the mentals of Alpine, I think. Which I really think this is. I feel like every game with Sarasota is a mental game because every time you lose a fight, it's like what happened with People's Plats, where it's just like every time you lose a fight, it's like you just lost to People's Plats. It's like it gets in your head, you know. Yeah, kid comrade.
I feel like there's a really interesting thing happening with Alpine now, where in the fights where they have these big ultimates in this rush mirror, they actually lose these fights more often than not. And in the neutral fights, they're more effective. I feel like they're sort of overthinking how they want to use their ults and not taking the neutral fight as aggressively as they should. And that's leading to them winning recontests where they have no ult and losing fights where they have huge ult economy. And this is really tough.
Oh, my huge grams early. That's big. And now they catch Frank. This is great for them. This is a huge way for them to take point. They just have to be aggressive. Aggress on them. Get in there. Fight. Like, you cannot be playing soft right now. You have to be making sure that you get these kills early and fast. You want to get this cart moving as soon as possible. They need to get this May. Come on, find the May. Kill. There you go. All right, perfect play from Alpine. They get a really good pick early onto Frank.
They play aggressive. Their DPS come up with the goods. That's exactly what they need to do every fight. But I hope they keep it up, and I hope they realize that they need to be the more aggressive team if they want to win today.
I love this play from Mac Truck, Rifler, and Marlon. I think getting them way up there, getting that wall out, the freeze, the flashbang is so big for them. They're dropping that below. They're on point. They're going for Cousin. Cousin's going to have to run. And it's looking like he's still alive. He's just fighting on point right now, keeping the overtime alive. The window drops, and now it looks like that Sarasota's on the attack, as now they're stuck behind. And as the cart starts moving forward, how are Sarasota going to be able to retake this?
Sarasota need to fight this on cart. They cannot be losing this fight while the cart is moving.
They're down a Ryan. They're down a Ryan right now. They just have to run on there. But the way this is going, if they get another kill right now, I think that's going to mean that they're just not going to be able to push it. Oh, they shatter for some reason. I don't think that was super necessary. But I mean,
I'm a big fan of how Sarasota started that fight. They push early, they get to the cart in the gates, and if they can force out ults there and hold the cart where it is. But instead, as soon as Signet falls, they play slow and they let the cart start to move. And we could have seen this fight end while the cart was so far back, but instead now they have to take this last fight on bridge. So a good intention, but in the end, poorly executed.
Right, and once again, it looks like Sarasota's on the attack here. They drop window early and they catch Marlon, but now Rifler's High Noon catches too, and his kills are going back and forth. Bolting Kick on the high ground is doing great value as this wall comes out. Make sure they can get Cummies. This is a great spot for them. Shatter comes out, catching the last two. One of them gets knocked off, and a great play from Frank, and that should be it right there, holding Alpine on the bridge.
It's I hate to say it again, but Alpine had huge ults this fight. They had High Noon, Blizzard, Grav. 2 of them don't even get used. It's like, I feel like they let the fact that they have ults, they forget the fact that they're playing a rush. They just want to get value off their ults. But when they should be rushing in and forcing out cooldowns and then using the ults mid-fight. And instead, they seem to crumble when the ult economy is in their favor.
I think that was a really good play from Bolting Cake there. When you get your whole team up on the high ground like that, and they can't come because it's overtime and they have to stay on that cart there, having it like your McCree like BAP up there is such huge value because it just means that instantly they can't come get you. They have to just take cover and hide, which is so tough to do when you have a cart that is barely big enough to hide Brian behind. Sometimes not even. Like.
Yeah, it's a really good play. Bap and Kree can sit there all fight, raining in damage. You have to be scared as a squishy that you're just going to get randomly one-shot. And Ryan Shield, it melts so quick. It's a huge play. Window is so strong in these comps, and having it on an off angle on a high ground where the BAP and Creek can't be touched, that's really important. It's a really huge play from Bolting Cake. Very smart play from Sarasota so far. And I'd be surprised if they don't, finish this map, but we'll see if Alpine can pull it out on this defense and win.
Right, that's what we're hoping. We're seeing again the rush mirror, like character for character. They're starting to get ready to move in here. Now let's see if any early picks happen, anything to sway the fight one way or another. They're playing corner, letting Sarasota push in again. As now McCree sort of plays out. He uses roll early, which could be bad, but it's looking like he's okay. We're waiting to see the May wall come out. Now, once again, the building blocks are out there trying to get their Lego walls all good. But Rifler catches Drams, but they charge him to keep him. They don't have left for the rest of the fight. But now Cummings gets the charge back into saying that this could be good for them. It looks like Sarasota's backing out now to make sure that they can go for the next fight. This is good. They need to get out early so that way they aren't wasting time on extra pushes.
If Sarasota play quick here, there's no taxi for Kippis. They can take a fight while the enemy's down their main source of heals. But they need to go now and they need to go fast. If they can get a good wall here, they should be able to kill someone with no lamp to save them. They need to go now, though.
It would take a huge play from one of the DPS here to save a fight. Now two are out. Wait, they could get Signet. They gotta go fast. Oh wait, he catches his charges out. He charges Bolton. Fucking Robo-Kill pulls him up. He charges out.
Oh, the shattered kill.
Now he shatters behind. He gets them, and now it's looking like another one fight for Alpine as they clean it up. Oh my god.
Okay, now we'll see, can Alpine use these ults effectively? Can they overcome this mental barrier they seem to have about their ultimate economy? And can they just close out this map with the huge ults they have in the bank? Or will Sarasota's aggression just make them fall over once again?
That was artistic. That was beautiful to see. Now coming in here, we're seeing 4 ults from Alpine. They pop High Noon from behind. He tries to catch him, but he doesn't get anything. They pop Window on a terrible spot. But now coming in here, they pop Lamp early. The May freezes out. It doesn't look like it's catching anyone. Now Shatters come out, backtracks down. Kippis is frozen, and now he doesn't have Lamp. But even though they catch Frank, this looks like it might be it for first point Alpine. And Rifler wants to win, though. Rifler's, oh my goodness, he tries to get some... Oh, he's getting free! He's still going! What is he doing? They could win this right now. Cousins just stalling the point. They beat. Now they throw the grab, and even though they're getting these... My eyes... They're my eyes, and now Cummings is back. He's almost at all. If you're gonna start swinging, just start swinging, Cummings. You need to be swinging there. You got to get in. Mac Truck is back. Now Marlon's here on the Tracer. They could kill Sephora. She's really low. She's dropping the BAPs on the high ground, making sure she can stay alive. Kippis falls again. Now Drems is back in the Soldier. This is just a stall, but honestly, I think this is a one fight for Sarasota. That was almost huge from Alpine. Rifler almost single-handedly stopped the push there.
That still is a huge play from Rifler because he's forced so many cooldowns out from Sarasota. He forced the grab, he forced the switch onto a Soldier. That's huge for Alpine's ult economy here. And now, once again, they have another fight where they are ahead and they have the win condition. But they need to execute it. They need to get value off these ults and clear the card. Because if they don't, they will once again lose another fight where they shouldn't. Oh, huge wall though.
Oh, huge wall there. And Rifler catches 2. They don't have the beat. They don't have the beat to finish the fight. All they have is the lamp, but they already used it. Now let's his Robo-Killer on the point as he goes to use Icebox to keep this stall going. Now Bolting Cake and Drams are going to have to get some value, but Bolting Cake drops, Robo-Killer dies, and that is a map win for Alpine. Great turnaround there. That was excellent. God, this Rifler guy's good.
It's just like we said at the start of this match, in a straight rush mirror, Sarasota are looking like the better team. But Rifler just does not want to lose. He says, no, I will simply kill you all, force all your ults, because I am McCree player, I go Burr. And we need to see the DPS come up big from Alpine, because that's the main sort of, that's the main, lineup difference, is that the DPS line from Alpine is, considerably higher, and they need to make sure that they're getting value off the DPS, where Sarasota are struggling.
Right, yeah, and I mean, watching all that happen there, it's like, what do you think that the Lucio should have been playing a bit further back there to try and save specifically for B, or do you think it's better for him to be sitting on the point there for that engage to try and help the Ryan? What's the play there in that situation?
I think, see, it's tough because as a Lucio, when your beat is the win condition like that, you need to play safe. You need to stay alive, but your Ryan needs speed. Without a speed, your Ryan's going to get run over. I think it's just unfortunate. I think in the end he got picked off by a High Noon that got walled off but fell and walked to the side. It's tough to put that all on Cousin. You don't really expect to get flanked by a High Noon like that to the side.
Right.
But
Yeah.
at the end of the day, the crucial moment was that the beat was not there to help sustain them through that fight. Rifler finds 2, and Alpine take the map.
Right, yeah, and like in the moment, that's such a tough decision to make. Like, it's so hard to find like that exact moment that you need to be ready to use that. And sometimes you just sort of have to like sit there and like for Frank, that has to be such a heartbreaking moment where you have the ability to turn the fight and just gets taken away from you like that.
Sorry, I said the wrong Lucio player, but yeah,
Totally
it's
okay.
definitely it's such a high pressure moment. As someone who's played in so many matches, when it's this close, it's overtime. You know that your ult could be the difference between winning and losing. You know, your finger is hovering over that button, like you don't want to press it too early, you don't want to press it too late. You know you need to get value off it, and that pressure on you as an individual can make you do amazing things and terrible things.
Right.
You
so,
could.
Yeah. In that moment, it's just like you're just so stuck there, and you're just like hoping and you're praying that you're like, can we just like I just like need to play this exactly right. And sometimes your brain just gets going too fast for the situation, and you just like panic. Yeah. It can be
when the power is in your button press, whether you win or lose a match, it can be really, really tough. And sometimes, inevitably, you come up on the losing side of that, and it can feel awful as an individual. But Sarasota, they can rally here. They can put back in the lineup that was so successful in round 1, and I think you can be reasonably happy with that map. You know, you'd like to have won it, but you can be reasonably confident going to map 3 that you'll execute it with your what has been an all-around cleaner rush. But Alpine, with these individual moments, have been keeping up with Sarasota's coordination.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, going into this, whatever we're going into here, we're going on to Escort. We're not sure which map yet. But what do you think is going to be like the win cons for these teams? Like, I mean, Escorts generally, it can be a bit silly, a bit more loosey goosey, you know. What team are you favoring for that sort of play style?
I think we're going into Rialto, and I think it's tough to say. I did predict Sarasota Seniors to win this match, but I think Escort is, because of the way the cart moves. We saw so many fights on Ike where teams won and lost fights because of where and when they touched the cart or where they didn't touch the cart. And I think because of that, fights tend to be a bit more scrappy and a little more DPS focused rather than purely tank focused. You know, when you're fighting on like a hard point, like a first point on a hybrid or a control point, you know, your tanks just run into each other. But when tanks have to be in two minds about whether they're contesting cart, you know, there's more room for a DPS to, you know, take an off angle, take someone's head off, take them out of the fight. So I think Rifler and Marlon could really come up big here on Rialto and win this match for their team. But with Caden back in, the same could be said for Sarasota.
Right,
Caden,
yeah.
a notorious flank rat, and I really hope we get to see that this map.
I would love to see some cheeky plays from our favorite rat. It would be pretty dope.
A cheeky Nando's, you might say, from Caden.
Yeah, a bit of a cheeky Nando's. Coming in here, we are seeing again the Rhine mirror rush. We are seeing Caden sticking to the Junkrat while Rifler goes to play the McCree, both their specialty heroes. And now coming in here, we are seeing them forward hold. Is now sitting at the high ground Rhine. He drops down. He goes to the charge, but he doesn't get anything. And now Cummings goes to the charge back. Caden gets Kippus though early.
Finds Kippus.
And it's going to be hard for now Alpine to get the kills. And now as Cummings drops, this should be a force back inside. A good forward hold. That was really smart from them.
Alpine making some swaps to try and clear this close hold, but I think the one swap we need to see, though he might not want to make it, is I think against this. Oh my! Great play from Sapor, putting on an absolute show. Putting on an absolute show in this area. I think we really need to see Mactrug swap to the Diva. This May Junkrat is outputting so much spam onto his backline. He needs this DM because I think as much value as he can get from being a great Zarya player, I think the Diva DM would be invaluable for his team comp.
And like you saved that Zarya bubble to like try and, you know, like get and Cummings drops and he falls down. It's so tough in that moment to like make that swap because like you want to save that Zarya bubble for those crucial moments of my Ryan is in trouble. I have an instant like, you know, get out of jail free card, but Rifler is getting the kills right now in the back line. But having that Diva there could be so big, and just in terms of the fact that like you can save a more long-term amount of damage, which is what you need against, again, that main junk. And Rifler is just getting these kills, making sure they can get out of spawn here.
I wouldn't be back on the Roadhog.
This is a fascinating comp.
Just trying to clear this first hold. They don't want to get stuck with their spawn and waste too much time. I'd imagine Cummies will go back to the yes. Cummies will go back to the Rhine. I think, like we were saying about Makchuk, you know, Bubble can save you for 1 second, but you know you have a Mei and a Junkrat spamming at all times. You need the DM to last, you know, more than 1 second. These fights, a big shatter, but the follow
Good shatter, but yeah, there's nothing there. Rifler gets 2 on the with the barrage there, but even then, the windows come out now. They're waiting. They're pushing cart. They're slowly getting there. Mercy's playing off to the side, making sure that she can't be picked out too easily. Cousin, though, does get picked by Gag as he's trying to run away. And now Sephora, she's got
very good wall from Robo.
You ever feel like the Mei like ice block is a bit difficult to like time in terms of when she gets out? Like theoretically, there's an audio noise, but I always feel like I'm popping my abilities too early to try and insta kill her. Bit obnoxious.
Well,
got to say.
it's always the same amount of time, but in these high pressure match situations, you know, time can move at a lot of different paces in these high pressure matches. You know,
your brain can be going 1,000 miles an hour. Like it's
so 5 seconds could last 50, could last, you know, less than a second. It's really hard to time this stuff in these high pressure situations. So getting that pin is sometimes difficult, but as the Mei player, it's also sort of on you to sort of jump out a little earlier than they might expect sometimes, so that you're not just dying as soon as you do it.
Do you think that they should keep playing Pharah here? Do you think that the swap might be in order?
Yes. I could sit here and explain it for a while, but at the end of the day, you don't have a Lucio, so your Rhine is at a huge disadvantage in every rotation he makes. You need to get off this Mercy, you need to get off the Pharah. It's just not worth it. Go back to the Kree Lucio, you're playing well on it. The Pharah's just not worth not having the Lucio for.
It feels like he's panicking. Like it feels like they're... And with that, Rifler falls to Robo Killer. There's 30 seconds.
This feels exactly like Lijiang Garden.
Yeah.
Alpine don't seem to make the swaps that they need to. They'd rather stick onto their individual heroes where they feel comfortable rather than play a conducive comp. And they're suffering for it. They don't have the rush. You know, they don't have the forward pressure with their rush to just take space. So they really don't have anything. They need to find value off this window barrage if they want to have any chance of winning this.
They toss window early. Fire Strike's out. They get 1, and they only get Kippis, but it's not going to be enough to kill him in the back line. Is now they're just starting to push him to the point. This is overtime. They're going to have to get slaying big slam, but nothing actually comes of it. Barrage comes out, but instantly Bolting Cake is ready to take him down. Freeze comes out from Robo Killer to make sure they can hold this. This is a first hold from Sarasota. I mean, this is tough, man. And the
I love playing Pharah. I love watching good Pharah play, and Rifler is certainly a good Pharah. But I feel like, you know, the DPS for Alpine, you know, you have to play more for your team's victory rather than your own. They needed that Lucio desperately for their Rhine. He was getting walled over and over and over. He was really struggling to take this Rhine mare against a Rhine as aggressive as Signet. You want every, you know, matchup to be on your side when you're playing against Signet, because Signet could do anything. You want your Lucio, you want your bubble, and he just wasn't getting that because the fire required so many resources. So Alpine, you know, that said, touch wood, it's Rialto first. It's definitely still winnable, but they need to come up big right here. They need to play their comp and they need to play it well, or they will not be going through. They will not be getting the victory in this match.
No, this one, I mean, looks like they're being smart about it. They're putting Rifler back on McCree. If Rifler somehow carries this and like literally breaks every single like piece of his spinal cord to like win this match, I'll slam my desk so hard, man. Like no one should have that much power.
I'm interested to see if Caden stays on this Doom. You know, I would all fiber, every bone in my body is telling me he should go back to Junkrat, but Caden, he doesn't play DPS in the way that I, a mere mortal human, can understand. Caden plays his own game. It's not even Overwatch. He just makes things work that shouldn't. So I'm interested to see how he plays the Doom. Never mind, he's playing Bastion.
Okay.
He's just on Bastion.
Oh, there goes Signet, high ground Rhine. Sitting behind is now, they've got Caden taking an off angle. Cummies is just walking towards him and he dies running, charging in him. Why would he do that? Cummies, no!
Oh, no.
Oh, no, and they're down. They're gonna win first fight. Oh, that's tragic. They get distracted by Signet. Cummies, I think, is probably trying to call for some support from his Zarya, but he just doesn't get it because he's walled off. And it just means that as he goes to charge in there, they can't do it. That's so tough, man.
Tough. Alpine, you know, they have it. There's still a chance, but they need the mentals to be strong enough. They need to rally around Cummies, and they need to take this fight really well. But I think it's gonna be tough for them.
Marlon's on go.
He's trying to get some damage from the high ground, and now it comes. Drops again instantly to the wall. They need to get on point as they're trying to throw Lamp. They get Lamp, but instantly Mack Truck falls to Sapporo. She's just got a bit better support from her team as Liana. Kippus catches Signet, but I don't think it's going to be enough as now Marlon has to drop the point. Rifler sitting there. This is looking like a win for Sarasota, and that is it. 2-1. Wow.
My prediction was off by one map. One icon vault got in the way of my pred, but in the end of the day, what I thought was going to happen this match, unfortunately it happened. You know, I really like a lot of the people on Alpine, don't get me wrong, but I think they struggled. They don't have the same sort of synergy. Sarasota have been playing in the depths of like scrim hell, just coordinating around these comps. They know how to play them. They know how to play around each other so well. And Alpine, they just didn't have the same synergy. So there were moments of greatness from Alpine where they individually, you know, showed up. But at the end of the day, Sarasota were a more all-around team, and they made their wacky play style work really well because they're so practiced on it and they're so coordinated around it. And I think there were some great individual performances from SRS. It really wasn't as much of a Signet hard carry as it has been in the past. You know, RoboKiller played a great May. Bolting Cake on the back was doing huge amounts of work. Caden played perfect Junkrat for an entire map of Lijiang. Sapporo on the Zarya, she was doing so much work. I think man of the match is a hard pick for this one. Everyone on Sarasota played extremely well today, and they thoroughly deserved to win today.
I definitely agree. They definitely, I think, made a much more concerted effort. You can tell that they've been like grinding. They've been practicing so hard for this. They have been training for this moment, and seeing them actually come up on a win like this was so cool to see. Like all that hard work of the season pay off, and like have them. This feels like an earned win. You know, this doesn't feel like they like cheesed it out of something. This feels like they really earned it, and they like fought hard for it. And that's something you really love to see from like a team that admittedly has struggled throughout most of this season.
Sarasota, they've been through the gulag, and before you could say that they played sort of a cheese sort of comp, but today, honestly, you know, Sig had some interesting attempts at plays, but for the most part, they just played a cleaner rush. They had the synergy, they had the individual plays where they needed to. They played conservative, but really well-rounded Overwatch, and for that, they won the match, you know? That was really, really good showing from Sarasota.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm super impressed by what I saw. I'm actually excited for both these teams going forward. I think that we've got a lot of really cool opportunities going on here that hopefully, you know, both of them continue to show off.
Yeah, sure.
Hi.
The entire team is in the waiting room.
Oh,
all right.
2 or 3 in, just choose a few.
I would say I'm biased. I need Caden in here.
Yeah, it's Caden, Frank, and I'll say Sapporo.
Okay.
Caden,
Frank. I don't know if Caden is actually in here.
Caden's
is not in there.
So humble.
Let's get up. Bap Carry. Welcome everyone. Hello.
Hello. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, good job today, guys. Honestly, very impressed by what we saw. How are you feeling after that very intense win?
Feeling amazing.
Awesome. Frank, Sapporo, any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty amped. That was really big from us. We expected to come in and have a really tough game and kind of an uphill battle. So to you know, come in here and take that first win is really huge for us. So really looking forward to the rest of the tournament because I think we've proven that we're here to compete. We're going to take it far.
Definitely. You guys had that match in your hand for most of it, and I think any team that's facing you should be afraid of the synergy you guys can pull out. Would you like to speak about like how have you guys become? How do you have so much synergy on this comp? You guys play so conservative and so well-rounded. How did you guys coordinate that well? What went into making you such a well-rounded team?
I would say Pin is on cooldown. So we play conservative when Pin is on cooldown, and as soon as Pin is off cooldown, we go balls to the wall. And I mean, in all honesty, like all jokes aside, we really do just follow Signet. We've been trying to figure this out for a few weeks now, and we just kind of came to the conclusion that, hey, let's just let Signet do what he wants and we'll all follow him. And we've found that we're actually pretty good at doing that. So that's kind of been our game plan.
Nice. And just to wrap things up here, it seems so. Next up, you're gonna be facing the winner of. We're looking at Interns versus Sharks. What team are you more interested in facing, and which team are you probably a bit more afraid of?
Honestly, I haven't really given much thought to it. I think we'll just kind of show up and play our game. I don't think it really matters who we end up playing, because we play our own game. Anybody who steps into the server with us is playing an SRS game. It's not the other way around. So we're not too bothered by it, but we're looking forward to playing our next game for sure. So
awesome. Well, thank you guys very much. Good luck in your next match. Be coming up here after Solomon Island Sharks versus the Interns. Keep those fingers warm, loose, ready to play some more Overwatch. A little bit of silliness, ready to come on out. All right, guys, go on and show us what you got in this next one. Yeah.
excellent.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll do.
Yes,
Thanks
sir.
so much for having us.
Awesome.
Thank you.
All right.
All right.
Awesome. Well, that was the SRS captain, their support, and their Zarya player. That's gonna do it, I think, for this first game. But next up, like I said, we're gonna be having that Interns versus Sharks, the first B League team to go up against an A League team here. Pretty exciting stuff. I'm excited to see what we can get. And if that gap between B League and A League really is that big.
Yeah, it should be an interesting match, but I don't know if it'll be as close as this one. But this was a gread match. It was a delight casting with you, Rainbow, and I'm thoroughly looking forward to this next match.
Yeah.
Yep.
Awesome. Yeah. All right. We'll head to a quick break, and then we'll be back, ready to head into this next one, ready to cast some more Overwatch for you.
Let's go.
Once again.
Expression, Daydream, Majesty, and Might Hive in this group.
Okay. Welcome back to the Bad Patchy Mario League playoffs, day 1. I'm Florida Man, Tundra, also known as Big Rainbow, joined by my partner in crime, Little Rainbow. What's going on today, Little Rainbow?
Not much. We're the same person. That's what's happening here.
I am you, but stronger.
Coming in here, we've got our first B League match versus our first B League versus A League game of the tourney. I'm pretty hyped for it. Interns are sort of doing a mix mash, monster mash of a team. We're looking at it. I'm pretty excited to see what happens because, you know, this is sort of like a test of the first, B League prowess.
I asked Interns what they were doing to prepare for this match, and they said they actually worked a lot on their coordination. They worked on upping their tempo and cleaning up their comms. When I asked SIS what they did to prepare for this match, they said they didn't know they were playing Interns today. They're going to be just preparing for the match that comes after this one.
Right. It does look like we're going to be starting out here on Oasis, starting out, I believe, I don't even know what this one is. I just know it's by the street. It's got the cars. It's the car map.
It's got the cars. It's a city center. It's going to be the one with the jump pad and the big thingy in the middle that people like to say rude things about.
Yeah. Starting out here, it looks like we're going to be seeing Shark's newest player, AMACB, going up here with Garden on the DPS line. Jen continuing to play ball. No Shiki to start, but it looks like we've got Interns coming here for a bit more of a loose dive comp. We've got Pika on the Echo, looking to probably deal some big damage out onto the D.Va. Farmer immediately, though, swaps over to Ana to make sure that they can get maybe a bit more healing out for the Sigma, as now Garden playing a bit of the distance game. It's starting to play out. Jen rolls from the high ground, gets the slam onto the tanks. Hishimi goes to do the same, but doesn't get anything out of it, as now they're starting to sort of play a bit slower. Emi dropping the hat, but keeps themselves alive using the Zen Orb. Pika is starting to fall low, and everything's sort of just, it's a bit of a clown fiesta. A bit of hand waving and lights and magic, a bit of a Penn and Teller performance, if you will. As now, though, the D.Va is demeched on the high ground. The slam from the ball to make sure that the Sky Heroes can't go anywhere. As Flaws drops a bit low, just trying to sell the point, get the Sigma, but the Sigma's got the grasp up. They get some shields and the healing from the Ana, which is going to be really big for them. And now it looks like Sharks are going to be taking this first point.
This map is really swingy. Once you have it first, there's a lot of map control that you can hold on to for a very long time. So fights end up being very long, drawn out, and there's also lots of space to hold on the point, very quick rotations to make. So what Interns does to hopefully take this point back early will really set the tone for the rest of this map.
Right, yeah. Now we've got Garden still just getting blue beam, playing the distance. Ball goes for the slam, but gets rocked immediately, meaning there's no extra damage there. As Azlik gets knocked off the high ground now. It looks like the Interns are starting to take a bit of the high ground, but they just decide to drop off, go straight to point. AMAC gets the rockets onto the Tracer, meaning no extra poke damage onto the tanks and the supports. The beam does get Azlik, though. It does look like this soldier is coming out in spades for the Sharks.
Do you know anything about AMAC? I actually don't know about anything about him. He's a complete stranger to me.
Absolute wild card. Just know that he joined a week ago, and he's been pretty consistently performing, which is what you love to see for a hit scan.
And he's really showing up on the legs here.
Yeah. Now as they're coming in, once again, Garden. It's so nice for Garden just to be able to sit back here, spam this entryway. Now the two dive heroes are starting to go top of the Farmer's sleeve, gets him immediately. Another slam taken down, and now a soldier.
Oh no!
A nano visor catches him. They're starting to just farm kills with it, and that's gonna be another point hold.
Just give it up. Go back to spawn. It's over. It's over. You're done here.
The flux comes out, but immediately is slept again by Farmer. Who is this guy? He's not. He doesn't want to do anything.
Oh my gosh.
Farmer simply says no. I don't think you'll be using that today. I think I would like to simply relax. It's great to see it. Now the Interns only have one more fight here, as they're starting to struggle a bit. They don't have to swap heroes at all, but it's going to be a tough entry. And as Bomb starts to come out
looking
here,
for the touch, opening with the Diva Bomb from Titan. Bomb doesn't catch anything.
AMAC is low, but he doesn't get called out. Now mines have dropped from Jen. He catches flaws early, making sure that they don't have any dynamite to throw over the Sigma shield. Nobody is getting killed on Sharks right now, despite having that Discord orb, which would be huge for a character like Echo. And it looks like this is a 100-0 for Sharks.
Yeah, that's an insurmountable numbers advantage. Nothing they can do about that. First point goes to Solomon Island Sharks.
Yeah, I mean, what could have Interns done differently there to make that maybe a bit more contentious? Get a point control.
So City Center is a really hard point to push once one team caps it, because like I said, there's a lot of map control that you have to take over. Like, one of the things you could do is go by the streets and take over the mega health pack. Really, it's a game of megas. You could either go for the mega health pack on the jump pad or the mega by the streets. You basically work out from there and try and take back the map. But no matter what, the other team's just going to be contesting on point for a long time, so it's just a really hard situation to deal with. Now, going into University here, we're going to see some real good rush down, something that we saw from SRS in the prior match. We're going to be seeing hopefully some Reinhardt mirrors up against each other.
Yeah, and now we're seeing Solomon Island play a Risa Monkey.
Okay, never mind.
I don't have words.
I feel like they heard what I said and they wanted me to be wrong. That's what I did.
They spit in your face and they're like, no, we're wrong.
Reinhardt,
can't have it.
so pastiche.
Yes. And now coming in here, we are seeing Interns take the point with their rush comp. This is theoretically what you want to be playing. Is now they are eventually going to go to high ground. They have to be careful of a boop, and no one gets thrown off by the conch mine, but Garden does catch Haitian Homie. They don't have the support to be able to deal with that Farah damage from above. And now Garden just sort of pushing them out, getting those extra kills. 70% ult charge already. Huge for a Farah this early, because it just means that there's going to be it's going to be so much harder for them to contest you if you can get like one kill early with it.
So SIS is actually really mixing things up with some off the wall comps. They're playing the Winston and the Orisa, two tanks that I would say are contradictory to each other. But with the open space that they took on high ground, Interns, instead of holding on to the point, they decided to contest them up there, playing in that open space, and actually gave SIS Garden an opening to get a lot of value. So I don't really know what happened there.
I'm gonna say this with full certainty, despite having no statistics to back it up, but I think this might be the first time that Jen has not played a character other than Ball in an overtime scenario. This might be his first time playing anything that is not Ball in a regular point of the match.
First time for everything.
Right? Yeah, you love to see Jen expanding his hero pool in such massive ways. AMAC does go for a visor. He's just running away though with it. He just wants to get back to point. And now the DPS are on point, making sure that they can stall this point for as long as possible. They pop window, but they aren't able to get anything. As Nano comes out now onto the Farah, the the bomb comes out, but it catches Garden somehow, and Jen's able to throw it on a shield to make sure that they can't, insta kill him with the bomb. It's nice to see. And now Garden is frozen, or not Garden, Azlac is frozen, but not enough damage there to make sure that they clean it up. This is still looking like a very strong hold for Sharks.
Let's see. Going into this fight, Interns should be looking for either a big slam or going up on the May freeze. They can engage with the beat drop and then hopefully make some space with Flaws's high noon. Never mind on that high noon. Cancel that, Chief.
Yeah, no, the beat
big
was
charge
good.
onto Sizzlack.
The beat was good for the engage because it happened at the same time as the bongo, but as it happened though, just like there wasn't enough sustain there to make sure that kept going. They needed to use that lamp, I think, a bit sooner just to, get that brawl in. That's what you're looking for, right? You're looking to get a brawl in against someone, hopefully like the Ana, the Orisa. Like, you're trying to find that extra value with that. And sometimes, like, you gotta just be able to commit, and not being able to get those critical hit shots onto Orisa now makes it so much harder to get that. So you really have to be.
Time is looking a little bit tight for Interns here.
It's coming down here. Oh, they're
playing on the inside of that mini health pack, but that also opens up to a lot of clean from Fizz.
Gets two, but AMAC is just cleaning up on the Soldier. I've never seen Soldier with, like, this is like the cinematic style, like he just don't miss. I've not seen a miss from AMAC, and that is a first map for the Sharks. Good play by them. Solid all around, I think, just like coordination as a team. Like, you could tell that, like, Farmer on that first point there was nuts to watch. That was some insane, like, sleeps every time they tried to engage. It was impossible for them to get any value.
What I want to look forward to is seeing what the Interns choose for map 2. Now, if I recall correctly, that'd be a hybrid point, correct?
Yeah, you're looking at hybrid.
Okay, well, we're going to see what Interns choose to play to their strengths here, because they're at a match point situation. What they choose will actually really inform us on what they've been practicing, because what they told me was that they practiced to qualify in the first place, but the knock-on effect of that was that they really worked on their synergies as a team. So that's what we should be looking for going into map 2. SIS looks like they're just going to be free balling and see what comes up.
Yeah, they're gonna be just, keeping it loose, a little bit of freestyle, some slam poetry type energy.
Get a little jazz in there.
Yeah, like jazz.
Yeah. Like jazz?
The Sharks do, and they
like jazz.
They do like it. It's really cool to see, like, this team be able to flex a bit and be able to have a bit more of a loose, like, style. And Garden did a great job there. I mean, like, his Pharah was really good at locking down the point. They didn't have an answer for him. Floss was trying his best, and the BAP was trying to get some value out there, but just couldn't pull through all the way. You're looking to get a bit more of sight lines, but having that monkey to jump there for Garden to make sure that they can, like, deeply engage on that was super helpful for him. I loved seeing that, like, style and decision making by the team to support Garden.
King of the Hill is the first map, usually serves as like a litmus test for the rest of the series, and best of fives you can really see that, because King of the Hill, especially maps like Busan, Lijiang Tower, and even Oasis to an extent, you have teams that run 3 different comps for 3 different points because they have to run very different strategies. So when you have a team that wins decisively in map 1, it really is a tone setter for the rest of the series, because barring any strange sub-ins or maybe a map specific strategy that really can change the pace, it might just be a clean 2-0 for SIS unless we see something interesting come out from Interns here.
Yeah, no, and I mean, whatever comes next, I want to see some creativity from the Interns. I don't want them to just die laying down. I want to fight back. I want to see some fight.
Rage against the dying light.
Yes.
I want to see something.
Right? Like,
yeah.
I want to see some growth. And it looks like, I mean, if there's any map to do it, King's Row is the one to do it, and that is exactly where they have gone. That is
real barn burner of the map. We've seen it all before.
There's nothing that hasn't been shown on King's Row. Everything.
No, really, it hasn't.
Yeah.
There's only like one real way to play this map now. Basically, everyone knows where the fights end up happening, so macro play has been basically solved for King's Row. Everyone's played it so much, it's colloquially referred to as Scrims Row because every team plays it. Let's see how Interns works on that formula and sees what they can do with it. because it's kind of a cut and dry map. Like, you know where to push, you know where the fights end up happening. It all ends up being about macro play. Like, if both teams are playing the map correctly.
Just a.
And it looks like we're in a pause here.
Pause seems like someone might have DC'd. It looks like we lost AMAC. They've perished from the internet realm. They have been returned to shadow mortality, and it might be a minute before they get on back in. But we'll
The
give
punishment
it a minute.
for playing legs.
Yeah. Jeff Kaplan saw it. Jeff Kaplan was looking at the numbers, and he saw on his little monitor a little light like blinking, and he was it's like, someone's playing legs. Slams the DC button. Yeah, do it. Yeah, and just instantly gone. Like, they just make sure it's like, no person will play legs, not in my Overwatch. It's
not in my Christian Overwatch.
Exactly. You're looking to make sure that they you don't want legs there, you know. Seeing that there, it's a travesty. It's a disappointment to the culture of the game, to the respectability, you know. You
Just
don't want
disrespectful.
that. Yeah. We'll wait and see what happens here, as we're slowly waiting to see. I mean, changes for the interns. We don't have many. Again, they're playing with like a very mixed roster of teams. They've got players from, I believe, Vector Matrix. They've got some from a different team as well. It's a whole mix going on here, just because not everyone can make it. Scheduling was a bit rough, so this is going to be an interesting thing to look at, is how well do a group of B League players do compared to just like an A League team, you know? Like, we aren't going to get a full display of this team's potential, but we'll get pretty close to see what the general average of like B League talent is, which is pretty cool.
It's like an aggregate, like the NASDAQ. You're looking at the NASDAQ of B League right now.
Right, yeah. And it looks like AMAC is back. They are ready to go again, so we won't be subbing in anyone else as he gets ready to sort of keep playing. But I'm interested to see what comes of it, because right now it looks like we are going to be seeing, Robbie on the Rhine, Azlak on the Orisa, going for some double shield, perhaps. Pretty interesting to see.
Not a fan personally. I've never been a fan of double shield. Just personal experience.
I mean, it's just shoot the shields until you can walk through them, and then sometimes they kill you before you shoot the shields, so then you go back to spawn. It's rough.
The point usually ends up falling before the barriers do.
Right, yeah. It comes down to, can the rush comp get through fast enough and play aggressively enough to do it? But with shields of this high magnitude and health, it is incredibly tough to get that sort of like quick play like out. So you need like as much as you want like your Hanzo junk breaking shields, I think you want them taking off angles here to like, get a little bit of extra value.
Big sub bomb from Moonfish, gifting 20 tier 1 subs. Thank you so much to Moonfish in the chat. Speaking on the Orisa Rhine a little bit, you're right about the off angles, and really taking and holding map control is really what's the best thing that they can do. But personally, I think they're just up to some monkey business. I still think the Zarya is going to be a better fit here. Looks like we're unpausing now, getting back into the game.
All right.
Getting ready for ourselves.
You love some monkey.
Monkey.
Yes.
I do love some monkey business. All right,
Yeah.
throw it into the game.
As we're waiting here, it looks like they're going to be playing closer to the doorway to try and get a wall off it with the Mei. And just, one fight at a time, just instant, like, cut down. And coming in here now, we are seeing the Diva instead of the Zarya, which is a bit of an interesting choice. I like it, though, that long-term...
It's kind of some counter tech for the wall. Both walls going up. Actually, Intern's wall really good. It lets him get around the statue there.
Right, now they're
early lamp goes out.
That might have been a bit too early on the lamp, but that's okay. Maybe they can get some value out of it. Hey, Shinomi's dropping low. He has no shield, and he falls now to the Orisa. That constant damage source is really tough. And now the walls are out there having to back up. They don't have that Rhine to support them, and now the Rhine and Orisa can just walk forward. They can just continue to get value, and Farmer finds Pika there as they're trying to escape.
Great wall from AMAC there. It actually was a really good pincer that opened up the play for the rest of the team to go in, because they basically created a great focus fire target in one of their tanks and just opened it up like wide open, because suddenly that barrier that they had was gone.
Right, yeah, and I think that's a big part for the Sharks, is that having that extra damage from the Orisa to help out breaking those walls is big. And now the freeze comes out, catching 4, as now AMAC
is nasty.
this AMAC guy is pretty good. You know, maybe
he's
learn a little bit more about him.
Yeah.
Yeah, now Titan's just sitting on point, getting stalled out, and Farmer gets the kill. Farmer has continued performing incredibly well as the support for this team. The flex support play has been excellent, like so consistently powerful.
So going into this fight, Interns does have a pretty good win con in the BAP window, but I think they need to get into the right spot, so they need to rotate around the fountain. There you go.
Wait a minute. What's Azlak doing? Where is he? Look at him. He's on the bus. He's the flankerisa, the battle cattle. He's just off and about. And now Emmy gets the boop kill onto Flaws, making sure they don't have that extra damage going out. And now coming through here, Azlak once again going from behind, making sure they can get some value out there. And with that, I mean, great play from Sharks again. They have 2 minutes left for the Interns to push this. They've got beat for this fight along with Shatter. That can be really big for them. It might be in their best interest to honestly play super aggressive here and try and get some Shatters out before they can get a Bongo or their own beat going, you know?
Remember what I said about BAP window and how Interns had BAP window? Yeah, emphasis on had. Who needs BAP window? It's so antiquated. You know what I'm a really big fan of? I'm really a big fan of Hanzo Dragons. That's in this time of year. That's the Interns got this. All they need to do is finish charging up that Earth Shatter from Haitian Homie and combo that with a nice dragon play, and hopefully Farmer doesn't have lamp. That's my call out. I'm calling my shot, pointing at the WrestleMania sign. Let's see them win this fight with it.
Right, you're a bit like a new connoisseur. It's like I hear that a dragon strike is lovely this time of year. It's it complements the Shatter incredibly well. And as you know, 90%, he's just a ball.
Pairs well with the white wine.
Oh no, the ball switch. Oh dear. Okay, well, let's see if they get some dive. Unless you're going for a bit more of a dive comp.
Who needs Shatter? Come on.
Well, as I say that, AMAC gets
so antiquated.
And now the Bongo's out with the high noon in the corner. He catches the Farah. Now this thing comes out to get rid of the Bongo, but Ball's in deep. He's dropping low. Have bomb ready, but they're not going to use it. His shadow cost switch from Lucio to the Mercy at Farah. Oh man, this is looking so rough for Interns. This might be a quick 2-0 first hold for them.
60 seconds.
Yeah, I'm not gonna front. This is looking rough.
I mean, what do Interns have to do here? What is gonna be their way to get through this point?
They still got that dragon dough. I tell you what, they still got that dragon dough. Maybe a big bomb coming out.
Big bomb. Oh,
stuffed by the May freeze.
Oh,
still got that dragon dough.
Oh no! I mean, still got
the
this,
lamp coming out.
They're holding on to that dragon strike. They're just waiting.
Yeah.
The perfect moment is coming. I can feel it. They've almost got it. It's right there.
It's coming. I feel it.
Yeah,
Lamp is out. Armor probably has 15 seconds left on that.
Yeah, as Phil Collins said, he feels it coming in the air tonight. And this dragon,
he's talking about Dragon Strike.
Yeah, when Phil Collins wrote that, he actually had a premonition. He had a vision. He saw Overwatch in the future. They get Azlak, and Robbie drops low. They don't. The
dragon's coming out.
It's free.
It doesn't catch anything, but it makes a lot of space, so they're able to push in. Look at that. Dragon Strike won them the fight. Wowie. Wowie.
Incredible. The Ashiki does get shadow cost, but that should be first point for the Interns. You love to see it. That was emphatic. That was powerful.
Oh, what a Dragon Strike.
Oh, you love to see it.
What a girthy Dragon Strike. Wowie. Okay. Robbie coming back onto the point. He's getting surrounded on all sides. That lamp goes down early. Good space making. Ulti from
though. They do not care.
Haitian Homie.
Simply do not.
Those mines are stuffing the entryway. They cap the payload. Nice.
They do force Trance though, and Valk actually. They lost both support ults there, and they have 2 DPS ults coming up. That's gonna be so tough. I mean,
I'm just really happy about that point cap. We got a game, baby. We got a game. You know, it's King's Row. It usually ends up playing out the same, but I will say Interns did a good job of stuffing their spawns, so they might be able to get a free corner take. Like that corner with the bookstore, that's a really good place to start the next fight.
Getting
so
past the archway
how much space they can hold.
Here. Not having to fight at archway is so big, especially for this comp that relies on chaos. And now that the high noon came out, I think Ashiki just did it to reload there. As Robbie does catch Patient Homie with the fire strike, now they have point and they're all backing up. They gave it up for free. Is that a fight that you need to like just int on and commit no matter what? or is that like just back out after the first kill? Like
Still
reset?
losing that fight decisively and losing all 6 of your players means that they can start spawn camping you again. So like you don't want to stagger, definitely. You don't want to be flaws there and dying, but like you want to get out and try and go for a quick recontest with your player coming back from spawn without letting them spawn camp you.
Yeah, and I mean killing a Shiki there is pretty big. Having that happen can be big, and now they don't have support ults. They have window here, but they don't have beat at all. They throw lamp down. Dragon Strike comes out again. It's a spacing dragon. It's spacing. The freeze comes out.
Oh man, it's making so much space. Main tank dragon. Let's go.
Let's go.
Resurrection
and
on
now
the
the
AP.
slam comes down from Haitian homies trying to make sure that Robbie gets bullied a bit here with the Discord army that happens. They're making it through this. They're doing it.
Yeah, a little messy fight, but we got through. A little just had to mop it up a little bit there. No big deal.
Yeah, nothing too dangerous. Haitian homie, just continuing these cleanup kills. They're getting all these stagger kills. If they can get 1 or 2 more, that could be massive. If they can keep this going, that could actually push them all the way into the end of second point.
I didn't catch the beginning of it. When did Shadow cause ulti with the Valk? Did they even need that?
I think it was I actually have no idea. Now the mines come out. They're just cleaning them up. Ooh, big! Three!
Ooh, picante!
They tossed the beat out? I mean, I'm a bit confused by it, but I guess I understand, like, you're trying to stall this point, and maybe they can hold it, because, like, they haven't killed Bap yet. Farmer's still alive. Now Emmy's sitting on point, but they drop because the fair damage from above is too strong. Now they've got Azak coming back on ball. They get the res onto the Pharah, and that trance is out for Interns, making sure that they can't die right now as they're slowly just pushing in. Robbie drops very low quickly. That Discord orb is massive, but right now this pulse bomb from AMAC needs to be big to carry off some damage here. Doesn't catch anyone, but if he does find AMAC now, and Flaws catches another.
Ooh, Flaws catching 2.
He's almost got another dragon. Oh no, no, no.
Oh, it pops up every time he presses that Q button.
Oh man, it doesn't look like they'll even need it.
Shatter stuff, they cap second.
There it is.
This is exciting. I'm loving this right now.
Good play from Interns there. That was super good. To like, they don't panic. They save their ults. The only thing they pop is Valk there just to confirm the fight finish, which I don't hate just because there aren't any ults that are based on like huge like sustained damage or like instant death damage. So like this is fine, I think. You know,
I think the cleanup Valk is fine. It's a really good mid fight ult because it just lasts for so dang long. It's not something you always engage with because like it's just consistent value over a long period. So I'm okay with it.
Right now,
okay, Haitian homie goes down real early here. This should be a quick disengage.
Oh, and a huge slam catches. Oh, but
yeah,
he gets 3 with the high noon.
It's done. It's done. That's a wrap.
Going in the highlight reel right there.
That's a wrap.
That's a press F9 kind of moment. Get that recorded, saved to the archives. All right, coming in here. Interns, they have 3 ults, 3 big ults too. These are having that dragon race, maybe able to split them up. Cool Pika finds Amax early though.
Ooh,
oh, that's gonna be rough.
Position there.
And now they don't have that sustained damage to take care of their shield.
Catches 2. Lamp goes out. Dragon!
Let's go!
It catches 1. Let's go!
The dragons are massive, and now they're pushing in as like gets the kill onto Shadow Cost, but I don't think it'll matter too much because now they've got Trance out. Even with the windows, is gonna be tough.
Transcendence, push up the aggression, get past the window. You gotta get past the window.
Good job, come on, Haitian homie, good job. But to get the good off angle, Farmer finds them, making sure they can't get the kills with that barrage ult. Now bombs coming out, doesn't catch anyone on the high ground though. Now Ishiki has gone to Widow. He has done the Fleta swap, just off to the side, trying to get some value.
Oh!
They catch
Emmy knocks his Titan.
And that should be, yep, there it is.
That killed the push. Honestly, the death knell for the whole thing was definitely that Farah barrage getting stuffed. That should have, like, if nothing came out of that, like, you're done. Just get out. You're done.
Right. That was a kick from Sharks turning that around there. It looked so dangerous. Like they were in such a tough spot, and it was really smart from Farmer to be able to instantly catch up where that Pharaoh was going to be and instantly just stuff that ult. It was really great to see that. Like just like Farmer's game sense has continued to show how strong it is. Like the dude's nuts. I'm excited.
Interns looking pretty good though. Interns is not dead in the water. I tell you what, Interns are fighting right now. They're not giving this up for free.
All right, this is great to see. I'm super loving the way that like Interns are not backing down. It's awesome. Like honestly, the way Interns are playing is super good. Like again, like we were talking about,
they're going down fighting. They're not like they're sticking to what they're comfortable with, what they know. They're playing what they know they can like perform well on, and it's working out, right? Like you play to your strengths. If it's goofy, fine. Like that's what's gonna get you the win, right?
Well, they might not win. I mean, they're kicking butt. As long as they're coordinating their win conditions, I could totally see it.
Right.
But let's see what happens in this first point hold here.
Right. It's not a guaranteed win, but it's something, right? Like you have a better chance with that than like dying, like gasping for air on a meta you don't play well. So
yeah, that's true.
I'll take. Now coming in, we're gonna see a full dive. We're seeing some Genji from AMAC, a bit of the silly character, and now as
I don't know with those buffs, he's looking pretty good right now.
Right, and now we're seeing Flaws get. Rob recognizes the danger of the dragons, instantly dives them, making sure they can get no value. Farmer hits him with a nade to kill him. As now the DMAC Titan making sure that now there's no Matrix to protect the Rhine. Farmer catches cool Pika on the Pharah. Now the Ghost Dash catches 3. Oh my goodness! This Genji character's a little silly, if I do say so myself.
That's one for the highlight reel, definitely.
That was some beautiful Ghost Dash.
SIS used the mobility of their tanks and their DPS Genji to take a lot of space really quickly, and it basically forced Interns into a corner where they were taking lots of poke damage really quickly. Ippy ended up using his lamp early, but it like the angs that SIS took on them just stuffed all the map control that Interns had. So it was a pretty quick cut and dry fight.
Yeah, no, and going into this, I mean, Interns are nowhere near it all. Like, Cool Pika is at 13%. That's nuts. Ashiki's walking out though with the high noon, doesn't get anything. As now they pop window to make sure that they can just instantly push them back, but he only gets one with the blade, and even though that happens, we're seeing still some more kills come out with the Nano Monkey, making sure that they get that little zip zaps, little taser gun there, making sure that they can finish off these kills, and now they're gonna keep pushing it. 5 minutes to make it to the end.
That was bad news for Interns. I'll tell you what, because that was one of the tightest chokes on the map. That was one of the best corners for a Reinhardt and like Brawl core to hang out at, and SIS just didn't care. They just ungood and bungood, and they threw their Dragon Blade headlong into him and didn't care. Like it was easy. It's gonna be a lot harder for Interns to take this back now.
Yeah, and especially with having this monkey on the high ground where you can just drop, jump back up, drop, jump back up. Bubble is like needed way less while he's standing up there, as now he's just waiting to see where they have to engage onto the enemy. He can jump onto them, stand there. Now Azlak's bomb catches
big bomb Flaws.
Reinhardt, and now that AMAC has got the immortality field, they have to use beat to stay alive as they're slowly getting it. The shatter comes out, but it doesn't catch anybody, and now AMAC is cleaning up on the Genji. There's only a few people left on point, as now the Maze, usually your big stall hero, goes down to the Genji. AMAC on Genji has been absolutely like assassinating. The amount of kills he's gotten has been nuts.
If we're able at some point, I want to see a replay of Haitian Homie's shatter there, because I don't know how it didn't hit Sizzlax's Diva. It seemed like it hit him right on the head. I was actually a little surprised by that.
Yeah, no, it'll be interesting to see what happens here, because I feel like this is a point that you can kind of screw around on. Like, suddenly maybe the Genji can get a bit more flanky, and Haitian Homie dies? What? That's
no good. I was about to say the first fight's critical in holding this point, but you just lost your main tank. That's no good.
Yeah. If you were to ask me, like, how good that is, as the Spanish say, mal, no good.
No good.
And now they have to come back. They have to stop bombs out from trying to stall point, but AMAC is still Nano Genji at the spawn doors, holding him down. And Mike comes back. They get some kills. They do lose Asla, but even so, Titan does fall. Haitian Homie is half health. Floss catches a Shiki, so they're slowly getting kills, so maybe they can stall us out long enough. And oh my goodness, Floss catches A-Cap. They have to stay on point right now. They have to be on there. But right now, it looks like Robbie and Emmy are just, taking kills as they can get them, trying to make sure Floss, though, is getting enough kills, I think, to stall us out. That was...
They're going to stabilize.
That was huge from Floss, continuing to get crucial kills. So he gets 3 overall.
Good contesting priority, keeping your tanks alive on point while giving your DPS time to get away with some either 1-for-1s or creating angles where they can go for the one-shots. That was how they were able to stabilize like that. SIS kind of got lazy there. They could have finished it up with better spawn pressure.
Right, yeah. Now SIS just waiting to, get a bit more play as Heishinomi's looking to take high ground from the Genji, but doesn't happen. Now bombs out from Azlak. Finds Shadow Cause, meaning they don't have a res, which could be big in these sort of long sustained, like, overtime sort of fight situations. As now Ishiki catches 2 with the high noon, making sure that now there is no D.Va to protect their main tank. As now the ball is slapped, he goes down. This is looking like the 2-0 that we were expecting for the Solomon Island Sharks or the Interns. As now the
Shadow Cast that with the Guardian Angel Valk.
And 0.08, that's all that's left. They lose AMAX, so maybe there's an opportunity here as now the stalls are coming back to keep them alive. The res comes out from Emmy to get AMAX back up, is slowly just pushing it. And Emmy kills Iffy with the pistol, and now is just rolling around on point, just slowly trying to get some value. They're just holding out as long as they can. Like, they have to just hope. And with that, I mean, can they get back? And they cannot. That is it. Solomon Island Sharks take it to
Well, we all knew that SIS were going to come out swinging. I think we should highlight what the Interns did well there. They did take a few really good fights, but SIS were also able to really play up aggression in critical moments. Like, they knew that Interns were going to play the corner on second point at that really important choke, so they made sure to play doubly aggressive and go out with the blade right away. Lots of really good synergies from SIS with Ishiki's high noons and also slams, and also really good combos like that. Some good plays from Flaws, lots of good pickoffs on Hanzo and Widow, and also some of the Dragon Strikes. Other than that, it was a pretty cut and dry fight.
Right, yeah, and I mean, watching that happen, like, they're doing their best there, like, they're doing what they can, they're trying to show off what they got, and they do a pretty good job overall. Like, I wasn't, like, astounded and, like, horrified by what I saw at all. Like, it was good play overall. I liked it. Good showing from the B League NASDAQ aggregate team. Because you said it was a combination of many players from many different teams because of scheduling issues. Is that right? Yeah, they're missing Satby, Zool, and I believe that's it. So they had some ringers come in there, but those are 2 very big, like, high impact players they had throughout most of the season coming in there. So having those players perform really well was super cool to see. It was great seeing that performance. Yeah, so I think they did put up a pretty good fight. So this next match that's coming up is going to be SIS versus SRS. Not confusing at all. It's going to be the Solomon Island Sharks versus the Sarasota Seniors. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'm excited for what comes next there. I mean, should be pretty good either way. I'm excited to see what we got coming because, I mean, SRS just showed that maybe people need to start, taking them a little bit more serious. While Sharks continue to show that, like, this is a top 6 team. They are performing well. It's really, like, good to see that sort of performance come out. I can tell you one thing straight up, firsthand experience. SRS is not to be trifled with when it comes down to their rushdown. Like, they play that, and they play that really well. They play like a hive mind. They're one mind, one unit. Not unlike Tekugen's team. Yeah. Interesting. I see. Yeah.
We can bring Jen in for a few words before he heads into this final match, if we wish.
I would love to do that. Hello, Jen. Welcome. Congrats on the victory over the Interns. Good Orisa play, I have to say. I was pretty impressed by the inspiring horse that I saw there on Oasis. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, that's just how it is.
Yeah, is that the first time that you've played a not ball in a match? Ever have you played it?
No, I played it Alpine and fully, like, almost the whole game.
Oh, interesting. I see. Well, good to see you expand your hero pool maybe a little bit more. Yeah. Get a little bit more funky fresh with it. And going up against SRS here, are you feeling pretty confident? Or are you kind of nervous after seeing what happened with Alpine?
We're pretty confident. We had some strats in case if we're going to face SRS specifically, so we did think that this was an outcome and did prepare for it.
Awesome, yeah. Very cool. And I mean, so if you win this next match, that means that no matter what, you are going to go to the bracket, straight up to the actual playoff bracket, which pretty exciting. Get another chance to take the crown. How are you feeling overall? Like, do you feel like this has set like a good pace for the start of the bracket for you, or are you kind of feeling like maybe this next one is the actual like pedal to the metal moment?
I mean, I feel like even right now, we're going into this match pretty confident. We feel like our comp's just better on most maps, and overall, like, it's also just nice to finally break our curse. Even though it was just a B League team, we did get our first 2-0.
That's right.
We've only won 2-1. So we finally broke our curse, and it no longer applies to us. So we can hopefully go for more 2-0s and
Right? Yeah.
maybe just win more games.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I wish you luck in this immediate game coming up here.
Thank you.
Go keep those fingers warm. Get yourself all stretched out, ready to go, and good luck against this, this Caden Nightmare team. All right. Well, coming up here, we do have Solomon Island versus Sarasota Seniors. Very exciting stuff, I think. I'm excited to see what's coming up here. And we'll head over to a break as we start to get things set up, ready to go, and we'll get this match going as soon as it's ready. And we'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Bad Patch and Mario League playoffs, day one, the A stream, match 3. We're looking at Solomon Island Sharks versus Sarasota Seniors. Sarasota Seniors. There we go. I'm joined by Little Rainbow once again. I've absconded my previous sweater attire. I am in Florida, so it is very hot here. I hope you're okay with that. I'm still Large Rainbow by today's standards. What do you think about this match?
Look at this, man. I'm excited to see what Seniors pull out. Like we just heard, and is but he's been up in the lab cooking up some strats, ready to the fruits of his fortune, what he's been going on here. And I mean, SRS have shown that they're not messing around. They're ready to go. They've been training for this. They've been in the hyperbolic time chamber. They've been lifting those weights, the one-handed push-ups. They're ready to go. I
heard the weighted clothes have come off. Weighted armor, they stripped it off, and now they're moving at the speed of sound. They've been merely showing us their training side. They're now at 100% power, showing us what they got. The rushdown. We know how good the rushdown is. We saw from SIS earlier that they've been trying some new stuff. Maybe they were just goofing around, jazzing it up against the interns, but maybe they're going to take some of that forward into this one. They also broke their streak of 2-1s with a solid 2-0, so they're coming into this match really high off that one. The stakes for this one is that the winner of this one is going to be going straight into playoffs from their group stage. The loser is going to have to play one more match tonight, which is going to be a bit of a test of their mental exhaustion or attrition, because they're going to have to play another game against whoever loses the next one. That's the losers from the previous 2 matches. Yep.
Yeah, and
looks like Oasis is going to be first.
I'm excited for some Oasis. I think that'll be, it's a good first map. Like I was talking with Synex earlier, it's another map where you can really get a feel of a bunch of different comps in the enemy team, and you can sort of suss out how the rest of the game might go just based on that. And having that opportunity to sort of see what all those different comps can provide gives you a lot more of a blueprint of how you need to be moving forward into those next maps. So if you do lose, you're not totally in the dark like on some other ones where you can go a lot more of this worked here, let's go to a map that suits this play style that maybe they struggled a bit against. Having that opportunity is so important.
I think the big one for Oasis is going to be not City Center, not University, because I actually think I know what's going to happen on both those points. The one I want to look out for is Garden. Garden is the one with the high ground and the T shape and the little staircases on the sides, because that one actually opens it up for both teams to play in their own style effectively and play into each other with a kind of a clash of strategies. Because with University, you're going to be playing that mid ground rush. You're going to be seeing a lot of Reinhardt or maybe Orisa, Winston, if you're SIS and you want to mess around. In the case of City Center, you're going to see a lot of the dive. You're going to see a lot of map control. You're going to see a lot of people playing for the high ground. So maybe we're going to see SRS swap off their standby. Maybe they will play the rush down. They're going to have a hard time, though, unless they get that first cap. But Garden opens it up for them to play their own strategies, because that map kind of works for both sides. That's what I'm really excited for. So if it goes to that point, hold on to your butts. It might get a little crazy.
You're telling me that we're gonna get Garden on Garden? Because I'm pretty excited for that.
Yes, I am pretty excited for that.
Yeah, and I mean, coming in here, we're about to get started, heading on in to Oasis, ready to see some solid gameplay here. We're starting out ready, Garden on Garden.
Oh, the Toad Center, the litmus test. It begins now.
Yes. I'm excited to see what happens here, because it's been a very good time so far of what we get in overall for the match, and let's see if Seniors can continue to hold up that really strong gameplay.
I'm not gonna front. I could be wrong. The Sarasota Seniors. Oh, never mind. I was right all along. Look at me being right. Their own clashing strategies running up against each other, button heads. This is it. Yeah. This is gonna be the tone setter for the whole series.
Yeah, Garden playing Genji. Oh my.
I love it. I love to see it.
If this is an actual strat, I am scared for what they might have cooked up that they feel so confident to play Genji on. That's okay. They're switching back to Pharah.
Ball diva dive, just complete changing it.
Yeah, I mean, Jen playing ball is no surprise here. It's his
speciality. Yeah. But it's SRS. They play rush and they play it well. So they're doing exactly what they need to here. They're pushing on to high ground. Okay, maybe not that. Things have gone awry.
They had to kill that. They froze the Pharah there, but they didn't kill her, and so now Garden gets to sit above. There's literally no one to contest him. He just gets to fire down the hallway. Look at that, 4 kills for Garden there. This guy was
So free.
a flat. He's nuts. He's carrying. His DPS game is immaculate. His hair beautiful, gorgeous man. Is absolutely like taking notes. Like Recurve should be looking at this right now and like be furiously scribbling down like a notebook.
A little bit of shade being thrown. SIS did walk in. Basically, Garden walked in and walked out with a 5-finger discount for their whole team. Like it was so free. Just no receipt. Just get in, get out, get 89% of your ulti right off the bat.
Right. And now coming in here, they're going for the rush back up to the high ground again. They want to get this high ground control, but it's so tough, especially with and they go for the boop. Garden kills Drams. They get the Zen, which could be big, but they need to get more kills right now, and it looks like they're sort of starting to crumble a bit as they now just sit in the corner. They're trying to get out and they just can't get anything. Looking up. Now we're at 40% for Solomon Island Sharks.
Shark believers must be really happy right now because they just keep getting away with these boop plays to open up fights, and that's immediate advantage without even needing to do that much damage. It's just immediate 100 to 0. You can put your focus fire immediately on another target and its ultimate charge. Environmental kills are really, really strong. That's why you should probably avoid them at all costs.
Yeah, no, it's because they want to get that high ground. They want to be able to take that for their Zarya and their McCree and their Bat. But getting up there just means you have to kill that Pharah first, and that also means you're denying the res the whole time, which is so tough. Because right now, having that Zen up there going against them is big, and Garden immediately gets Bolton Kick. He doesn't have time to drop down a Immortality Field, and now it just means that there's no one there to make sure that they get the kill onto the Pharah. That's 3 more kills this fight for Garden. He's been doing so much work today.
Garden's been laying it down.
Yeah.
Last fight territory for Sarasota seniors. They're swapping onto a diva here, looking for a win condition in either you have your screen, you have your Mei ult, which isn't going to catch a Pharah, and you also have your McCree ult, which if you put them into the right spot, you might be able to get some value. Getting into the fight.
They have to force out Trance. They have to force out Trance early here. They forced it out with the freeze. Bomb's coming down now. Catches Drams, meaning that they won't have that high noon as he was popping as it happened. And now Garden's just bearing down from above. He has the Zen Orb on him. And now they just kill Signet. This should be a quick 100 to 0 for Solomon Island.
All right, that was the tone setter. That's what happens when you have the clash and comps playing into each other. Let's see if Sarasota seniors can adapt, and also let's see if SIS can play in the mirror if we're going to university. Let's see.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a tough situation for SRS because now they're playing on a map that's even worse for their strategy, and it looks like they might not even mirror like the high flying dive with the ball diva. Let's wait and see. This is a really tough situation for them.
Absolutely, yeah. And I mean, having it going into this year, like they're gonna have to start on the diva instead of the Zarya. They have to be playing for that high ground. They have to be forcing Farmer out of there. Like they have to get him out. It's so important.
Like according to chat, Garden almost just choked on ice. He can, I mean, like he's really good at Pharah, but foodstuffs is still a challenge for him.
Yeah, I mean, but all that ice though, I mean, it means there's gonna be some drip going on here. Like,
thankfully, it will melt eventually.
Yeah, and now going in here, he's just raining down damage, instantly gets Drams. There's nobody there to help him. They just don't have the healing output to deal with that blue beam Pharah. Like, look at him, he's in their face, he doesn't care, and catches him for it though, which is good. Emmy now going for the res, just no fear, but
gets stuck by the freeze, punched by the diva.
This is good from Sarasota. I think Sharks got too confident there. They thought this was an easy win. They just decided to disrespect them, and they're losing point for it, I think. Like, this is exactly what they needed to have happen.
Now, if you remember what I talked about last time we were on Oasis, about half an hour ago, I said that first cap on City Center is actually a really big deal because there's so much map control that you can take over. There's the high ground. You can play by 2 different mega health packs. The point's really large, so you can basically spinala, or you could coggers around it for most of the fights. It's a really hard point to take.
Yeah, and coming up here, I mean, you're going to be looking for a lot of displacement from high ground with the Pharah and the ball. Because now he's coming up here, he gets the Sam on 2 of them, they go for the flash. He drops mines now on the point, so that way they have to drop to meet him. And now saying that clearing the mines, making sure that there's nothing that can really hurt his team. They're dropping low. AMAT catches Bolton Kick as tries to use the window, which means that there's no huge damage output to deal with the Pharah. And now Pharah catches Drams, and no one kills him as he's got the orb and beam on him. I mean, That was a really strong retake there from Sharks. I mean, like, what
The biggest weakness I saw from there was, okay, here's what Sarasota could have done better there, because obviously they were on a losing end of a fight. But the thing about City Center is that you can always be on the losing end of a fight and still contest. You just need to have good rotations and keep moving. Losing your Diva first, losing your Baptiste, those are your big contesting tools. If you lose those right away, you're just going to lose the point, and that's a really bad sign going forward. Okay, they rush onto the point.
Bombs out now from Azlac. Doesn't catch anybody, but breaks the Rhine shield. Signet almost has his Shadow, but the aim goes to hit the pulse, but Bolty Cake is given just enough time to turn on an Immortality field. Still gotten by Garden though. And now again, this is a huge cleanup from Sharks, meaning that this point flip that almost came through for Sarasota wasn't there. It was so close to having it, and they almost, it was in the palm of their hands, and it was just ripped out.
Just ripped away.
Yeah.
Thing about SRS is that they play in a death ball. You know, that's the name of it. It's a rushdown comp. They rushed right onto the point. They had a really good rotation. They walked right on the point. SIS could just spread out with all the mobility they had, and they were just still firing from all sides. And so basically, you're getting hit from all sides as SRS, and there's nothing you can do about it.
All right, now coming in, the freeze comes out from Killer behind. They press Q more. If they could press Q a little more, they'd be even better.
So many Qs.
Yeah, I mean, AMAC catches Drams, which could be big, but right now, I mean, it seems like Sephora's on the high ground dealing with Farmer, making sure that they can't get any value off of their Discord. They force Trance, which is big, and now they're just sort of playing for stall game. They're just trying to get up maybe above 85% if they can, as now the ball is back. They're just playing on the outside of the point, as Gag is looking for them. Signet finds another, but Garden catches May, and now they didn't kill him while he was doing that. They drop Shatter, they catch the Diva, and the ball, but it's like, this is tough. This is tough for them. And now that the ball's down, this should be a 0.14 seniors. They've done a good job of making sure that this isn't a unwinnable fight every time. That's so good for them.
I'm going to highlight real quick. Sephora actually stuffed Garden's ultimate really well, and the DPS from Sarasota Seniors with the May and the McCree, they use their ultimates to take and hold space, which is something that SIS had a monopoly on. So they actually really played that well there. But without the ultimate economy of having those ultimates anymore, time will tell whether they can actually sustain. Speed of the devil.
Catches Drams with the bomb there, meaning that they don't have that flashbang to deal with the ball at all. Now it's going to be so much harder to deal with the stall or contest, as now it's just looking like Ryan can start swinging here. He has to be careful of Discord Farah, because it's going to do so much damage to him. But as I say that, Garden is gotten by Robo Killer. AMAC finds Signet, meaning that there's no shield to protect the Diva. Bomb has to be dropped, so he's going for a remech. Doesn't catch anybody, but it gives Sephora enough time to remech, meaning that this stall can go on a little bit longer. They're almost 90% now, as AMAC catches Drams, but Sephora does find Azlac, meaning that the huge amount of peel for the tanks is gone. Sephora DMAC'd again. She did a pretty good job there, but she just couldn't find enough. And now Garden's back. They go for quick play here of just keep this stall going. 99% for seniors means it's gonna be really tough to they have to stay on point here. They almost stepped off it. Got down to half lane with Bolton Cake here on the Farah is good. And even though they get the Ana, they are able to kill a Farah. This is such a stall moment right now. Like Azlac's getting some good value, but it's chaos. It's Monkey Town. Monkey Mayor is about, and
we're up to some monkey business.
Yeah. Ooh. And now we're slowly just cleaning it up. It seems like Sharks have this, and they're not at 99, which means it's gonna still be good enough for seniors to be able to do a little bit of a recontest here. As now Signet does drop just not enough health, too much damage output. As now Azak's bomb thrown into the spawn, doesn't catch anybody. Garden on the soldier finds Drams, also mirroring the soldier. And Lucio's just sort of hiding inside, trying to keep the point alive. The supports are dropping low as Bolting Cake is taken down by the Tracer. No ability to fade and continue to keep the point alive now, as it's a slow.
SRS is in the death throes of their contest right now. Without a big win,
Speak of the devil. Big slam, come on, get a kill. Oh, he doesn't kill anybody. And now the beats out for
that
Farmer.
feels bad.
That was so close. It could have been massive. That could have been exactly what they needed.
Yeah.
And that is it. Sharks take the first map over SRS after a very contentious second point.
Okay, here's the thing. This is by no means over, because you could even see that when they were being served a poor map geometry situation, because they're playing Rush on City Center, they were still doing really, really well. And I think they even took some really good fights that I say, oh yeah, they shouldn't have won those, but they used their abilities to take and control space really well. And that's what I want to highlight from them. SIS play really explosively. They know how to play around Garden, and maybe Garden is just telling them to set him up for success. Maybe that's what the comms are looking right now. But like they're playing through their win cons really well.
I wanted to highlight how well Garden was playing there, like getting so much support. Farmer and Emmy are a really good support duo. I was loving what I saw there. Like they were playing so well together. They were coordinating their orbs that way when Farmer or Emmy had to go beam somebody else, they would throw Harmony Orb straight on the Garden. He had that support the whole time. It's great to see that sort of coordination between support players to make sure that they could, you know, keep their DPS going with that. And I think that SRS, though they had a bit of a better response on City Center there, I just don't think it was enough to fully deal with what was going on.
Okay, here's the thing. I said that before. I'm gonna say it again. Here's the thing. SRS, they don't play wholly inflexible. They actually got onto the Tracer there because they recognize that that's a really good hero for contesting. And you could see that they were actually able to hold it for a lot longer than we were expecting at the end. Even with a Reinhardt in, they still had the Tracer, the Lucio, the Diva. They still had the pieces of contesting, and they even got some of their WinCon ultimates out, like that big slam that you saw. They just couldn't like cinch it because they were in a rough spot already by the like overwhelming pressure from those high mobility heroes.
Yeah. And looking at what's coming next year, I mean, I'm interested to see like, so if this keeps going right, we're looking at how this is gonna like play out with all of this. We're seeing you know, it's looking like it'll be Sarasota going against whoever loses or whoever wins the bottom league match. Looking though at the B stream, we are seeing that PXP 2-0 Daydream going now is going to be Majesty versus Mind Hive. Should be a very close match. I think that's going to be a very good game. You can catch that over at twitch.tv/Invictus_O. Great guy, incredibly attractive, handsome, smart, talented.
What a Chad.
Absolute Chad.
Yeah.
And I mean, either way, I'm interested to see if Sarasota changes at all. They've been inflexible, which has worked for them against Alpine because Alpine had trouble responding, but I don't feel like that's going to work against Sharks because Sharks have downloaded them. They know exactly what they're going to play. They know how they're going to be going against this, and I think it's going to be so much tougher to see if you know, you can get that same sort of cheese out and value out of the same comp over and over again against somebody that had beaten you already.
Here's the thing. I gotta stop saying that. You just gotta start calling me on it. I keep saying it. It is going to be SRS's map pick, and I do believe they're picking Escort. If I was them, I would pick something that you could play like really close to the ground.
Escort is Tiebreaker. It'll be hybrid.
I'm sorry, I meant hybrid. Excuse me.
Yeah.
They're similar maps. You push a payload on them. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're gonna pick something that plays really close to the ground. A lot of people would say Kings Row. They're probably gonna pick Kings Row, just off the top of my head. But if I were a team and I recognize that everyone plays Kings Row, everyone knows how to play Kings Row, what would be an alternative hybrid map that you could pick if you run Rushdown? What do you think?
I'm thinking I think as much as I hate it, like Numbani isn't in this pool, is it? I don't think it is.
Numbani is pretty firmly a dive map. I actually don't. Is it what is the map pool? I don't know.
I believe it is Kings Row, Eichenwald, and I'm not sure of the third actually, but it does seem they have picked Kings Row.
All right, they picked Kings Row anyway. None of this matters.
Yeah, this is an irrelevant conversation, bro. It's it is a nothing, and as it looks like
nothing
in the
burger
chat,
discussion.
it does seem that the players are actually so broken mentally that they have started rolling for waifus in the game chat.
Okay, we're getting told by production it was Kings Row, Eichenwald, or Hollywood for hybrid. So I'm saying, if I'm a hypothetical SRS in a different universe where I'm not casting, maybe they could have picked Hollywood, played first, and then played high ground second, and then they could go back onto that rushdown for third. That would have been totally valid. But Kings Row, old standby, old classic, it's fine.
Right, yeah. And I think that, if anything, this has always been, I think, the trouble of Sharks, and this is how they got kind of beaten out in a couple of different matches earlier in the season, is that they don't have a really great Rhyme player. I think that they do a lot better on these dive comps, a lot more of like the double shield as well. So having just regular rush comp could be a little bit scary for them. They are playing Garden and Ashiki instead of AMAC, which is an interesting choice considering how much AMAC helped on the last time they played King's Row. But going in here now, they started to push out. They're playing at Statue, getting ready. Lucio on high ground, looking to get some scouting information. They go for the wall, but don't get any value out of it. As now they started to push in, they get a big wall there from Robo Killer, but now the stun comes.
Did we lose you? We lost him. All right, I'm taking over. Let's see. Sarasota Seniors walking on the point. They actually get really good map control off of that. The May walls really played to Sarasota Seniors' advantage there because, let's see. Robo Killer opened up the fight with one. The pinch kind of failed, but okay. Well, none of this matters. They already capped. His shit did die for a moment.
All right, I'm back. Hello.
All right.
I'm here.
All right. Things were bad. Don't leave me again.
All right, coming in. They were just pushing up. They got the cart. They're going for it. Now the charge is coming in from Robbie, getting some value. Windows drop by Farmer. Make sure they have to push back on the corner, go back to cart. They don't get a lot of this extra free push space, which is what they want. They want to make sure they can take this choke at the archway for the fight, meaning that they can funnel them all in. It's a lot easier to get a good May wall. Having this junk here, though, could actually help break the hold, I think. This could actually be really big if Kaden gets some lucky mines.
So you're saying in the mirror here that it's a little bit different than the SIS versus Interns match. I'm just going to keep talking while they're fighting. The big fight around the choke here is around this big corner here, and that's where SIS held up. They're actually getting a taste of their own medicine here because this is exactly what they did to Interns just a few minutes ago on this very same map. So that was a pretty quick win for SRS as they push through streets. It looks like there's some really good space being set. Did we lose Little Rainbow again? All right, we're doing this, baby.
I'm still here. I'm not gone.
I was like rearing up for the filibuster, my guy.
the lo-fi Tundra 8.5 hour filibuster.
I'll fucking do it. I don't know if I'm allowed to swear.
Coming in here though, SRS do have almost 4 ults actually now coming in. They're getting ready. They got the beat ready to go in case the slam is good. Although I will say Sharks, they don't even cap it. 6 minutes for SRS going on a 3rd point here.
That's a big time.
I feel like SRS are about to bring back the curse for Sharks of 3rd point wins only. They have to take it to the 3rd point to have a chance. Like, that's a great May wall, by the way, from a Garden there. And now the freeze comes out. They catch Robbie on the edge of it, but they have lamp for him. They drop beat, making sure they can aggress now as they push it back into point. They drop back over the wall now, and even though it cuts him off, it's still too much as Robbie just sends himself in.
Let me tell you, I love pro wrestling. I love pro wrestling. I love pro wrestling moves, and I love pro wrestlers. They're great all around. When I see a May wall put up behind a Reinhardt and then the Ryan gets charged into that May wall, I'm thinking it's like you're getting crashed through the Spanish announcer's table. Like, it is a great combo play. I love it every single time. It's so hype whenever I see it. I've left him speechless. Playing at the corner here. Oh shit! Oh, Garden. Oh. I am just completely lost. Okay, the camera's going into the wall. There we go. Okay, so they're actually giving me a chance to reset here. They're leaving the fight. Let's see. That was a really good ulti from SIS Garden. Okay, this fight looks like they're going to be looking for either a Junkrat tire or a Zarya Grav. They're going to speed in soon. Maybe they're going to beat drop. Let's see. Okay, early window getting stuffed by the May wall from Robo Killer. A lot of counter aggression, lots of speed boosts coming at each other. They're really playing a back and forth here. Let's see which one's going to slam first. Okay, Sig slams first. It's stuffed by their own wall, curiously. Robbie responds in kind. Big slam, big bomb combo. The fight's over. Yeah, holy shit indeed. Okay, reset. Let's rethink the strategy. Any hero swaps? No, none in mind. We still have 340 on the clock. I'm putting myself into the shoes of SRS here. We still have 340 on the clock. Oh, we just lost Little Rainbow formally. All right, solo cast. Time for the filibuster. Kaden ult coming online. Frank still has his beat drop. Molten Cake coming up on his window. Sig goes down with the window. That might be a fight dead in the water. No one's really set up to take advantage of that window. I would have personally put it at the corner there. Robbie holding space really well. This looks like it's still in a cleanup phase. Sapor goes down, loses that charge. That's a really big no-no. You lost your charge there. According to chat, my roommate turned off my Wi-Fi. Lamau, I'm on my phone. Okay. And I look away for 2 seconds and they're already winning the fight. All right, back at the second corner. Ishki goes down. Robbie's still in the fight. He's trying to take that space back. Bolting Cake throws down the... Oh my goodness. A lot just happened. Okay. Robo Killer throws down his ulti. Farmer loses his window and his lamp. Okay. They're looking for the tire play, trying to get some spawn pressure going. They don't have their main tank, and their Zarya looks like it's low on charge, but looks like they're going to be able to hold. Nope. Sislak gets back in the nick of time. Garden follows up with a Doomfist play. Big slam coming out, going to be hitting the Zarya. May gets knocked off the map. Looks like this fight's going to be turning really quickly. Ishki and Garden pick up 2, 1 apiece. Let's see. Ishki also takes 1 down. This is going to be a solid hold going into the next fight. There is no obvious win cons. I see a window coming out from Bolting Cake pretty soon. Let's see. In kind, we have a Diva Bomb. And maybe if Garden gets a good play in and out, we can also see some Meteor Strikes going on. Just looking at the bare win cons. Sarasota seniors have been playing positioning really well. Robbie actually has been playing the field really nicely. He's been taking space, not giving anything to Sig. They know how Sig plays. Sig is a really good Reinhardt player. The window going out, bomb response, gets 2. Okay. That Reinhardt's going to be dead in the water. He doesn't have the Lucio to get out. They use the lamp to try and save him. The Doomfist is going in. May's trying to go for the freeze. Diva up on high ground, taking back the space they just had. They're going to be dead in the water here. They should be getting out. They're trying to get out. They don't have the Lucio. Doomfist goes in, tries to go for cleanup. Ishki gets 2. Okay, leaving the fight. That was some good ultimate charging. They have 2 tank ultimates. Okay, they have 2 tank ultimates going into this. Meanwhile, the SIS was able to charge up Garden Meteor Strike, and also Ishki is almost at his high noon. Okay, so those are a couple of the win cons. So I see a lot of spam, and I see some high execution gameplay from SIS, and I see a lot of crowd control from SRS. And we actually might be able to combo Tire with Slam. Let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens. Okay, big Slam goes out. It only hits the Diva. Diva's at half HP. Lamp goes out early. This is not looking too great. But Garden goes down, but the window also goes out. Sig goes down for the count. He is done. Okay, this is a dead fight. They used the Mei wall to try and escape. Ishki is going for some cleanup plays. 24 seconds on the clock. Who do we have left? We actually have 2. We have both the DPS ultimates from SRS, and we also have Zarya's grab, but we also have window. Actually, we also almost have beat drop as well. Like, SRS has almost all the tools on the field, and Robbie can respond right now with a slam. He does. He gets stuffed. Window goes out. Robbie goes down. Okay, they use the, they use the Mei ult in their own field to take out Garden and hold the space they've already created. Frank goes forward, being a big Chad. Gets 2. Wow, 2 on Lucio. That's actually pretty good. Okay, what I want to see here is some spawn pressure. Okay, Sephora. Oh, great Mei wall. Great fucking Mei wall. Okay, Robbie is on point. They need to take out Robbie. Oh my god, they aren't killing Robbie. Kill Robbie, please. Okay, Garden goes down. Please go down. There you go. There you go. There's 2. There's a Tracer. Oh god. Oh god. Let's see. Sizzlack bomb. Let's see if he gets him. Good Mei wall stuff. They need to get the Tracer. Tracer's protected by the lamp. Let's see. Oh man, it's like a swarm of flies. Get them off the point, I swear to god. What are they coming up on? They don't have freeze. They might have a slam soon, but they're coming back on ball. If they don't start finishing up targets, this is gonna start looking rough for them. The lamp goes out. The Doomfist is still in the fight. The Doomfist is low on HP. He's coming up on ultimate, and he's gonna be slamming right onto the point. Gets stuffed by the Reinhardt shield. Reinhardt takes out the enemy Reinhardt. Doomfist goes down, but Kaden goes down by Farmer. Ball is still coggering on point. Tracer's in the back. Lucio's on point. It's just Lucio beat drops. Lucio beat drops. The ultimate stall. He gets frozen. Robokill was able to charge his ultimate. Tracer's still contesting. Baptiste is there. Doomfist is back. Reinhardt's on the point. He's giving much damage. He's trying to trade 1 for 1. Like, okay, so SRS has the numbers here. They have the lamp. They just lost 2. Oh my goodness, they might actually lose this. It's so even. They need to take out this ball right now, I swear to god. Oh fuck me. Ball's low.
Winnable for SRS, I believe. Tracer
Very
coming
nice.
in onto the point,
Sup, SRS.
looking to one clip this Junkrat maybe, but oh, Garden coming in the Doom, maybe gets a punch. That's a huge pick for SIS. Uppercuts the Diva, and then the
Just
Tracer
cap
sneaking in
the
and it's dead,
point.
and then it's over.
Thank you.
I joined this call to try and help out, and I was waiting to jump in. I was waiting for a while, and I don't know. Well, yep, that happened, and they capped with overtime. Yep, very good. So, that's a stall. Yep. Don't you? Hello? Okay.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, I think I just
All right.
lost connection. All right, you there?
All right, okay.
Let's go.
All right.
Little
Yes.
Rainbow, your roommate's trying to turn off my internet.
Okay, here. So, Sarasota are on defense. That's true. That's a real fact.
Okay, I'm being told by Chicken Nugget God in chat that is pronounced Ishki. Kind of like Nishiki from the Yakuza series, a game series I recommend that everyone play. Very nice. Nishiki in the game has a koi in his back, and he's Kiryu's blood brother. If you care to know. What were we talking about? Oh, right, we're casting Overwatch. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah. It's good.
All right. Sinex, what do you think of this? What do you think of this situation? I want to hear your thoughts.
I'm curious. Well, I didn't actually catch the other half, but I'm curious to see whether Sharks roll out on this comp or not. They're on a very heavy spam comp with Mercy Anna, so the Rhine here is actually not playing a rush. He's playing more of a bait style to give space for his fire to do work. So a lot of pressure on Garden here to get a lot of spam done, maybe find some picks, because Robbie's not going to get the resources he needs to do an effective rush.
SRS opting to go with what they've normally been running. They're running a double projectile, which actually might be why Garden is opting to run the Pharah here. They recognize that there's only a couple characters on SRS that can currently take them out consistently.
Yeah.
And with that, their space makers are just down. Like, you lost the Maywall, you lost the Reinhardt, you lose Lucio, so you lose the speed boost. You're just losing all of them right now. That should be a pretty clean point cap. If I were SRS right now, I would be regrouping for a second and try and take a fight early.
They make some crucial switches there. They have the Diva now to eat some of the fire spam, and they have a hit scan to contest Garden. I'd be surprised if Garden doesn't switch here, because the fire gimmick, this is King's Row. It's time to go
Fire
rush.
gimmick works when you have the statue to play around, but second point, it gets really rough if you can't get past the window, and that's where the biggest fight happens.
Yeah, this big choke is going to play right into Sarasota's hands. It's a lot more effective for rush because this fire can't really take many angles. She has to go through the window or through the choke, and neither are a great option with a Diva staring down that window. But no, it looks like he's sticking to it. Maybe they want to nano fire or nano barrage here. We'll see how this goes. But a
Big slam with the window.
But the res comes through uncontested.
Big pressure on Sig. Sig is clearing out. Robbie cleared out
everyone out.
Oh my goodness. Robbie cleared out Sig's backline while he was playing up.
That's karma. That's karma for the pistoling Mercy. The ball one trick on Mercy. Who saw it coming? They're actually still opting onto this far Mercy comp. They're unperturbed by the swaps Sarasota have made. They don't want to take them in a head-to-head rush.
Actually,
mirror.
I think it actually gets better here because they got past the window. They actually have these buildings they can play around now, and there's more high ground they can take advantage of. So the fire actually gets a little bit better here. It only gets worse on third point though, in my opinion. But fire players will tell you otherwise.
The fire can certainly be effective here on the second point, but I'm wondering if it's more that they like the fire spam, or if they're actually just worried about taking a head-to-head rush mirror with the full mirror, and they want to sort of use this fire as a gimmick. But
Tire POV takes out the birds. Two birds with
fire
one
to be
stone.
found in this fight. It's going to be a pure rush mirror, and Sarasota are well ahead. But Kaden does fall in the meantime.
That was a very nice tire from Kaden.
Good block from Signet.
Bomb going up. Defensive bomb. Good bit of map control. Takes out Farmer. That was a good fight. Okay.
Frank?
Bit of
Frank
a fat
with
finger.
the celebration beat,
It's okay. He's a Chad. We all love him. It's okay.
Yeah. He's just flexing that he had it, He's like, hey guys, I want another beat this fast.
You know what that beat drop would have been really great for? Garden's ultimate, because he has it right now and he's going to use it on you guys. Okay? What are you going to do about it? We still have Bolting Cake who can use his lamp, but there's lots of high ground and the lamp might not reach. So let's see what happens.
It's going to be on Sepur here to try and scout this fire's direction as they come in and hold enough DM that they can eat all of this barrage.
Okay, Sig looks like he's coming up on Shatter soon too. Window goes out. Let's see what they spam can do. Okay.
I'm keeping an eye on Caden during this fight, as he seems to want to try and kill the fire out of the sky himself. And knowing Caden personally, he will probably do it too. So
the Garden ult goes out, but it's stuffed by the enemy D.Va, and it's also protected by the D.Va. So both defense matrices land on top of its head. D.Va bomb goes out, gets bolting kick. That's a really big hit for SRS going forward. Looks like it's just D.Va contesting. This should be a second point cap.
I think Sarasota need to play a bit faster. They have the advantage in this head-to-head rush mirror. The slower they play, the more time they give for Garden to find an angle so he can get spam onto that backline. They need to abuse the fact that they have this speed advantage and run over the enemy front line a lot sooner than they're currently doing. Though Garden does switch to a Doomfist, which
I love the Doomfist.
Could punish the Rhine a little more than the Fire could.
Doomfist is going to be a burst heavy execution hero. Either you use it to bully tanks and push them back, create space for your own tanks like a punch bot, or you can use it to post them up on high ground, and you can use them as like an assassin role where you basically drop on unsuspecting heroes. You can do a one-shot combo, get out before any of your cooldowns are up, and they can't touch you. That's it.
As a Doomfist aficionado myself, one of the best Doomfist techs in a rush mirror is the fact that if you dive at BAP, you can uppercut him, and no matter where, as long as he doesn't lamp on a high ground next to him, if he just lamps down, it actually won't reach him. You can kill him through it. We might see that here.
You can uppercut him right out of the lamp. I didn't realize this cast was so cultured for the Doomfist players.
Well, flex DPSs, they're rare, but they're here, you know? You gotta
I used to be
represent.
a Doomfist Sombra 2-trick. Nobody liked me.
Ah, yes. I instantly like you less now that I know that.
Yes.
So.
Then I picked up the honest hero of legs, and now everyone loves me, and I'm a jerk.
Well, it's an interesting mirror. They've now switched to the Lucio here, SIS, so it's actually a full mirror on a pretty strange rush comp, but we'll see how it
big
goes.
Slam onto the D.Va and McCree. Beat drop response. Let's see, they're still playing the corner. Dude, Sig just goes deep. Sig goes deep and goes for the 180 shatter. It gets stuffed, but I appreciate the tenacity from him.
I like the attempt at the bomb shatter, but usually your Ryan is with your team to shatter the enemy Ryan when he turns around. But the enemy Ryan turned around to block the bomb and simultaneously blocked the shatter. So maybe a bit of a disconnect there. Seeing that being the backline Ryan, you know, maybe it's worth. I don't know. We'll see. But the ult economy is looking a bit dire for Sarasota. It's going to be a struggle for them to win this comp into the ults that SIS has. They're going to have to look for a good neutral fight here until they can get up some of these ultimates.
I see Bolting Cake's window going out, and that's going to be your big one. I was about to say high noon, but I guess that's not happening now. Ishki goes down. I'm fixing the pronunciation mentally. They take the corner with the pressure. Let's see. Junkrat's going to go down here soon. Lucio with the contest, trying to keep that forward momentum from progressing. Let's see. Stream paused. Oh my goodness.
It's super crucial here for Sarasota that they either win this fight or they make sure they get it to below a minute. They need this map to be winnable for them. This is their best shot at winning this series. They can take this map right now. So if they finish with more than a minute...
Yeah, basically, Bolting Cakes. Okay, Bolting Cake put out a window, and it was a pretty good window. But their pressure with I believe it was D.Va and Lucio, completely stuffed the position that they were able to create with that. So I would have either set it further back, or I would have put it with the rest of the team. But he basically split it up because they were working with what they had. That tire was basically the death knell for the team, because if even if it got something, there would have been nobody to contest. So it was a really tough situation for them to be in.
Yeah, it's an even tougher situation they're in now. Sarasota, they need to play for the draw, and they need to play just to stay 1-0 down in this series. That's the best they can hope to do here.
I see the draw.
Do we have our telescopes out?
Get your telescopes out. We're going to the moon, baby.
I have a pair of binoculars. Will they do?
All I have are my prescription glasses. It makes me so I'm not so nearsighted in my right eye. It'll have to do for me. I see it though. Get your telescopes out.
If you can see it, is the draw that close? Is it? It must be very close to us. Maybe
the moon's very large. The tides are completely messed up. I tell you what.
It's gonna be. It looks like Sharks are going for a similar comp like they were on their attack for first and second point with the Fire Mercy. I think Sarasota, they need to play really quick, really fast. They need to take these rush mirrors quick while they DM the fire spam. and run over the enemy front line quick, because if they get an outright spam mirror, they're gonna lose this Fire Mercy.
I see the map control play from Garden. I see that he's trying to like go into the off angle and play slower than their Junkrat. Meanwhile, SRS is going to be playing on the ground and going for front spam as much as possible, getting a lot of spam from the Junkrat and hopefully finishing off targets with the McCree, engaging with the Lucio. Meanwhile, Garden playing in the air.
Unfortunately, I feel like Sarasota aren't taking this quick enough. They're trying to just sustain through the damage, but inevitably they're going to be on the worst end when this rush breaks out because they're taking so much spam. But as I say that, Robbie just pulls over and
you cursed him.
The high ground. Yeah, I seem to have cast a cursed SIS because Sarasota just win out of nowhere. They don't even rush.
I like your funny words, Magic Man.
So it's coming up on the last fight for SIS. They're gonna have the nano. I'm interested to see whether they nano the Rhine and run in to make space for the Farah, or whether they nano the Farah herself and try and just do the most they can with those one-shot rockets that you can get. There's always a risk that if you nano Farah, that everything just gets DM'd and you really struggle.
Robbie gets hit with the nano, goes for the big space-making play. He's coming up on Shatter. Let's see it. Shatter gets stuffed by Sig. Humongous shield block, but he still gets brought down by the pressure from the power-boosted Farah.
A huge
Rumpy goes down. No Reinhardt's on the field. Diva's in the air, takes out the Farah. This looks like it's going to be a draw. I see it. I see it, Cynex. I see the draw.
We saw it all along. We knew what to look for.
I see it. We're going to the moon, baby.
Sarasota to the moon. They do a really good job of keeping one on the point at all times. However, as I say, that sounds like it's two. He gets both DPS. There's no way.
Reinhardt back. Oh no, it's Doomfist. Oh no, I see the Doomfist.
Oh, a huge shatter.
We gotta kill the Doomfist. All right, Doomfist goes down. That's 3. That's 4. They can't touch. They can't touch.
The draw.
That's a draw, baby.
Sarasota do a really good job that fight. The Nano Rhine rushes onto their anti-nated Rhine on Signet, and Signet actually falls, but they do well enough to manage to stall the point while they have that window damage coming through. They keep someone on. They do not give up that tick, and they do enough spam damage in the meantime so that they can retake the point, find the picks, and get the draw here. You know, I'm sure they're kicking themselves that they didn't stall that car longer on third point. They didn't make this a winnable map, but you know, at the end of the day, they play their best at the end. They'll take the draw. They get
they're
to
still in the series. That's
again, I think, and they're still in this series. It is not a 2-0. They can go to next map and maybe win this game.
We got a series, baby. Oh, it's exciting
For sure.
I want to still. Do we know? I forget how it works. Who gets map pick when it's a draw?
I would assume the team that picked the drawn map. So I would assume that SRS get to pick again.
Oh, Solomon in chat.
Hi, you assume correctly. And in the case of a draw, we go back to the picks of the last map. So because Sarasota picked the last map, they'll pick again.
All right. So that means SRS is going to be given a escort map. And I think that I know what they're going to pick. If I recall correctly, Rialto is in the map pool for escort, correct?
That's true. And they picked that last time. So
well, there you go.
Yep. And they've chosen Rialto.
All right.
We predicted the future. We're so smart.
Congratulations to 69% of chat who put money in for a draw.
We love draws.
Yeah, I mean, we gave them the insider info. Me and Tunja, we saw the future. We informed chat that we saw the draw. So it's really anyone who didn't vote for a draw, you know, you're working on bad info there.
Chat, during that round, you know the round. We had a personal moment. It was just me casting. First time play-by-play. Let's not talk about that. Let's just keep going forward. I'm better on color. Yeah, I'm just going to say it like it is. I think I'm better on color because I'm just like, whoop, there's things happening. Oh, God. It's just not for me.
Yeah, well, I saw you struggling, so I thought I'd tap in. I'm also better on color, second time casting in general. So hopefully it's not too scuffed with two color casters, but we're doing the best we can. And I think, you know, we made a pretty good pred there. And hopefully we can keep this entertaining as we look at a really entertaining series on our hands. We're going to map 3, could even be a map 4 if we believe in SRS to the moon, you know. So yeah, I'm ready for a map 4. I hope SRS
is ready.
Can deliver.
Let's get into it. I'm a real big fan of SRS because they are just a classy team with classy players, and Sig is a Chad on Reinhardt. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Sig is a Chad on Reinhardt, and like you can't match that attitude. Okay.
Yep, SRS early in the season, like I said earlier, they got thrown into the gulag, but they came out with, you know, a new Rolex, a new suit. They look fine as
And
they come out
suddenly
of
they're
that
wiping
gulag
out Tomato
swinging.
Town, and nobody knows what they can do. Okay, like they're going southbound.
Wow.
We don't know what happens next.
You really made that reference.
Yes.
Yep.
It's the only part of the song I know. So if you know the rest,
Yeah,
I'll play along.
I do not. But yeah, SRS, they're doing the best they can. Like they've had a tough season because they have a lot of pieces that are, let's say, specialists. Caden's a bit of a specialist on the Junkrat, though we've seen him flex to some other stuff. Sig's certainly a specialist. He plays a type of Ryan that I've literally never seen before. They have a lot of unique sort of personalities on this team gameplay wise, but they put it together, and through sheer coordination and just style, they just make it work. And it's really something to watch. So I really want to see them bring this to a map 4 and maybe even bring it all the way. So yeah. Oh, the Caden Widow, please. Everyone in chat, pray.
Rialto's in Italy, right?
Yes, I believe.
Wouldn't that make it the canonical location of Tomato Town?
30 seconds.
Answer the question, Sinex.
I mean, it's canonically on an island, so I mean, I guess that could be like Sicily, but also surely.
Right, let's talk about Overwatch.
Yeah,
this is out of your wheelhouse.
Yeah, this is beyond me. SAS going back to something that's a little more traditional to them. They're on the Bull, they're on the Pharah. They're definitely not taking this rush mirror. They're going purely for what they're comfortable on. So it's on SRS to make sure that they're shutting down this spam and rushing onto targets when they're available to be rushed onto. I'd be surprised if we don't see Sephora swap. Oh, a huge boop from Jen. You hate to see it.
So normally when you play in the mirror here, you usually end up seeing like some low to the ground gameplay with some Reinhardt and maybe some Zarya, maybe some D.Va, so you can contest the high ground. SIS is just sticking to their standby. They recognized on King's Road that they can't play the ball D.Va, but they really like playing ball D.Va. So on this point, they're going to force it. They can just play between the high grounds, and they basically just give it the bridge for free. And they say, we're going to play the corner. We're going to drop on you. We're going to take map control. You can see that I actually worked out really well in the first fight.
Yeah, their Fire can just use these roofs. So they have infinite cover. There's 2 X-Cons on the enemy team. The Fire does not care. They have so much cover from these roofs, and they can just spam down into the rush all day long. And it's a lot of pressure on Garden here to make sure he's doing effective spam and doing enough spam to let his team engage and start to find sort of these finishing blows onto the back line of Sarasota Seniors. But actually, Zazlak falls in the meantime to Sephora. I'm surprised that Sephora is sticking to the Zarya into this, but you know, if you're getting picks like that, maybe it's worth it. We'll see.
Once you basically run the gauntlet here, the Zarya gets better because there's less high ground for them to stick to, and generally speaking, the more open space that the Pharah has to occupy, the more vulnerable it is. So once they get through that gauntlet, which they've already done, the Zarya only gets better.
Yep. Second point especially, SRS's comp is so scary because it's such like these tight corners. You don't have long range to spam. Guard's actually going to switch over to the Echo here. And
yeah, once they cross this bridge, I say once because this is probably the hardest point of the map to take. Let's see what happens. Okay, they got the window out. Some big spam going up. Let's see. Big heals onto Jen. They're burning the D.Va. That's their point contest. Where's the ball at? The ball's ready to follow onto the point. Okay. Lamp going out. That backwards pressure gets stuffed.
Oh, Sig falls.
Sig goes down.
That's a huge grab, though. If they can finish this Echo and this ball, there's
the ball.
Very few people who can contest.
Okay, they need to stuff the res. Okay, then that's just the Tracer. Tracer, no recall. That should be a point cap. Okay, so here's the thing about Rialto. A lot of the escort maps in the game are built, with the exception of a few like Gibraltar, if you want to be pedantic. But most of the maps are first and second, get a little open, pretty open. Third point is a lot more claustrophobic. There's less viable flank routes, and it usually is longer sightlines. Okay, but Rialto, it only gets more claustrophobic as it goes on. There's less high ground space for you to occupy. Well, actually, second has a ton of high ground space, but the cart space like that you actually occupy has less high ground. Yeah. Third point is really good for SRS's comp. And you can see they already rotated through the stairs onto the high ground, which is what they should be doing, because giving up high ground to SIS here would be a humongous disadvantage.
Yep, the high ground Ryan himself is just controlling it, and as I said that he drops,
it drops down.
It's sort of late enough in the fight that they don't really need it anymore. They're forcing, they're forced to engage in a sort of a rough location and into so many ults. Without some value from this dupe, they're gonna really struggle.
Goes for the charge.
Zazlak falls, and yeah, they just Sarasota. They have good map control. They drop to cart when they need to, and they just out sustain. They stay stacked. And honestly, I think as hard as it is to play fire on the second point, I think Echo Tracer just doesn't really have the spam required to burst through the sustain that Sarasota can offer. But as I say that, they're looking to prove me wrong. The Zen here from Farm are contributing so much to this damage, and
I think something that SRS is doing really well is that they're picking their fights well, because they know that they can't play against like oppressive high ground or lots of flank angles, so they're shutting out a lot of the flanks that can happen before they actually start taking fights. Like, they made sure to clear out the high ground and push the enemy team back before they could actually take a full fight. They're actually playing this rushdown really, really well here.
Yep. SRS, they play really coordinated. They take control of the map and they hold control of the map as long as they think they need it. And I think a lot of that has to come down to Signet and this Ryan. I've got the inside scoop with an interview from SRS earlier that recently they just decided, follow Signet. Whatever Signet's doing, listen to him, follow him, go where he goes, and we'll do better. So, and it's worked out for them so well. Signet is such a dominant player in the server that he just guides his team to be an aggressive, unstoppable force on this rush, and he really excellently holds control of space. And just, you know, the high ground Ryan thing is a meme, but he takes control of these crucial positions on the map, and we see a chaotic brawl breaking out on the point here. So many ults thrown back and
let's
forth.
break down what happened on third point so far, because we were waxing poetic. They basically took essentially 3 fights worth of space just for free because they were taking space really aggressively, while SIOS was swapping onto a Reinhardt onto a slower comp that can hold the space better. They swapped onto the Baptiste as well, but basically they gave them the hill, they gave them the corner, and now SRS is playing in their spawn and they're picking up heroes, and they just got the Echo and the Baptiste, and the ball's going to contest, but he gets grabbed, obviously.
And crucially,
that's going to be a point cap.
SIS full swap comes so that they're not forced to play, you know, a non-ideal comp into this rush, but they keep the Echo, and I feel like Echo and rush is just, it's so ineffective. It's just a worse Junkrat. You have to take so much more risk, and there's so much less reward in terms of spam and pure damage output.
Are you saying Echo into rush or Echo on rush?
Echo with rush, especially in rush mirrors, just is not really as effective as a lot of other picks. You know, an Echo one trick, you might say, as myself. I don't like forcing Echo in rush mirrors. It's just not worth it. It's not.
It could have been that they were playing for the ultimate there. It could have been that they were just playing for copy and then they would swap.
I think it probably was the case that they were trying to stick with that ultimate because they didn't want to full swap and have 0 ultimates. But at the end of the day, Sarasota had such a huge ultimate advantage that, you know, they just struggled when they're on a weaker comp, and they gave up all of third point for a full swap that gave them not even much of a chance to win the fight that they did take. So
I see.
It's questionable from SIS there. And it leads to Sarasota, even after getting, you know, slowed down a bit, they have a really, really solid time for Rialto. 2.5 minutes is nothing to scoff at. And
then, like, it seemed like all the major chokes on the map, like some of the big fights where you usually get held up, end of second, end of first, or basically anywhere on third, they all just seem like speed bumps for SRS. Okay, going into attack here.
Caden's on Bastion.
SRS is on Bastion. Nothing else needs to be talked about. Caden on Bastion.
So maybe we see a good boop here from Gen. They're in a kind of a dangerous location, but the Caden Bastion here on the high ground with the high ground Ryan himself, it's going to be really tough for them to move this car without taking considerable amounts of spam.
All right, Sizzlack is going to peepo leave. He's getting lots of spam from the Bastion. Okay, they have Ash from Garden. They throw the dynamite on to get some really good steady poke damage. Excuse me?
Well,
what the fuck is happening?
The Bastion comp decides to make a rotation at a, let's say, an inopportune time. Walks into a Lucio boop, and Emmy just
Overwatch players.
Care. Emmy gets a 4K boop.
Let me tell you about stairs. Stairs are overrated. Don't take the stairs. There's no fall damage. It puts you closer to the water. Do not do that. Just drop that. It's fine.
Talk about a team player from Emmy. Gets a 4-man boop solo on Lucio. Gets half a beat, but team wants her on Echo, so she swaps on Mercy. So she swaps Mercy.
Stuffs the ball dive. See that?
Yeah. And so the Rush is here, retaking the point. They switched off the Bastion. They're pushing at this ball. The Ashe is free firing on high ground, but can't really do the amount of damage output necessary to burst through. However, with BAP down, the rush starts to fall apart. You don't really have the sustain to survive the damage that this ball comp is outputting, and the Ashe is going to get rezzed up, and it's going to be really difficult. SRS's best chance to leave the Signet on this cart, have him die as late as possible, and try and retake as much as they can. However, Caden finds a pick on the Tracer in the meantime. Not the matchup you'd expect to be killing a Tracer. The Junk v Tracer duel, not exactly well known for its...
You know, I was about to say that Zarya is a core piece of the rush puzzle because it gives you a lot of damage and it also gives you a win con and some good protective shields. But as I say that, Sephora swaps onto D.Va, naturally.
I'm curious as to why Sephora would swap D.Va into Ashe when they stayed Zarya and played Zarya really effectively into the Pharah spam, which is arguably, you know, more spam than an Ashe could ever do. So, but a really good execute here from the ball comp. They're using their ults well to just clear the rush out of these little nooks and crannies on first point, which can be really tough to do in this rush mirror. In this mirror, as the rush can sort of just bunker down in those corners, but they use the ults necessary, they get the execute necessary, and they clear them out. They cap first, which could have been really difficult for their comp. And now they're looking to snowball
to your question. So response to your question, they're running the Ashe, but they're also running a Mercy and they're power boosting it. And also the other support is a Ana. So maybe what Sephora and SRS is thinking is, hey, we can stuff their support and we can also stuff the Mercy pocket if we bring on the D.Va, and we can use high ground control, we can use defense matrix, we can go in for some dives. Maybe that's what I'm thinking.
That's true.
Meanwhile, Stig is going onto the high ground. They're taking that space again. Well, let me say, really good rotation. Big slam results in 3. That should be an easy fight win. D.Va goes out. That's Farmer going for a swim too.
And now SRS, crucially, they take this fight in a sort of a weird location, but it gives them the card in a really good location for them to sort of sit on these high grounds and just plink away at these people who try to cross the bridge. You know, I feel really bad for this Ana and this Ashe because they have to cross a bridge into, you know, junk and crease spam with nothing but a D.Va to help them get through. But SRS not to take the spam onto the bridge instead of just playing stacked up on the high ground. You know, they have a system, they know it works, they stay stacked. They want to take this brawl fight on the card. And to be fair, it's a very good point to take these brawl mirrors. Jen is on 1 HP.
Good lamp from Bolton Cake there.
Very good lamp. Zazlak is just in the enemy team now. Decides to go on an assassination mission.
And
baits
in
for
attempt
Jen
to a Peepo leave, gets stuffed by a D.Va. Oh, sorry, gets stuffed by the Junkrat.
And they're still committing to this. They throw in Bob, but Caden with the tire finds the Ana. Curious to see will he let that Mercy res. No, he does not. Finishes out, kills the entire backline himself. Caden, what a chad on this Junkrat, forcing something that is pretty hard to force into ball.
So in a weird turn of strategy, SRS, the rush team, ended up sticking to high ground. SIS recognized that, hey, unless we knock them off, we can't control high ground like they can. They actually put on a lot of good cart pressure there, and one of those pieces was Bob, and putting mines behind the Reinhardt, basically forcing him into a spot. But once those went away, SRS could just take that space back, and suddenly they're spamming back into the enemy team.
The fight has never stopped. Oh, and a huge bomb from Zaz.
Forever war.
There's just it's so scrappy from both sides. They're just fighting tooth and nail over this cart. You know, picks going back and forth, and finally it looks like SIS come out on top after what seems like a two-minute plus fight just for this one corner. But with how late these kills came in, I don't think SRS can retake. For Caden maybe makes it winnable for his team. They get on in time with a beat to sustain them. Stacking on the point, they have a big bomb here on this point. This could clear some space for them to sustain. However, they're down their lamp, they're down their beat. If there's going to be a time for this Pharah and this Bowl to find picks, it is now for SIS. The mines on point should help to clear it with the barrage as well, but he falls to Robo-Killer on this McCree. He gets 2 actually with the high noon. This is huge for SRS. They're holding second point Rialto, and it looks like SIS are going to have to regroup, and all of that comes to naught.
This is one of those points that I mentioned earlier that are really hard to take, especially if you lose momentum, because the spawns are really, really far away here, and they're a lot closer for SRS. And there's also the high ground that you have to take over again. Basically, you have to retake all of second point over again if you're stuck in this spot. Rialto is just really bad about that. It's just how it is.
And the thing is with these Robo just bursts this
He
farm.
just ate it. He's done.
The thing is with these
Go back
counters,
to spawn. Do not
actually,
collect $200.
regardless of what I was going to say, it's coming up on the last fight for SIS here, and they're down 2. It looks like SRS are going to take this map. It looks like we're going to map 4, and unless there's some sort of hero play from AMAC here. Emmy has the Valk, but they're going to struggle to get a touch here. The Tracer probably going to be the one to have to do it. Jen is in the backline on the ball.
Ball goes down.
Bomb into the backline, doesn't find anyone. And it looks like we're going to map 4. We're going to the moon. SRS take map 3. Well, the thing is about this comp here is that SIS, they're playing, you know, it's a comp I really like. The Bull, the Pharah, it's really effective, but it's a glass cannon, you know? You need to get value, and you need to get value quick. Whereas SRS, it's a lot... Okay, well, actually, let's have a look at this boot first.
Oh my god.
Well, that's
don't
stylish.
take the stairs. The worst idea of your life. Don't ever do that. Don't ever do that. Okay, so if you were here for map 1, Oasis, I said that Garden was not the player, but the point. Garden on Oasis was going to be a litmus test for the rest of this series because it basically allowed both teams to play to their strengths. It let SRS play their rushdown. Meanwhile, SIS was able to play their ball diva dive. And SIS took that pretty handedly. Okay, we just saw a situation where SIS decided to run their game onto a map that clearly favored SRS, and SRS was able to take it pretty handedly. What map do you think SIS takes to try and beat SRS? Because if I recall correctly, the tiebreaker map is going to be a control point that they haven't played yet. What will be available to them? I forget. We already played Oasis, obviously.
So it would be, I believe Lijiang and Busan.
Lijiang sounds like the play.
I think I agree. While Control Center is going to go pretty heavily into Sarasota's favor in terms of just their comfort picks, I think Night Market and Garden have good opportunity to get this Ball Pharah stuff, make it effective. Yeah. And as we, speak of the devil, they've chosen Lijiang. They agree with us. They're reading our minds. They're stealing our strats. Kind of rude from SIS, to be honest. But the crucial thing here is this Ball Pharah comp. It's effective. It's strong. But
I like it. I like the comp.
The comp needs to, the comp needs to find value. It's like sort of a glass cannon in that, you can do it and you can dominate on it, or the SRS comp can just out sustain through you. It's either you either do enough and you roll, or you're not doing enough and you're just completely ineffective, useless. And SRS, their bat will right click the floor, they'll lamp the floor, they'll sustain through you. And I think a perfect example of that is the end of Second Point Rialto, where even though SAS had, ult, they had advantages at times, SRS, they kept coming back. They kept having heals. They just sustained on the point. They played their comp, which has, maybe not as many win conditions as the Bull comp, but it has way less losing conditions. They can just sustain and just survive through whatever you throw at them. And unless you can outburst that sustain, they're just going to sit in these points as long as they want. And it's really on SAS to force them off here, and for their Pharah and their Bull to just do huge amounts of work. So we'll see if they can get it done here on Lijiang. It's gonna go down to the wire.
Port Tundra wants a Yap sign. Here's the thing: we have 2 filibusters on our hands, but we're not the ones holding up the stream. We're waiting for the map to start, so we're just trying to shoot the shit. I will say that you're gonna get a similar situation. I'll talk quick. You're gonna get a similar situation on Lijiang Night Market that you would on Oasis Garden. You're gonna see teams that run their own styles, and you're gonna see them clash against each other. So we're gonna see how the series has progressed between Oasis Garden and Lijiang Night Market. But we're gonna be going on to Lijiang Control Center first, so we're gonna be seeing more of that brawl from SIS, maybe.
I think,
unless they decide to run their game.
May be looking to counter it, but I think if you're SRS here, this is your map. If you aren't winning this, you're probably not going to win the series. You need to take this in a show of dominant force. This is your map. You need to make it your map, and then you can look at winning another one. So I expect to see SRS win this, and if they can't, then I doubt that they'll be able to close it out in this series, but we'll see. SAS here, they're looking to counter comp. They don't want to take this rush mirror. They're not confident enough. They're going to go for this counter comp. So I think they might struggle. There's enough cover on this that the sustain of SRS might be able to just survive. Yes,
Okay,
and yes, that's
SRS
true.
walks into white. That's what they should be doing. They're playing in closed space. Meanwhile, SIS is trying to spread out, spread its legs, trying to get some open space plays, trying to get some poke going. SRS responds in kind, immediately takes out Farmer. They're just going to start rolling around like a big wrecking ball. Meanwhile, Wrecking Ball is trying to slam into the team.
I absolutely
This is like
love
taking
how
lots of
SRS
poke right now.
being- They're just staying stacked. They're rushing down whoever Signet calls, and they're just running at them. However, a couple of picks come in from AMAC. This might be winnable for SIS. 3 picks actually from
There's
AMAC.
that poke coming in. See, I think I have the opposite opinion about SIS's poke and dive versus SRS's rushdown. Over time, SIS is going to be able to take map control more because they can play more passive with high mobility heroes and high HP heroes like Ball. I think over time, SRS loses out on resources because they also lose the map control and they lose things like barrier, and they also lose like things like cooldowns from speed boost or back lamp. So the longer the fight goes on, I think the advantage goes to SIS because they have the mobility to sustain. So maybe it's a different viewpoint.
I think either way, it all comes down to how effectively SIS can execute this comp. They're definitely playing the comp that's more difficult to run. They need to play each hero really well. And I actually like that they've adapted to play this Hanzo instead of the Tracer from Rialto. It adds a lot more spam, and it really forces SRS to be careful about what angles they're peeking. Because they could eat a rocket, they could eat an arrow, and currently that's what's been happening. They're just eating spam, where on Rialto, they were sort of just out-sustaining the Tracer, and it just keeping on. So SIS are gonna take the first 2 fights. They're making a good case that they're the better team. This is SRS's map, and SIS want to make a dominant show for us, say, we are better than this team, we should not be going to map 4 on this team. We're gonna show you why. We're gonna win on their map, and we're gonna do it.
Dragon Strike going out.
Team is split really effectively from the Dragon from AMAC. Signet is all alone at this point. He is just eat spam with the heal so far away from him. Really good play, really good Dragon, and another fight to clean up.
Now, to SIS's credit, because they're obviously winning with this comp, I don't think, they don't need me to defend them. But Garden on Pharah isn't as crazy as you'd think, because Junkrat's a really good hero here for the same reasons that Pharah would be strong. It's just that Pharah flies and just distributes the damage a little bit differently. Okay, they're both spam heroes. They have AoE. They focus on pumping damage into chokes in tight areas. That's exactly what Junkrat does. It's just that she flies. Okay, like they're really similar in practice.
And honestly, this map isn't as bad for Pharah as you might think. It's actually the hitbox is the skybox is quite high, and it's just not traditionally a Pharah map. A lot more to do with the other heroes you normally play on this map. More so than Pharah herself being necessarily bad on this map. And Guardians making a great showing as to this case. SIS are going to take this clean 100-0. And
so,
if you're SRS, you got to be sweating right now.
Conversely, when you're playing into Pharah on Control Center, only getting a McCree after they finish capping the point, when you've been running Junkrat Sim for the whole round, it might be a little thing. It might be a little tilting if I'm on your team, to be honest. Like, if I'm playing main tank, I'm seething. I'm like, why didn't you do that sooner?
SRS could have definitely made some swaps there, but it's also the sort of thing where I have to imagine that SRS, they've practiced the map a lot, and most teams would simply just opt to take the rush mirror. They've probably got lots and lots of practice playing the sim junk, and they would probably be reluctant to switch. However, a switch definitely would have done them some good there. And now they're in a really unfavorable position. They need to win on 2 maps where the enemy team's comp is a lot more favored. So it's going to take something really special from some of these players individually to make this work. And we'll see if they can pull it out on this map 4. They TP to point, but it's scouted by Gen. SIS need to play this slow. They need to take their time, get the good spam in from this angles on fire. They can initiate straight away, and huge pick from AMAC. That's a huge amount of damage, huge amount of spam lost from SRS, and now the fire can be even more aggressive and spam even more. A good engage from Gen. He is not punished for it, and it looks like SIS should clean this up. These
pin onto Gen, but he goes down. Let's see, he's going to be walking back onto the point. He's actually walking back to spawn to group up with his team. Here's the thing about SRS here. They posted up on point. They did their job right. But the thing is, SIS, because they have higher mobility and they can spam from angles, they basically play for map control, surround them on multiple sides. They say, you can't block all our damage, and they let some through. And that's how they're getting kills here.
An interesting pin from Signet actually creates quite a bit of space for his team with that pin alone. And they actually reflip the point,
gets 2.
which is huge for SRS, because not only are they getting these picks and winning this fight, but they're already counting up in time on this point. That's it's rare that a Ryan pin wins a fight just like that, but it's just a really good showing from SRS. They take space and they take the point really quick.
They're really good at taking space. Like,
Signet is a fan of taking space.
Really good Reinhardt. Yeah, and I also highlight it. Gag working with Reinhardt. That's how you make space so much quicker. Like everything is amplified when you have that Lucio.
A lot of these times it looks like Signet sort of, off in no man's land on his own, but it's always, a 2-4 split. The Ryan Lucio are going on their own rotations, being their own thret, and they're actually really effective at doing this.
Bolting kick goes down.
Oh, that's a huge pick from SIS. That's so much sustain gone from Sarasota. So it seems that they'll lose the fight here, but Kaden fights too. It doesn't look like it'll end up mattering, but he'll stall a little while longer, and SRS will get a decent chunk of time there for very few ults committed. So I think they can be happy enough with that. And if they can retake just like they did last time, effectively, then this should work well for them. However, SIS are coming up on some big zoning ults. They have the barrage, they have the mines, they have the Diva Bomb, and they have the trance to sustain in these long fights. So it's going to be difficult for Sarasota seniors to make their way into the map. And I'll
point it out again. The way they won that fight was Amac and Garden actually taking crossfires. The important operative term for this team comp is going to be crossfires. It's all about the crossfires, and they were doing it really well. They used dragons to split the team, and meanwhile Pharah rockets were going in. Big slam from Sig. Doesn't get anybody though because Farmer had the Transcendence in tow. Meanwhile Garden's Pharah ult goes out. That means Robo Killer goes down. Sephora goes down to mines, mech, and all, and it looks like this is going to be a lost fight for SRS. Sent back to spawn by the hamster.
Yeah, but you're absolutely right. It's super important that these DPS are taking two different angles. If your Fire and Hands are spamming the same angle, one DM, one Rhine Shield, that's going to block all that spam. But if you're shooting these two different angles like they sort of are now, you've got such a double threat. If the Rhine's looking one way, someone's going to get headshot. If the Rhine's looking the other way, your whole team's going to be getting spammed. Your Fire's going to have that barrage instantly. But turns out the real sniper is Caden as he picks boop from Garden.
Garden!
Oh my.
This series has been defined by boops. Every map there has been some insane boop plays.
And they
except maybe King's Row. Except King's Row, obviously.
It's going to be a struggle for SRS to get a good touch here. They committed Blizzard, they committed beat, and now they're in a really unfavorable position. Gag boop Zazlak. That could turn this fight.
Counter attack.
The counter boop. Now it looks winnable for SRS. They have the ults possible to win this. Caden's back on the Tracer. The Gen on Bull is 1 HP. The Fire's playing on the point, dies on the point, and suddenly SRS are looking like they're in control, though. That said, Robokiller falls. Emmy falls off the map. Not sure what happened there. Zazlak and Gen
falling,
an
environmental kill.
SRS flipped because of a Lucio boop.
You'll love to see it. I'm telling you, man.
And all of a sudden, SRS are still in the
these
series.
Environmental kills.
SRS are still fighting, and they might just come back.
Sephora's gonna have to jump. There it is. Yep. Okay, Garden's coming up on ultimate again. And it looks like they're also going to have Dragon in play, and Farmer's coming up. Well, Farmer has his Transcendence. So SIS is loaded up on ultimates that they can win the fight with. They just need to split the team up. Okay, that early Far ult gets one. They weren't able to stuff the Far ult fast enough. And the Diva Bomb doesn't get the right value that we're looking for.
I think that Fire Barrage finds value because Sephora is just only getting back at the time. So
yeah, that's exactly what it was.
And all of a sudden now SRS are back down in the fight again. So unless there's some hero play with boops again, they're going to really struggle to win this fight. They need Caden and Robokiller to come up big here. They've got High Noon, they've got Pulse Bomb. They're trying to stall the point. They don't land the Pulse, but they find the Mercies. This could be winnable. Signet is back on the point.
Trying to walk back on the point. He's half HP. He's out of armor. He is discarded. He goes down. There's going to be a flip for SIS. Who can we have to contest? Looks like Sephora is going to be able to contest. Walking on to the last second, the Diva Mech goes down. Ball is coggering. The enemy Diva Bomb goes out. There's nothing they can do. SIS takes the series 2-1 against Sarasota Seniors. That would be the Solomon Island Sharks. I don't say their full name enough. That's Solomon Island Sharks taking out Sarasota Seniors. Hopefully, Sarasota Seniors aren't too boomed by that because they have another match coming up, I believe.
I think Seniors can be pretty proud of that match. SIS is a team that no one would be dropping maps or drawing maps to SRS. And I think if you're SIS, you have to be a bit worried here. You've shown a bit of weakness in these rush mirrors, a bit of a lack of confidence, your ability to take these rush mirrors. But on this Bullfire comp, they're practiced, they executed well, they spammed well, and they proved you right. They took the long fights and they got the picks, and they won this map fair and square.
Yes,
200
to answer people in chat, I do believe that because SRS lost here, they're going to be playing the winner of the next match in the 5th match for this group, and whoever wins that is going to move on, if I remember
They will
correctly.
play either Alpine or Interns, I believe.
That's right.
In the last match of the day for this stream. So,
what do you think, Synex? You became an unexpected guest, so I want to hear your thoughts.
I became an unexpected guest and an unexpected half play-by-play, half color caster for.
I think we did the job pretty well. It was 2 colors. We also did a little bit of play-by-play. You know, we mixed it up a little bit, played with the formula.
We made the best of what was an interesting situation, but it was an interesting match. I only caught the last 2 maps of it, but you know, I always love to see these kind of matches where you have 2 really opposing styles, both teams who are really practiced on, you know, 2 really polar types of Overwatch, you know, and you see, you know, which comes up on different maps and how they interact, and where some teams can find success where you would expect other versions of Overwatch like the Rush to be more effective. And I think that's some of the best Overwatch you can get. And a 4-map series, like, chat could not have asked for more from this match.
So you talk about how they play alternating styles, and I think that's what's important here, because at the very highest level of play, you actually don't get as much variety, at least in terms of like pro play in a raw sense, because they want to play meta, because they know how to play basically every hero. And teams have started to play towards their strengths after the advent of hero pools, and after they went away, teams started to realize, hey, we don't need to play what's meta, we can just play what we're good at. And that's how you get these stylistic changes. But when you're down in the dirty slums that is casual play, and I say casual as in not doing this for a living, you get players that are ranked warlords, or they're people that play in a lot of pugs, like the Bad Patchy Amari pugs. If you join their Discord server, you can play in them. You get players that can play their own styles, and you actually see those styles being expressed in these team comps. And I said earlier in a previous interview, when after a Hog and Ball Torture win against SRS, I said you're going to see a lot of these styles being expressed more going forward. And actually, we really saw that. SRS is a really, really good team. So yeah.
Yep. SRS play the Rush in such an interesting way. They're so aggressive. They're simultaneously, they're all over the place, but they're all coordinated.
They play the field so well. Their rotations are really, really good.
And you can see the back of that coming off of Signet's Ryan. They follow him. He's their IGL. He's their leader. He's their Reinhardt. He's their shield.
He's their unit.
And he takes space like no Ryan I've ever seen. He takes high grounds like no Ryan I've ever seen. And both of these teams play their respective comps so well. And at the end of the day, SAS come up on top, but on a different day, who knows? Maybe the Rush from SRS could have caught them more off guard, and they could have easily, you know, taken another map and won this series.
I'll also want to highlight SIS. They played their comp really well. I coached that kind of comp when I was, you know, doing stuff with the Hog and Ball Torture or Hog and Ball Dynasty. I know that Ball Diva Dive is really aggressive. I love coaching it and I love playing it. In terms of the rushdown, though, it's kind of like a Megazord, where every piece of it is contributing to the effectiveness of the Reinhardt and also the ability for the team to make and hold space. Because the Reinhardt gets sped up by the Lucio, he gets protected by the Diva or the Zarya. You can take crossfires and also, you know, create space with window and also lamp. So that's the other support. And then the DPS, you can have a Mei that creates additional walls and basically creates crossfires and cross sections. Or you can play with a McCree, like rolling deep with the Reinhardt, and you can flashbang the enemy Rein or other targets. It's like the head, the arms, and the legs all working together to pilot one giant robot. It's a bit like goats in that way, but in other ways, it's actually fun to play. Hot take though. Some people are going to disagree with that.
I personally would disagree with that, but I'm the one who has to play Mei, so
well,
you know,
I'll tell you
take
what.
that with a pinch of salt.
I'll tell you what. If you as a team love goats, and right now you're not playing Rush, how much did you really love goats? I'll leave it at that.
Okay,
there's nothing better than
real quick.
All right,
things we're going to talk about.
Okay.
Before we head off to a break for the final 2 matches of today, let's look at where we are in the group stages. This is the group bracket that we have right now. So Solomon Island Sharks, with that win, have gone 2-0 in the group, and they are through to the bracket. So they have graduated. Sarasota Seniors. I haven't actually done it on there, but they will be in that final match there. So they'll be in the final match against the winner of Interns versus Alpine. It could be a rematch of Alpine Sarasota, and the winner of that match will then go through. Over on the B stream, I can show you this. I think it's actually Majesty 1-0 over there as well. PXP and Majesty are currently playing the winners match. That's on Invictus' channel. And then we'll have Daydream Mind Hive after that. So the winner of this match is going to be going through as well. That's looking pretty close over there. They're currently on King's Row on their second map there, Majesty 1-0. So that's where we are right now. Next up will be that Interns Alpines match. And that means that Sharks are through, and we have a few of them that we can talk to just to get their thoughts on going to the bracket.
All right. Back.
Hello.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the thing. Before today, I never heard of AMAC. And that's not the knock you, it's just you're strangers. So how about AMAC, you introduce yourself to the league?
Hey guys, I'm AMAC. I'm a former main support / flex support player, and I've turned into a DPS for SIS.
You're pretty good.
Yeah, I've been on the Kovacs grind last week. After that loss last week, I've been
showed.
Yeah.
You guys played really, really well today. Congratulations to all of you. Emmy, that boop was.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why teams hold that. Someone called the holding top left. I just turned around and swapped Lucio. It's like, thanks for free play of the game.
I remember I was like, I was so confused what was going on. I was like, wait, where's my Mercy? Because Ash, Ooga Booga, Mercy Pocket. And so I see her go back, swap to Lucio, and after thinking about it for half a second, I'm like, oh, that's gonna be good.
I thought people had seen the moth clip from Owl.
Yeah. Well, I guess not. I guess who needs a moth clip? We now have the ending.
Gotta watch out for those stairs, bro.
True.
Don't go near those stairs.
I told you about the stairs, bro.
Yep. Yes. That
Any thoughts leaving this match, though? What do you guys think? What are your thoughts?
It was closer than we thought it would be, to be honest.
I think we definitely underestimated SRS. I won't lie about that. And you know what? I think
everyone does.
Yeah. You know what? Honestly, I'm kind of glad that the opposite was true. They put up a really good fight, and they all played really well. I think they're especially now, they're kind of really coming into their own with that rush comp of theirs and how they play it. I think they figured it out.
Love it.
They have so much practice on it now that it's if the maps were better for them and it was more rush maps, we'd have probably lost.
Yeah.
I think if you are a team looking at how to play rush, because there's some maps where you really want to do it, unless you're fully committing to one style, which is also okay. What you should look at from SRS is look at their rotations. The rotations are always on point. They always know where to go, and they always get there sooner than the other team. In this case, SIS. They did a really good job at it too, especially on Rialto there.
But speaking of teams who did really well and did a really good job, SIS, you guys played your comp very, very effectively. You guys countered the rush that was thought to be uncounterable for a minute there. And you guys come away with the win today. So congratulations again to all of you. And I look forward to seeing you guys in the final bracket.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
And coming up next, it looks like it's going to be, well, let me correct me if I'm wrong. It's going to be Alpine versus the Interns. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Interns versus Alpine. And then the winner of that is going to be playing against SRS for their place in playoffs. Meanwhile, SIS has just secured their spot. Congratulations to them. I'm going to be signing off as Florida Man. This is my first time casting this BPL season. If you liked my cast, be sure to let me know. I'll try and get it in for more in the future. Special thanks to Little Rainbow and Synex for coming along and casting as well. Thanks to SIS, I got to watch you guys play twice today. I got to see some fun stuff against the Interns. Special thanks to Sarasota. I got to stop doing special thanks. They're not going to be so special at the end. All right, thanks to Chad as well. I saw some nice things and some fun criticism too. I'll see you guys around. Bye-bye.
All right, yep, we're going to break. Next up, Interns Alpine. See you then.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another match from the Bad Pachimari League. This is an important match for both these teams. We've seen a little bit of both of them today, but definitely not the side of them that they would want us to see, because this match is between the Interns and Alpine, and both these teams have lost already today. So they're going to need to win to stay alive in the tournament. The loser goes home and the winner will move on. It's an important match, and both these teams, they have a lot riding in on this. I am K-Wing, and I'm here with Mona. Mona, how are you doing?
I mean, I'm excited because this is genuinely going to be intense, right? Because for one team, it's going to be their last game in Bad Pachimari League Season 2, right? Like, we're in the elimination stages of the groups. They're in Group A. And I mean, both teams, I don't think this is a matchup that like most people were expecting, right? Because it was kind of a shock defeat to Sarasota for Alpine. It was close, intense, 2-1, and they really, like, I would say they were kind of the favorites to pull it out, like win that match, but it wasn't meant to be. But on the bright side for them, if they do win this match, drop the Interns out of the Bad Pachimari League, then their next match will be a rematch against Sarasota, where the winner moves on to the bracket stages, and the loser is then, again, joins the Interns and just leaving the Bad Pachimari League. So there's a bit of a grudge match waiting for Alpine if they do manage to win this one. But I mean, the Interns, it was a rough showing against the Solomon Salamanders, right? Like, Solomon Salamanders kind of had a series in the bag for the most part, but I wouldn't count them out of it with this. The Alpine, completely different team. It could be just as close, or it could be just as bad as the game between the Solomon Salamanders, right?
Well, we're not too far from finding out, as some interesting differences in composition. Support lines all the same. We have a Ryan Orisa on the side of Alpine versus a Ryan Diva on the side of the Interns, with a Junkrat coming out from Cool Peak and the Junkrat, the Jay Silly. Both teams are going to be taking the teleporter, though, and it's going to be an absolute massive brawl on the point. and just crazy shenanigans happening. The charge will come in, won't find anything. Immortality Field going to come out from both teams, Intern and Alpine. Eventually, Alpines will go down first, and so will Rifler. Mack Truck also going to drop down very low, going to get healed, but both these tanks are so low, it's just going to take a little breeze to blow them down. And Haitian Homie is there to provide even more than a breeze, but it's not over yet. Cousin It going to get a boop, but it won't be enough, as the Interns will take this first fight. They're not going to be out just yet.
Yeah, the neutral fights in these brawl compositions with the Baptiste are so much determined by the Baptiste use of the Immortality Field, right? You saw Hot Dog dropped it first, it was destroyed immediately, and that gave the Interns such a big advantage to walk on the point there. But now with the ultimate, it becomes a completely different fight, and this is where Alpine need to put a stop to the Interns' focus.
Immediately, if he uses the, oh my gosh, Kopika actually going to get a double kill on that Junkrat using that amplification matrix. I always forget that name a little bit, but going to have another clean sweep of Alpine, and the Interns coming in underrated maybe.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great combo by Ippy and Flaws there between the window and the McCree shots. Alpine, they just weren't ready for it. They weren't able to get away from it in time or pop a window of their own. They just sort of tanked it, and now the fight starts again with pretty equal ultimates.
Here comes the Riptire! The Riptire from Cool Pika will find two. Flaws will find one of their own, and it's just not doing well for Alpine. That's exactly what they didn't want. The team kill sound off, and Cool Pika using one ultimate wins that fight for the Interns. It's keeping up.
Yeah, that's a lot. This is great ultimate rotation from the Intern, right? Genuinely great play, and the fights are coming in so thick, so fast. It's like our fifth fight at 75%.
Oh my gosh. The Diva Bomb will come in, won't find anything, but Mack Truck already going to lose. The Rhine will be one. The Blizzard's going to come in. Alpine, they need to take this fight. Haitian Home is actually going to get taken down by the Blizzard. So will Shadowcast going to get taken down by the Zarya, but Zarya will fall as well. Going to fall shortly after. Ippy going to use the amplification matrix on the point, and this is last fight territory, but it looks like Alpine just might have it in them to take the point, and they will, but overtime will tick.
I mean, that's just classic 2CP, right? The Interns take the first fight, and they're able to rotate their ultimates very effectively to keep it going all the way till the end, until Alpine manages to get the ult backs in their favor a little bit, and it takes the fight and flips the point, and now the Interns just need one fight. And they've got the Junkrat ultimate coming up. They've got a beat to sustain, but Alpine has it to counter. It's all going to be determined by support ultimate usage here.
Absolutely, and here comes the support ultimate. Mack Truck's going to go down, and the High Noon will come out. It'll find one. Flaws will find the Lucio, but get taken down himself. Here comes the Graviton from Kumi's, going to get taken down themselves. But now the High Noon going to come out from Marlon, will find Ippy, but it seems like just a matter of time, because Haitian Home, going to be doing so much damage. The Blizzard will come in as a last-ditch effort, but oh, the Reinhardt Mack Truck's going to get caught in the trap. The Shatter from Haitian Homie is actually going to come out, but he'll go down before he can follow up on it, and it's a brawl on the point, and Alpine just might be winning it, but it's not done yet. Titan will go down, and just Flaws and the Wrecking Ball on the point, but the reinforcements are there for Alpine, and they'll come out on top in the King of the so far.
That was a great comeback by Alpine, right? I really thought they had it, and the Interns were about to flip this map, but I mean, between Kumi's coming back on the stall and Hot Dogs and more, like, this was a great comeback by the team. And now, I mean, it's starting to look rough, right? Because the Interns, they still have the Junkrat ultimate, but it looks like Alpine can come back, even if the Cool Pika does manage to get a pick or two with his ult.
We'll have to see, but the Shadow is going to come in, and it'll get 4. The Diva Bomb is going to come in from Titan. We'll actually find Cousin 8. Did they get the beat off? I think they did. Here comes the Riptire. Titan will get a double kill, and Cool Pika with the Riptire will get that kill. And it looks like, as overtime ticks away, Kumi's going to have to come in on the stall. No, it's actually Rifler on the stall. Kumi's is going to come in later, going to use that Wrecking Ball, going to slam in with a minefield as a last-ditch effort. But as we've seen before, last-ditch efforts have been... Dreams have come real on this map, as Alpine have come back from worse situations than this, it seems, but maybe not worse than this, as it's just the Moira on the point. She'll go down, and the Moira, the first point, is going to go to the Interns.
I mean, you would not expect how well the Interns just played after that Solomon Salamanders game, right? Because this wasn't just like a tight game. The Interns genuinely played this game very fundamentally well. They rotated their ultimates effectively. They didn't really... They overextended once when they got a couple picks against the Alpines, and they sort of lost the point there originally. But at the end on that last fight, they were able to, you know, get the picks they needed. They didn't get like boomed by the shatter. Took their time, got the point, and were able to manage the space there. And I mean, that is the kind of first point attack that the Interns needed, right? They needed to show that like they weren't just going to get walked over again. They were going to put up a fight. And I mean, taking first point like that in this call is super important. Now again, they're back on a similar comp, but Alpine, interestingly enough, is on the wrecking ball this time with a Pharah and a Hanzo.
I mean, Kumi's wrecking ball was definitely a highlight of that last map, but we'll have to see if it can be used for more than just a stall. We see Marlon on this Pharah just absolutely going to be raining down justice from above, but you have Ippy and Flaws both on that as hit scan heroes. Titan as well going to be able to come in, but Flaws is going to go down to Kumi's on the wrecking ball, going to slam in, going to get frozen though, but still not enough follow-up, and all the kills are going to Alpine, and they're going to get the team kill, and they'll get this point.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the ultimates on Alpine too. They've built up so many, but I gotta give respect to Kumi's here, right? The other team, they're playing May, McCree, right? There's a lot of chance to stun the wrecking ball, but you know, they were able to do what they need to do, make space and allow for the Marlon and Rifler to take advantage of all the sort of distraction that he's doing to get a maximum amount of damage. And you can see that just based on how much ultimates they've got. But now the Interns, looks like they're switching, they're mirroring them completely, except for the side they got a Zen instead of a Lucio. A lot more fragile, and I don't know if Ippy is going to be able to survive like Cousin It does, but we'll have to wait and see.
Well, Haitian Homie will not be able to survive. Kumi's is actually going to drop the mines, and Cool Peak will lose the far 1v1, and Marlon will be able to reign free, and Shadowcast and Titan will have to reset.
Yeah, reset there. Nice use of ultimates by Alpine. Just a couple there, making sure they've got a couple to back it up. The Interns, though, that fight was pretty quick, and they weren't able to build up enough of their own. They got to be able to take this fight. I mean, at 52%, right? I guess with Wrecking Ball Diva composition, you'll be able to get back in time, but they need to either take this fight quick or very slow and get some poke damage off to give, you know, space for their DPS to get a little bit of damage off. Otherwise, this looks like it's just going to be clean sweep by Alpine.
It might be Haitian Homie and Titan. It's going to be up to them to make that space that you're talking about. The Pharah 1v1 also going to be very interesting as Marlon does have that barrage ultimate, that very, very powerful ultimate that can get so many picks. Here we go. We'll have to see if they're going to use it. Here comes the Gravitic Flux from Mack Truck. Haitian Homie's actually going to go down, and Cool Peak is actually going to fall off the map. Oh, that's not good for a Pharah player. And now the Interns, they're going to have to run to get back to this point.
Yeah, I mean, the clock is ticking, and the Interns have just really struggled on the switch to this comp, right? You look at Rifler and Marlon, they're getting so much damage off the rest of the team. Like, the tank line from the Interns isn't able to do much, but as I say that, Hot Dog goes down.
Hot Dog's gonna go down, and that could be the turning point. Here comes the Dragon Strike from Rifler. It'll actually find Haitian Homie. That's not good. The Diva Bomb from Titan will be dropped in, but the Interns, they're using everything. Even if they win this, it might not be for long, and it's not a guarantee, as Ippy and Floss will both find themselves in the path of Kumi's. Kumi's also going to try and find the Mercy. Here comes the barrage from Marlon. It'll find Cool Pika. Cousin 8 will go down, but it'll be as a martyr as Alpine 100-0 strike back.
Yeah, that was great by Alpine. They realized they struggled a little bit on the brawl, so they switched off to this Wrecking Ball composition. And the Interns, they pretty much immediately made the switch in there, but at that point it was too little too late. They were never able to really get them any momentum back, right? They weren't able to build ultimates. They really looked like they just didn't know what to do on that composition. While Alpine, they were really confident. Between Rifler and Marlon, we're just getting absurd amount of damage on, and Kumi's was mentioning to stay alive consistently throughout that entire map. But now we're in Mecha Base. Oh no, this is a Mecha Base. It's whatever the name is. I forgot the name. I'm not good with names. But the Interns, this is going to be more favorable to their comp with the Reinhardt Brawl. Junkrat should be able to do a lot more damage. We're going to see if they're going to, take advantage of the fact that they looked much better on the Brawl comp than Alpine did.
You're having some trouble today. This is not 2CP, and this is not Mecha Base. As we get into this, Kumi's is going to take some damage, but going to get out of it okay. early will come out the immortality kill from Ippy, will pull, and so will Kumi, so it's even for the Interns and Alpine right now, but the Interns are going to find the picks that they want as we get into here. The point unlocked, but no one going to be able to capture it yet, as it's just going to be so close here. Both these teams getting some picks, but it looks like the Interns will get the better of it. As soon as I say that, though, Kumi's actually going to get onto the point, contest here. And Haitian Homie and Kumi's are going to have the Rhine 1v1, and I can't really tell who's going to win. Neither will win. It will be the retreat. But Kumi's is going to get hit with the Fire Strike, and Cousin It is going to get taken down by Kopika. Marlon does have this ultimate, the High Noon, not going to be able to use it, but if he's going to go down, which could be bad, here comes Marlon with the High Noon, with the Deadeye, not finding anything. Here comes the beat, and the Shadow will find two. Rifler is going to use the Dragon Strike. It'll come out and it'll get Shadowcast, but still the point for the Interns, but not for long, as Alpine are just steamrolling through the members of the Interns.
I mean, I really want to highlight Rifler and Cousin It's performance there. There are both those fights, basically. We had two very quick fights. The Interns played it good, right? They played it really well, but Rifler was able to find 4 picks in that first fight to the point where the Interns really couldn't solidify a stance on the point, and they had to back off, give space for Alpine. And even that, again, the Interns sort of were trying to take space, but Rifler found picks again, but a huge grab down flux to open up this fight.
Absolutely, and now, the shatter from Kumi's is going to take down 3, and the Interns are not having a good time with it. Alpine are going to keep this fight going, but not as clean as they might have liked.
Yeah, this is bad. This is one of the hardest points to take back when you are trying to take another call point, right? It's such a hard door to come through, especially with Hanzo spam coming out there trying to rotate around the left side. But again, it's just another small choke you got to force your way out through.
They're going to try and use the Diva Bomb to force their way out. It's not going to find anything. Haitian Homie will go down, and so will Shadowcast. It's going to be a close fight here, but it looks like Alpine are going to get the better of it as Titan gets demeched and taken down by Rifler. Cool Pika will soon follow, and the Interns, they're in a bit of trouble now.
That was a really good idea by the Interns. The Diva Bomb could have opened up space. If it was aimed a little bit better, sort of stuck on the high ground, then it could have maybe opened up the space they needed, but it wasn't enough. But they do have the ultimates. They've got the Junkrat ult, and all they need is one strong pick on either of the supports, so that could really change the bit of this game. But otherwise, Alpine 90% or almost 90%, they're looking strong.
Well, here it comes. Mactrick is actually going to get shattered, and Rifler will get taken down, and just with the space they've taken, they're able to take the point, but we'll have to see if it's going to be a permanent situation or just a bit of a lease from Alpine, as it looks like it's going to be the latter, as Alpine are coming back with a vengeance. Rifler will throw in the Dragon Strike, and it'll just zone off that point. No one from the Interns is going to get in there, and these picks are going to be brutal. The stagger onto Titan as well, as there's 15% left for the Interns.
Yeah, I want to highlight Hot Dogs during that fight, right? He was so good in keeping his team out, making sure he stayed alive. The immortality was pretty well timed for the Junkrat ultimate as well, making sure his team stayed alive, as Rifler continues to get these important picks that are helping Alpine maintain this point.
Gosh, there's the Interns, they're using this aggression very well, but they can't get the picks. They don't have the coordination that they need. They're being aggressive, but they just can't follow it up. And Alpine, after a shaky first round, will take this one map. We'll take the first map.
Yeah, that was really tight, right? The Interns, at so many times, it never felt like the Interns were playing worse than Alpine at any point during all three of that, right? They were really playing toe-to-toe with Alpine, and I genuinely think if on this third point that Rifler just wasn't completely correct out of his mind and hitting shots like no tomorrow, he was getting picks every fight, even the losing fights, and that was giving his team such an advantage, right? The Interns were never able to sort of stabilize when they kept the point and force Alpine to take hard routes back onto the point and fight for it. They just couldn't, because they were always down 1 or 2 no matter what. That was great performances by Rifler, and also from the just rest of the team, making sure they were all following up on it and keeping up on track. But it's not over for the Interns, right? They look like they really can take the Alpine and force their way out of this group.
That they can. I think that thing that we all do a lot is we assume that these B League teams, they're just completely, for lack of a better term, they're in a completely different league that all the A League teams, they're just in a completely different league than the B League teams. And I don't think that that's true. I mean, literally it is true, but I think if you're talking metaphorically, they're not. I think that these B League teams, I think that what this map proves is that they can go toe to toe with some of the A League teams. And it's going to be closer. It's not very, it's definitely going to be a lot more difficult for Alpine. This isn't a free victory for them. They're definitely favorites, but they're not going to be cruising through this just for no reason.
Yeah, and I like what the interns are doing with this map pick, right? They know that in sort of the Wrecking Ball composition, they struggled a little bit. They didn't have the hang of it, but they feel much more comfortable with the Brawl, so they're going to be picking King's Row, it looks like, to sort of... you know, it's much more of a Brawl favored map. You can probably get away with running some sort of dive there, play with the Sigma again, but you're going to be favored with the Reinhardt compositions, and it honestly looked very even in the way they played it. And if anything, it might be a little bit more of a struggle for Hanzo to find spots to get those picks off like they could in the last map. So I think this is a really strong pick by Interns. It's the best way that they can go, and I think it's going to. I genuinely believe that they could take this map, right? Like they look a lot more. They did look a lot more comfortable on the Brawl composition than Alpine. At some points, they were mechanically outplayed a little bit, but fundamentally, they played the comp Brawl.
I mean, definitely. I think what you're saying is right. I think you have, you can definitely try and run the Sigma, the Ball, the more of a dive composition. But I mean, it's King's Row. I mean, it's King's Row. It's a lot of it's Brawl. It's King's Row. It's
what I hope for is that the DPS of the interns, we need them to sort of try and keep Rifler and Marlin at bay a little bit, right? Like, sure, the off-tank can help a little bit with the peels, but you definitely don't want Rifler and Marlin to get away with what they were doing in that last map. They just had more, like, to be honest, they just had more of the Alpine DPS had more of an impact than the interns DPS, and that's like the best way to put it. And that's one of the reasons why the Alpine were able to sort of get away with getting outplayed at some points by the interns. But it looks like there's a delay with one of the players. We'll go to a short break for a couple minutes as they figure it out and slowly get back.
And welcome back. We are finally all ready to get going, and we've had a pretty interesting first map. We had between the Interns and Alpine, we had a very close map on Lijiang Tower. Had Alpine taking it, but the Interns definitely not slacking in the slightest. So now we're going into King's Row. And like we were talking about, this is definitely a good map choice from the Interns. They're playing this dive, they're playing this brawl very well, and so we expect to see it again. Any other thoughts on what we might see maybe from Alpine, Mona?
I genuinely just think we're going to see Ryan, Diva, May, McCree, Lucio, Bap from both sides. It looks like Alpine might be playing Sigma instead of the Diva, which is respectable, equal option. I think Diva's a little bit better in this meta, but Sigma still gets you some value, lets you get a little bit more of a point presence, a different way to contest the high ground than the Diva does. Still a valuable pick as long as you play it correctly, and you might just honestly feel a little bit more comfortable on the Sigma than the Diva. But what made the first map so interesting in my opinion was just how both teams seemed slightly superior on separate comps, right? The Interns genuinely seemed like they play the Brawl comp better, and Alpine seemed like they play the Wrecking Ball Sigma comp better. So now that they're kind of forced into Brawl by the map, I want to see if Interns can turn this thing around.
We'll have to see. The wall will come out, but it won't be enough to contain Alpine, as Cool Pico will find out immediately going to go down, and Shadowcast as well going to go down. And it's just this aggression coming out from Alpine. They're absolutely just running over the members of the Interns. Mac Truck living up to his name, as that is a quick point capture. That has to be something like 40 seconds once all is said and done, as Alpine are coming out strong here. Oh no, Kumis. Oh no.
No way he gets out of that one. I mean, that is the peel of a century. He's still swinging on like 2 health, man. Okay, he gets punished finally.
Eventually, he does. The Dragon Strike is going to come in, and it will Interns forward. The window will come out from Ippy, and Alpine could probably just wait this out in line of sight, and they will just wait and take the better fight here. The Shatter, the wall from Cool Pika is going to lift Kumis up in the air, and the Shatter gets nothing. High Noon from Rifler is going to come out, and they're just going to wait and line of sight, but here comes Mac Truck with the Gravitic Flux, going to lift up a bunch of members. That was 4 men in the air. The Intern Shadowcast is going to use this beat, and they're going to push in on a counter aggression here. And Kumis is going to be pushing up maybe a little bit too far, but the peel is there. Shadowcast and Flaws will not have the same amount of support, and they're going to fall in Alpine. Eventually, Haitian Homie is going to get taken down, and this card will keep on moving.
Yeah, that was kind of ridiculous, right? We saw that fight last forever, so many ultimates tossed out everywhere, and it just, I mean, I don't know, like, neither team wanted to lose that fight, right? Like, that fight was so important because the Interns need to win that fight to get that arch control, which is super hard to push for Alpine, and Alpines know that, so they were just committing as many ults as possible, whatever it takes for, okay, Kumis is feeding, but whatever it takes for them to sort of get past that arch and not lose, and not get it stuck in a super bad position, which is why they were fine committing so many ults to it, as Kumis finally dies for attempting that, even though it gets triggered out with Haitian Homie.
Will, there's a lot of trades going on here. There's definitely a lot going on screen right now. Titan is actually going to get a double kill. The Beetle coming from Cousin at 8 really late though, and they're going to get taken down in the Interns. That could be the saving grace for them.
Yeah, that was a little bit of poor support, like utility usage from both teams, right? We saw Ippy waste his wall earlier, his window earlier, Cousin with a wasted beat. Now, like, both teams a little bit, like, the fight has definitely gotten chaotic, right? Like, this is just in super chaos mode.
That it is, and here comes the Blizzard from Kulpika. If you will find the first pick, but here comes the Shatter. It'll get blocked by Haitian Homie. And the Interns, they're holding pretty well. The beat's going to come in from Shadowcast, definitely at a pretty good time, but it won't prevent both the tanks from dying, as Shadowcast will fall as well. But Flaws is going to get a triple kill. Flaws just going to put the rest of the Interns on his back and begin the carry. He will fall, but it might not. It might just be exactly what they needed. It might be what the doctor ordered. The window's going to come out. It says it's go time. The tanks are back. The Lucio is back, and it could be with the closer spawns for the Interns. They might just be able to hold it right at 110 meters, and this could be a brutal hold from the Interns if they can keep it going. But the staggers are coming in. Everyone's coming in. This is going to go down. The Dragon Strike is actually going to D-Mech and kill the Baby Diva Titan. Flaws will get taken down, and just barely, Alpine will get to point C.
Yeah, that was crazy, right? Like at first, with Kumi's down because he tried to go for the funny play, that meant that MacTac was kind of the solo tank there, and he made him a little bit of a mistake. He played on the high ground, which allowed Flaws to get 3 free kills for free with no tanks on there, just mounting down support. But when he was able to come back, he sustained long enough for the rest of the team to come in, and they were just able to use their ultimates a little bit better to win the fight in the end. And now another one comes out with a massive Shatter.
The 4-man Shatter. But Cousin It will go down to the Dragon Strike. Kulpika will get taken down by the charge. And the Gravitic Flux is actually going to find Shadowcast, but the Shatter will find 2 from Haitian Homie, going to get taken down before much can come through. Oh, and the Diva Bomb gets stuck on a pipe, but it'll find Marlon all the same. And the Interns going to use a lot of ultimates into that fight that was lost.
Yeah, it was lost, but one of the saving graces, they should have the mailed up before the B. If they can get it out soon, that's all they need. They need to commit it soon, though, before Alpine starts building their ult. And while they have the space here, MacTac kind of lost in the backline. He dropped super low.
Oh, they get the beat out, but the beat will come out with the Blizzard, but it does not matter, as Alpine will get a stop. Will get stopped, but it'll be just barely and right at that end of the point for the Interns.
Yeah, this is good from Interns, right? 2 minutes left on the clock. So Alpine, they still have a lot of time. They've got a bunch of ults. Kumi's with
one last.
Yeah, one less, 2 less ults. Oh, there goes all of them. There goes
Goodbye,
all of them.
Ultimates. Goodbye, Ultimates, they say. As here comes the beat. It's not going to be enough to protect Kulpika, but keep us will go down, and Haitian Homie not immortal with that beat. Here comes Flaws going to use the Dragon Strike, but the double kill from Mac Truck's Gravitic Flux will ensure a lot of destruction. Mac Truck is going to get 3-4 by the end of this fight. Make it 5, why not? And there you go, 1 minute and 22 seconds on the clock for Alpine.
Yeah, that was genuinely impressive that they were able to. It looks like they wanted to make the fight as fair as possible, so they just threw out 3 ults immediately into the abyss with minimal value. But all they needed was Mac Truck's Gravitic Flux to pull it out. In the end, the Interns maybe caught a little bit off guard by the pure aggression from Alpine, and the Shatter is out of nowhere, and Dragon that zoned them out a little bit, but that was about it. And what's good here is that with 1:22 on the clock, the Interns need to finish with time, right? They can't force an overtime push in. If the Interns finish with 0 on the clock, Alpine will be able to, at minimum, get a draw, and all they need is a tick to further win through. But if we look at what the Interns can do to sort of bring it back a little bit from what was a pretty strong attack from Alpine, if they want to do something similar, they've got to switch it up, I think, right? The Maywalls were pretty good, I would say. And Flaws on the Hanzo was able to occasionally get value when Mac Truck was a little bit out of position and wasn't there to protect the rest of his team. So I think the Hanzo might be good. He might be looking to switch on to something that's going to maybe provide a little bit more utility from the team, or something that's going to help him take off angles a little bit more and try and switch it up a little bit, right? Like, you're struggling on a Hanzo now, trying to get value somewhere else.
Well, they're going to be going to a pretty basic sort of Orion Zarya composition. They're going to be rotating all around, trying to get the high ground here, except for Floss. Floss is going to be lagging behind a little bit, trying to get a little bit more damage. And now they are going to make this jump. You can make this jump with the speed boost. They're actually going to drop down. A little bit of uncoordination is going to actually catch out Floss, as now the Interns, they're down 1. They're going to keep on this push. The Immortality Field will come out. Kumi's will get frozen and will get, not going to get chunked down, but barely. Floss is going to switch to the Widowmaker, going to try and do the merry-go-round like from the Gladiators, but it won't be enough, as Asian Homie, Shadowcast, everyone else is going to get demolished before Floss can even get many shots off.
Yeah, strong hold from Alpine. An unsung hero for this map has been Kippis, who came in for oh man, I forgot who it was in the first map, but that was the one substitute from map 1 and map 2 was Kippis. Direct swap at main support, and he's been doing really well, keeping his team up, building his window as fast as possible. Immortality's timed perfectly, and as I say that, he gets picked off.
You really do be caster cursing, as the two-man shatter will come in. Marlon will fall as well, but the Gravitic Flux and the Charge will both find one. But oh, Mack Truck is so low. Is there anyone going to be able to go up? How? No. How did no one kill Mack Truck there?
I mean, Rifler again finding these picks, and yeah, he's literally 7 HP. That's ridiculous. But it's always Rifler who's there. Like, these fights that Intern should be winning, Rifler just says no, gets the kills, and like turns the fight around. And Haitian Homie just
Rifler is just amazing. He's just the human Uno reverse card of this entire game. The Interns are just like, we're gonna win this fight, and Rifler just goes, he just that was an Uno reverse card. You're not winning this fight. As now they're pushing up to the door. Why not? They're just going to disrespect him.
Yeah, they're just doing whatever they want with the Interns right now. Like, Rifler is, it's just insane. Gumis is getting super, super aggressive here, and he's just consistently, well, I'm gonna say he's not getting punished, but he does get punished sometimes.
All of the 5 shatter will come in right as that beat's wearing off, because then it will get taken down, but it's not over yet. Rifler's gonna get a double kill. He's still gonna get a double kill. The Uno reverse card strikes again, and they will get a pick, it looks like. We'll get a pick, but Mack Truck will get a double kill on the Gravitic Flux, and it's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, all the hope from map 1 that, the Broadcom, the Interns were playing it better than Alpine, it's just all gone to the way, like, just all gone to the side. Alpine have woken up. They're just playing on one, and at this point, they're just sort of outclassing the Interns, right? They're getting away with too much, and the Interns go for a super aggressive speed boost in window here.
As they do, here comes a high noon from Rifler. Not going to get any kills, but it'll take the members of the Interns down very, very low, as we're waiting just to see more of what happens here as these two waves crash into each other. The blizzard will come out from Kopika, but it'll get eaten by Mack Truck. Mack Truck will just devour it. Because why not? At this point, they're just going to flex on them. Kippis will go down, but Shadowcast is going to use that beat just for him and Haitian Homie. And Haitian Homie might not be long for this world. Here comes the Dragon Strike from Flaws. Not going to find any picks, but Cool Pika will take down Rifler. This could be the swap that they need, but they're not. It's still tough for Interns. Here comes the Gravitic Flux. How much is it going to get? It's actually going to get, it's going to get 2. Not directly, but it will end up in 2 kills for Mack Truck. And it's not over yet for Alpine. They're still fighting this point. They're trying to keep this point away from the Interns, but it looks like eventually they will have to give it up. 2.5 minutes on the clock for the Interns. They will need a legendary Streets phase to keep pace with Alpine.
I mean, I gotta highlight Shadow Cause there. Like, he is, like, that beat to keep him and Haitian Homie up alive just long enough for the rest of the team to come in and apply pressure to the couple of Alpine players left, especially because the Alpine had the worst spawns. And if him and Haitian Homie were to die there, then Alpine were going to be able to regroup, and they were not going to cap this point. And even as the Gravitic Flux came in, everyone else from Alpine, he managed to stay alive, and he's built up another beat. He's been so consistent on these 2 maps, and even though the Interns have been struggling on King's Row, it could be much worse if Shadow Cause wasn't there, just like the stable backbone.
Here comes the rush in. The high noon will come in as well, but all the picks will go the way of the Interns. The Dragon pick will be thrown in as well. Won't find anything, but the fight will be won by the Interns with a late stagger onto Kumi's.
Yeah, this is great. It's going to be rough for Alpine to contest there again. They've got the speed boost, so they should be able to maintain pressure on the cart, but it's going to be rough with how far it is. But the Interns, they're just sort of forgetting the cart a little bit.
It'll be also rough if they don't stay on the cart.
Yeah, like this. Oh, this is such a good window too.
Oh, this window is completely blocking that line of sight. Will they even be able to contest? They will. Here comes the beat with the contest. Both the double tank ults gonna come in. The Diva Bomb will be thrown in the back. Nothing there, and Titan will actually get charged by Kumi's, and Ippy will go down as well. And you know what we said about, you know what I said about this place? It's a brutal place to get held on King's Row, and now the Interns, they're stuck there, and Alpine, they just need to hold for one more fight.
Yeah, but what's you're looking at the ultimates here, right? Last fight. Plus, Haitian Homie, they should be able to get the Shatter and the Dragon there, but Alpine, all they've really got is the Window, which honestly, Window might be better than both those ultimates combined. That's like, I think Alpine had the advantage here, and I mean, unless Kumi's does the funny, right? Like, Kumi's has been trying the funny. He's tossed around a little bit there, plays it safer this time.
Shadowcast is going to go down early, and the Shatter will get nothing. It'll get blocked by Kumi's. Ishinomi will get the charge, but Kumi's will get a double kill. Flaw is going to throw out the Dragon Strike, won't find any kills directly off of it. But Ishinomi and Ippy will get the kills they need. The Echo will go down, and it's a minute and a half. The Interns, they will not be beating Alpine's time, but they need to finish with time in the bank.
Yeah, that's their main goal here, right? Is if they can somehow finish with like even like a second on the clock, that's going to be enough for them. If not, then the best they can hope for is a draw. They've sort of leaning on a bit. They've got past this first little choke. This corner is really hard to attack, and now they're on this second one as Kumi's goes for the flank shatter.
The flank shatter, it'll find 3. Asian Homie will go down, and it's just not doing good. It's just not good. Oh, Alpine going to squash the hopes and dreams of the Interns, as now it's last fight territory for them again.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, every time Kumi's goes for like some weird wraparound like play, Cousin It is always around the Lucio there to speed him in and out of trouble constantly. That's been the main important part, right? Like, you're gonna do something crazy on Reinhardt, make sure your Lucio's there with you, as another good window countered by the Sigma ult.
That it is, and Kumi's is gonna get the double kill. The Riptire is gonna get nothing, as it's 20 seconds left, and Kupik is going to go down as well. There's not much time. A team kill. Do they even have time left to get in here? Alpine, they have this one trickle fight left. The Shadow will come in. It'll find Marlon on the ground. If he's going to go down, though, to the Echo, the Shadow going to get only Haitian Homie, the Dragon Strike. All the ultimates are coming in for the Interns. They need this. If they lose this fight, then they're gone.
Yeah, Shadowcross had to. Oh no.
Even if they win, oh no, Haitian Homie's going to go down, and they're just getting chased away. They need to get back on the point. Eventually, Shadowcast will get back on the point. Here comes both the Diva Bombs. We need to see if one's going to find anything. It won't. Kumi's is actually going to fall off the map, but it might not be enough, as it's just the Echo and the Diva on the point. Echo will find a pick. Kupika on that Echo will find one, but Titan's going to get demacked and taken down. Kupika going to get taken down. It's just the ball, the last bastion of defense on the point for the Interns. They're going to try, but they will go down, and the Interns, their time here is up.
Yeah, condolences to the Interns as they are all out of the bad patch in our league season 2, but Alpine's incredible performance by them, right? They wanted the rematch. They want revenge against Sarasota Seniors, and they have their opportunity in this next match that will be coming up shortly after this. But what a strong performance, right? You saw them struggle a little bit on the Brawl comp as, wow, that is some clean shots by Flaws there. You saw them struggle a little bit with this Brawl composition in the first map, but they really quickly pulled it back, and they were honestly just dominant on King's Row. The Interns were never able to deal with the amount of pressure that Alpine was putting on. And if Rifler and Marlin have performances like that on the DPS, they really have a chance of turning it around against Sarasota Seniors, because that was unbelievable.
I completely agree. It was just a great map for. It was a great series for Alpine. The Interns, they tried their best, but they just did not succeed. Alpine was just. They had the aggression, they had the focus fire, they just had everything that they needed. Now, I think, a good game from both these teams, but Alpine going to be moving on to our next game. And we're going to be looking at that very, very soon. Our next game is going to be, of course, Alpine, the team you just saw, versus Sarasota Seniors. And we'll be right back with that.
Before I throw, I want to just highlight something from the B stream. Obviously, the Interns have now just been knocked out. You can see their group here. Here is the group. So, Interns with the 2-0, or Alpine with the 2-0, you know what I mean? Head over to the final match. We get a rematch of our first one of Sarasota versus Alpine. So, they'll be playing next up. But we can also look from the B stream, if I show you the schedules, that Daydream have been eliminated over in the B stream. The number 1 of B League. Daydream have been eliminated by Mindhive 2-0, and so we're going to get a PXP Mindhive match that's coming up next on the B stream. And these are all the brackets. So far, you can see that PXP and Majesty went 2-0 in the first game, so then we had Majesty 2-0, and they are through. And then PXP and Mindhive are going to be fighting out later. So goodbye to the Interns and goodbye to Daydream. We're going to try and talk to them at the end of the stream as well on this one, so we can make sure we can say a goodbye to them. But yes, as we said, next up is the final match of Group A. It is Sarasota Seniors versus Alpine. The winner manages to go to the bracket, and the loser is eliminated. We'll see you after the break.
And welcome back. We're here with some pretty exciting happening so far. When we left off, we had Alpine keeping their dreams alive against the Interns, knocking them out of the bracket and knocking them out of BPL. And now we have another elimination match for you. We have Alpine versus Sarasota Seniors. Now, only the winner here gets to go on to bracket, and the loser gets to go home. We have a bit of a rematch of the match we had earlier in the day of Alpine versus Sarasota. Of course, Sarasota, they did lose that. Sarasota won that. Pardon me, Alpine lost it. And now we're getting a rematch with our first map going to be Busan. I'm Kaylee, and I'm here with Mona. Mona, do you think that Alpine can turn it around and win instead of their loss that they had before?
Yeah, I mean, they have the potential, right? Alpine, they're the higher seeded team. They were expected to beat Sarasota Seniors in the first match, but 2-1. They lost Koth, and then they won their map pick, and then Sarasota Seniors won their map pick, and just like that, they're in the losers bracket much quicker than I assumed they think they'd be. And you gotta wonder, right? Both teams won their map pick in the first series they had, the first match of the day. Koth is going to be so important, right? You want to have that map pick advantage going into the third map if you're forced to in the series. So you got to put it all on this Koth map. It is so important. Marlon and Rifler, can they continue their heroics from last game, or are they going to be shut out by some slightly stronger opposition as a walk into this map?
Absolutely. You've got, Rifler's going to already win that. They're going to win the Widowmaker 1v1, but Sig, the high ground Ryan, going to get a lot of charge, but Kumi has already got 90%. And just waiting here, this chat is going to come out, going to get 4 on the ground, and just waiting for it seems like, as the Sarasota Seniors will get demolished, and Alpine will take this first point.
I mean, that is so important for Alpine. Like, it just cannot be understated how important that was. Rifler with an opening pick, asserting dominance at the start of the Koth map. Kumi's building that shatter and getting it off just like that. Sig was not expecting that. He was not expecting that at all, right? That was a 6-man clean shatter by Kumi's. And now, I mean, the fight starts again with Alpine having a superior advantage.
That they do. Rifler will find Smart HD, but the shatter will come in from Sig. We'll find a few people on the 4. Rifler is going to get 2, but it might not be enough here. Hot Dog will fall, but Mack Truck will fall as well. Kumi's is going to get the charge onto Frank. The window will actually will help Kumi's get taken, will help Sig take down Kumi's, but the stall is still there. Lucio and the Hanzo both stalling it out. Rifler's actually going to find Smart HD, and eventually the point will flip over 47 to Alpine.
Yeah, nice flip there by Sarasota Seniors. Alpine, they tried their hardest, right? Rifler again with so many picks. You got to think that's an advantage, knowing that your Widow at any moment can turn the fight into your advantage. But Alpine coming in with the ult advantage. Immortality used early. Let's see if they can follow it up. And they did.
They do. Can't say anything else. That's just a team kill from Alpine, and they're going to take back this point quick.
Yeah, I mean, that was so fast. I think I wasn't even able to get my thoughts together for the previous fights before they moved on to the next one. Clean ultimate usage by Mack Truck, though. He saw that the Immortality was used early by Bolton Cake, and he was able to get off an ultimate that dealt so much damage that Sarasota Seniors were not able to come back from. And now, again, they had success going left around last fight. Are they going to have the same again? Sarasota Seniors with the beat to help sustain if necessary.
Yes, they will. But Kumi's is just going to drop in on this Reinhardt, going to charge Frank. Smart HG will fall off as well. And I think Robokiller actually had some unfortunate there. And Sig as well, going to get booped out by Cousin It. That pass of the Steadfast is not going to help him out that much. And it's last fight territory for Sarasota now.
I mean, yeah, Sig, high ground, Ryan. He's getting challenged by Kumi's here. Kumi's is also going for the fun. We saw him do it a lot in the last series against the Interns. Put a lot of pressure on, going for his nice charges. But with Sig on the shatter, he's got to be careful.
Oh, Sephora, no! Sephora, her grab was just eaten by Mack Truck. The stun onto Robo Killer, it's just not just all of it's there. Bolton Gate will get a pick on the Mack truck though, so it's not over for Sarasota yet. It looks like it's not over for them yet. They're going to get that pick. Marlon is actually going to try and stall out the point, but will it go down eventually? Overtime for Alpine though.
I mean, if you're Mack track, you got to be disappointed there. You ate the grab. That puts you in such a good advantage, but it's just not enough. Marlon didn't quite find success on the Hanzo. He's switching to the McCree. Double hit scan. McCree gonna have to play a lot closer to his team as Mack truck gets caught out by the Maywall.
Oh, but Smart HD, also known as Drams, if you turn that around, going to get caught out by Marlon on the McCree. Frank is going to get caught out by Rifler. They need something, but Kumi's going to get frozen out of the shatter. Mack truck will find Sig, but it's going to be close here, actually. The Alpine not backing down. Oh no, Marlon, going to get caught out on this McCree. And it's just Rifle trying to get something off of the Widow.
Alpine have got to respect this Maywall. They're getting caught out so many times. Robo Killer, he just keeps finding these over-aggressing members of Alpine, whether it's Mack truck or Marlon. They need to stay behind the Rancho. They need to stick together. But this is the last fight now, and a nice Sigma ult to hopefully bring them an advantage.
That it will. But the high ground, Ryan going to get that shatter in, going to charge Mack truck. This point ticking close to overtime. No one is actually on the point to touch and get it into overtime.
If you are Alpine, you are disappointed and a little discouraged there because you had such a big advantage. You won the first fight, an impressive showing. Like, Kumi's got Sig at his own game with the aggressive Reinhardt plays. Rifler was getting picks constantly, but still Sarasota seniors were, managing to just get the better of the more important fights. And a lot of it has to come down to Robo Killer. Robo Killer on the May is just splitting up Alpine like it's nothing. Some incredible May walls, and Alpine just never respected it, right? Like Mack truck, Marlon, Rifler, these are all people who would constantly get stuck ahead of that May wall, which is, just the one thing you have to worry about that team. The Tracer is going to be flanking a lot, so the Robo Killer is going to be up front. Just try and bait the May wall, play slow until it is, and you're going to hope for them to take advantage of that this map.
We'll see if they do. The May is still there from Robo Killer, getting incredible amounts of value. The Immortality Field will come out early from Bolton Cake, going to be getting a lot of a charge. Here comes Hot Dogs. Kumi's going to use that to charge so much. Ultimate, 71% and counting. Sig and Saipora both going to get taken down low. Sig is going to get taken down, and Kumi's has this shatter and basically free reign to use it. Going to use it, but is not going to get anything. Somehow, all the members of Sarasota were able to get behind cover. Saipora will fall though, and the Reinhardt Sig will come back. But at this point, Kumi's is about to lap him in ult charge, as already at 39 to Sig's 75.
I mean, again, it's the same as the last points. Alpine gets a bit of an advantage in the first fight, and now you just want them to play it a lot smarter, right? Don't get caught out by anything like they were in the last map, and take advantage of the fact that they've already capped the point, use their positioning well. As a poor Maywall from Robo Killer, not allow the rest of his team to back out as Mack truck gets caught out.
That wasn't unfortunate for Mack truck, but now the thing is that they can't follow up on it because that window's there. Well, I say that, and Hot Dog and Cousin It both going to get caught out. That's both the supports. Marlon will fall shortly after. The Shatter's going to come in from Kumi's, though. He's determined to make this work, and it might actually do that if Smart HD did not come in and take him down. It's going to be close here as the recontest will come in very, very quickly. It's just two people, but Sig will fall. The beat will come in just to keep a few people alive, and it's going to be a matter of staggers here. Who's going to be coming in the first? Another pulse bomb from Smart HD. Not going to find anyone, and that's Drams, I should say. I know Smart HD in game, but the Gravitic Flux going to come in, and Rifler take down Drams. Bolton Cake also going to go down. Rifler will fall, but it won't be enough to prevent this point from going back to Alpine.
Yeah, and I mean, that was interesting to say the least, right? Like, it got like Sarasota Seniors originally got the point because they split off the team. They let half of the team stay on the high ground, get shattered by Kumis and die, but the other team managed to cap the point, but only for 34%, and they sped on the point and capped it again. And now they're attacking team as Mac Truck eats another grab.
His grab gets eaten again. Rifler and Kumis are going to try to keep this even, but the Kumis is going to get taken down. Marlon will find a pick. It's 3 people on the point, but they won't be on this point for long. It's going to keep Sarasota. They'll keep this point.
Yeah, that is impressive from Sarasota Seniors. They just sped onto the point and caught Alpine completely off guard, and with 5 people on the point, it was capped pretty much immediately. Alpine low on ultimates, low on morale as they keep losing this point, but it doesn't matter as Rifler opens it up again.
The Shatter will catch 3. The high noon from Marlon, still channeling that ability. A lot of damage can come out from it. Not going to find any kills for it, but it'll help Alpine take this point back, and it's close here. It's getting into 1 to 2 fight territory for both these teams.
Yeah, it is. It's getting tight, right? And the point keeps flipping. Alpine struggling to maintain a hold of this point. And Sarasota Seniors, they are unrelenting. It seems like there's no time in between fights. They just keep going back at them. Oh, the Maywall kind of ruined it for the rest of his team.
Oh no. Oh, poor Lucio. But Sig is actually going to get taken down before the charge can hit. As now, Kumi's going to take it down, but so will Drams. And it's not looking good for Sarasota. They need to start using some of these ultimates. They have the Blizzard. They need to use it now. But they need to get on the point very, very soon. They will eventually make their way to the point. And Hot Dog will actually find himself a casualty of that aggression. The Shatter will take Kumi's onto the ground, and Cousin will also fall right flyer as well. And the point will flip to Sarasota, and it's last fight territory for both these teams.
This is definitely a last fight, and both with a good mixture of ultimates here. It really can go any way here. Both teams struggling to hold on to the point this entire time. It looks like Sarasota Seniors are going to be playing a little bit more of a passive position. Actually, I don't even know what's happening here. Sig scouting on the low ground, doesn't have anyone with him, goes for a charge.
Oh, the Shatter will find 2, and it's going to be an ult fest. Hot Dog will fall, Mac Truck will find 1, but all the picks seem to be going to the way of Sarasota, but all the picks are coming for Alpine now. Sig will find Cousin, and it's going to be a matter of who can get the picks. Rifler will find the pick onto Frank, switch on the app, but Mac Truck will go down, and someone needs to get on the point. The Shatter will come in, take down Rifler, but here comes Kumi's on the wrecking ball, needs to get something going. The freeze will come in. Sepora will get taken down. Marlon on the legs, on the soldier, trying to run to the point. Here comes the Lucio back to stall. Not going to be on that point for long, and Sarasota Seniors will take the first map, and they'll have the advantage going into a hypothetical map 3.
Yeah, 2-0 is a map score for Sarasota Seniors win, but that doesn't explain even half the story. That was such a tight game. It could have gone any way, but I gotta say, Sarasota Seniors, they just were, I would say they were the better team that map. Alpine got bailed out so many times by Rifler, who's just committing atrocities in this map. Like he's just getting kill after kill after kill constantly, and he is like at times is just dragging Alpine to a close map. But Sarasota Seniors, they just, you know, sometimes it's just not enough, right? Like even you can't just rely on one person to keep starting the fight with a pick. Like Sarasota Seniors seem to have the advantage in most of the fights.
That they do, and I think it's interesting that even when some of these ultimates get negated, when Sepora has her grabs eaten, they still get these very incredible plays. They have these hero plays that come out, and they can still win the fight, even when they lose a very crucial ultimate like Graviton. And I'm not saying that Sepora was throwing in any way, shape, or form. She was doing very well as Azaria. But I think there were multiple times where ultimates would come out and just get no value from Sarasota, and they'd still somehow be able to pull out the win. They've been able to, like a magician, pull fight wins out of thin air, seemingly.
Yeah, and what's going to be interesting is if this follows the same map series picks, of the last time they played, which was about 4 games ago and a couple hours ago, where Sarasota Seniors won Koth, they won Lijiang, and then Alpine picked Eichenwald, which they won. And it looks like they're going back to Eichenwald, and that's what makes this rematch so interesting. It's like, did either team learn anything from the last series, right? It seems like this could be an insane case of deja vu, where Sarasota Senior wins Koth, Alpine picks Eichenwald, wins that, Sarasota Seniors goes to Rialto, and they win that. Or maybe Sarasota Seniors can show that they picked something up from a couple hours ago. We're able to take the time off from this last map to, theorize a little bit about what they would do if they had to go back to Eichenwald, and hopefully pull out a win there. But if you're Alpine, you're relying on the fact that you won an Eichenwald before. Oh man, that word struggled to come out. You won an Eichenwald before, you're gonna do it again, and then you just gotta focus on the map 3 afterwards.
That they do. I mean, Alpine right now, they need they need to win these next 2 maps, or at least get some kind of draw. But I mean, we're going into Eichenwald. Very rare to see a draw on that, but it is possible. But in general, Alpine, they just need they need to win here. It's just that simple. They need to win. As we get into Eichenwald, we're looking for that. I'm pretty excited to see these 2 teams. We do have some switches coming out from both sides. Gag going to come in for Alpine. Kip is going to come in for Sarasota Seniors. No, name's regardless, there's some swaps, so I think that it could be very interesting to see if these 2 teams are going to, how these swaps are going to change.
Yeah, so I think what's important to take into consideration is that you're looking at Alpine, and you got to wonder, like, if you're Alpine, you're going into this next map, you got to remember, what did you do well on Eichenwald that got you the win in the last series that you played, and what can you improve on from this last map? Like, is Sarasota Seniors playing the same way that they were in that last series? Is there maybe something that you can do a little bit more as a team, right? Like, you're not going to be, at this point in time, like, you're in a map to a series, you're not going to be making major like changes to how you're playing. You got to look at like the small incremental things that you can change to give you a bit of an advantage going to the next map. I think what Alpine needs to look at is how they're taking these engages, right? And how they need to play around the utility of Sarasota Seniors, and especially that May wall if RoboKiller comes out with a May again. Because there are so many times where even if the May wall wasn't perfect, it was catching Alpine out on guard. Because as well as, Macatrag, Marlon, Rifler have been playing, not so much Rifler as he's on the sniper, but the others on the team, they do get caught out playing in front of Kumis, or maybe they don't play close enough together with Kumis to where the May wall just gets so much more value than it really should. And I mean, as RoboKiller's back on the May again, you're going to expect much of the same. Hopefully they're able to use Cousins' Lucio speed boost a little bit better, maybe focus down the May walls too. You want to see them focus on 1 or 2 pillars just to make sure they can get past it and help whoever is caught out as fast as possible. Maybe Kippis takes a bit of a high ground position so we can immortality if someone does get caught out. Just play around the utility a little bit better, and I think Alpine can run away with it, really.
We'll see if they can do that, just that, as Alpine trying not to get upset here again, as now here comes Akumi's on this Reinhardt. Caden on this Junkrat is going to be absolutely devastating in these choke points, already at a quarter way to the ultimate. So is Kippis on the Baptiste. It's just so incredible to me how fast a Baptiste can charge this ultimate. Already at 60% Kippis. This is amazing to me. And Rifler is going to get taken down by Caden, and that's not a good start for the attack. For Alpine, Maxrock going to take down Sig, but going to get taken down himself. And Sarasota Seniors will hold this first defense.
Yeah, strong start for them as Alpine struggling to get value a little bit as Marlon gets absolutely sniped out of the sky by RoboKiller. It's going to slow down that push a little bit, and a minute on the clock just for one fight. Sarasota Senior is going to be really happy about that one. But for Alpine, they've got the window up with Kippis. They got to make use of it to zone out these Sarasota Seniors.
They do indeed. The wall's going to come up and give a little bit of reprieve for Sarasota, but Caden's going to go down after getting the pick onto Cousin. But here comes Bolting Cake and Kippis both using those amplification matrix, but Robo Killer has that wall to just completely deny any use. The shadow from Kumis will find Sig, take them down, but the Blizzard is in that room, going to get two and going to take both of them down. I say take both of them down, but Kumis is very, very low and not going to get taken down. And Alpine, well, there's still some, there's the respawns. Aiden will come in on the Junkrat, take down Kumis with the mine, and Robo Killer will follow up with a pick of their own. Caden will go down to Rifler though, so it's not going to be a clean fight, but it looks like Sarasota, against all odds, they're going to hold.
Yeah, Rifler with no hit scan counterpart on the other team is allowed to run a little bit rampant here and gets picks, but the utility and the pure spam damage from Sarasota Seniors is too much for Alpine to handle for the most part. But an
Sig, no, going to get a double kill. Caden going to use the Rip Tire. It doesn't look like it's landed yet, but Mahlon going to take it down. Marlon going to take it down. Here comes the Dragon Strike. No kills from it, but the beat will come out. Sarasota going to get aggressive. Rifler will go down, and there's a big grab from Sigpora. Many people in it, but there's no follow-up. Caden will take down one, but the Shatter will come out from Kumis, but Robo Killer. These walls have just been absolutely destructive. Not even destructive, they've been obstructive. They've just absolutely, they've negated ultimates. They negated that Shatter, they negated an amplification matrix. They've just been incredibly disruptive. Robo Killer with the Blizzard going to use it, and oh no, the Lucio's going to get caught in it, and Sarasota will hold again. And last fight now for Alpine, they need something, anything, but Sig is going to Shatter and just get even more late kills onto the members of Alpine, and they need to get out of here and get another push.
Yeah, Alpine, they're getting desperate with their swaps a little bit, right? They keep, like, Rifler ends up keep switching back and forth between it and DPS. They're going, their individualistic style has been getting caught up by Sarasota Seniors, who even with Sig, you know, the flank high ground Ryan, they're playing with so much teamwork and coordination.
Oh, that wall from Robo Killer has just been absolutely incredible. And now here comes the Shatter. Kumi's going to go down. The Immortality Field. No touch. On the point. Oh no.
No touch.
Robo touch again.
But some saving grace for Alpine. They did manage to get a tick, and yeah, about 40% total there. But Sarasota Seniors, what a comeback from this last series, right? Like they went from losing Eichenwald in the first match of the day to basically full holding Alpine, right? Alpine only managed to get 40% there. And if you're Alpine, like this is mentally the worst place you can be in a team. And like you went back to the map that you won on last time you played against the same team, literally only a couple hours ago. And now they just full held you. Like they didn't just like, this wasn't tight. It wasn't a hold on second. It was a full hold. 40% was all you could manage to get. And now this is the individual picks, right? Like you've got Roadhog, Sigma, Farah, McCree. Like McCree with this comp is insanely interesting. But I mean, if anyone's gonna make it work, it's Rifler. Rifler has been clicking heads all day. I don't think Team Comp is gonna stop him. But Sarasota Seniors, like, I mean, Robo Killer on the May. The May wall's always there. It splits the team. It stops the windows from Kippis when he pulls them out. It allows his team to back out at time and like literally support his team in the rotations. Like Robo Killer has just been playing so phenomenally well and always there for his team who are going for these plays.
Robo Killer has just been you're gonna take down more than this guy. Why not? Why not anymore? It's just it makes no sense. It's just oh oh my gosh, it's just been amazing. Robo Killer, takedown rifler as well. Why not another for the May of the day, it seems, as Marlon will get one kill revived by the Mercy, but it's just not looking good for Alpine, as Marlon will go down, and this pick, it's so close, 1.5%, and that's all they need. Sarasota seniors are going to glide their way through. They may be old, but they still know how to win.
I mean, there's no doubt about who's the better team on the day. Sarasota Seniors wins 2 series against Alpine to knock them out of the bracket, and talking about the Bad Patch Mario League in general as the season is coming to an end, and put themselves into the bracket stages. It is, I mean, Robo Killer was just phenomenal. Like, it was genuinely incredible May performances, right? Like, you think of May as a sort of like boring character with just like wall, freeze herself, a hard to hit right click, but just the amount of value that he was getting was insane. Like, he was just able to support his team constantly, put a lot of pressure on Alpine, and they had no counter for it. They really, it seemed like they learned from their first series and their loss on Eichenwald, and came back with a vengeance. Super dominant showing.
They did. I mean, I think RoboKiller really took advantage of every single aspect of May's kits. I mean, you had the freeze, you had the icicles. I mean, you saw it in that play of the game. It was just perfect. It was just amazing. And the ice walls that he talked about, they negated windows, they negated shatters. They did just everything. And RoboKiller just absolutely dominant, absolutely massive, and very deserving victory for Sarasota Seniors, and a very unfortunate loss for Alpine.
Yeah, I heard the ding, so I assume Solomon is here.
Hello.
Give some more info.
So yeah, with that match, I mean, Sarasota will be heading through to the bracket. Solomon Island Sharks and Sarasota Seniors. Those are your Group A winners. Alpine and Interns do not make it. They'll be playing next weekend. Then I noticed that we have, I think, the entire teams of Alpine and Sarasota in the waiting room. So we'll grab a few in. Let's talk to you, Alpines first. Who have we got? We have Cousin, and we have actually got a few. I'll drag a few in.
Just actually all of them.
Just like loads of them. There's so many. I'm dragging these four.
Hello.
Hello, Alpine. Commiserations.
What?
I don't know what the fuck that means.
Is that a word? That's too big. Simpler word, maybe.
Less syllables.
Less syllables, yeah.
L. How about that?
L?
Yeah.
That's not. Yeah, that's wrong.
Yeah, sure, the word view.
Yeah.
You guys, for those who don't know, Alpine are the worst team in the world.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
1984.
Their chat, because obviously all the teams have a team channel, right? They do nothing, but every single day they just shit talk each other. Every single day. It is the worst thing ever.
It's not my fault. I wake up and I smell kippers from the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. How am I not supposed to complain? I have nowhere else.
Smells so bad.
Okay, yeah. So
sus. It's crazy.
They have been the class clowns for sure. This is the end of your road here. Anything you'd like to say to everybody?
Please make the Alpine text channel public.
Yes, don't delete it. Just put it in the archives.
Yeah, put it in an archive.
Archive. I can do it right now if you want.
Yeah, please do it.
Just allow people to read it because it's so funny.
What we've been
like a history.
So stupid.
Because you were grinding to win BPL, we were annoying the shit out of the admins. That is a win.
I do
we put more effort. We put more effort into shit talking each other in that channel than we did in screens.
Yep.
There you go. Alpine channel is now public.
Oh yes.
Have a look at them just shit talking each other every single day. Like I look down the team channels.
We did not miss a day. We did not miss a day.
No, it's yeah. That's being interesting.
I'm reading it now. You guys are freaks.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's not true at all.
Let Kippis defend himself. Is he here?
No.
He's in waiting room. You could pull him.
Oh, he is.
Oh.
Yeah, one sec. Like a comment on your stench.
Oh my god, what's this?
I can smell it already.
I feel like the chimps in like 2001: A Space Odyssey when they're just sitting there and finding. Yeah.
What?
Dude, I don't know. It's 4 a.m. I'm
Yeah.
suited out. I'm grieving.
I'm grieving.
Grieving.
Yeah,
I'm so sad.
Yeah, it was.
Anything you want to grab them for?
If you want some like genuine emotions
like-
from us, we just really tried to make like a positive team environment. We didn't really care if we won or we lost. We just want everyone to have like a really good time in the end. That's
definitely
all.
what's happened, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do want to say like our team is like really like I think we had like a really good run in terms of like environment. Like we didn't care if we lose.
Yeah. We heard that from
but
like
we-
Still Squad yesterday. We heard it from a bunch of teams that a lot of them have been focusing on just
Yeah.
positivity and just having a
I
good
do
time,
want to say
which is
like
what it's
thank you to Audie for picking me up and like the whole team for
Yeah, thanks to
helping
Audie.
me
Yeah.
play and
Yeah, I mean,
like, it's
I
been really
tried.
fun.
Except he was fucking asleep. I did all of the work because this man was asleep every time.
I literally fell at 8.
That's what you get
single
by
Tuesday.
hiring Europeans.
You know.
So yeah,
Over
Cass, is
Europe.
there anything you want to ask them from that game?
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I can't think anymore. I've honestly just been reading their like Alpine like team chat.
Anything enthuse you here? Anything get you excited?
Kumi's today 7:23 p.m. Well, actually, I don't think I can say that on
No,
stream.
you can definitely say that one. Definitely say that one. For sure.
I don't want
Say
that
one
voice,
for
but
sure. Yeah.
Wait.
okay. Well, here's
Is it
this
what I
one.
think it is?
7:57. You smell Solomon.
Yeah,
Cousin Nate. Good. Gilbert. Vouch.
Yeah, it smells good.
The BP
Smells
saying,
fine.
I cannot wait to delete this channel when you guys get knocked out.
Oh
So
man,
read
Bad
it now while you can.
Pachimari. Bad Pachimari is trying to give you guys like congratulations, rough end, good season. Pure appreciator Kippis says, "Shut up."
yeah, that fits. Yeah, that's
I say that, said shut up, and then he read the rest of the message. I was like, oh.
Oh, it's just nice.
I thought he was gonna say he was gonna delete it, and then he didn't say that.
No.
Guess this is just heavily downloaded. Anyway, let's move on because you guys are just stupid. And
Wait.
Yeah.
Solomon, really quick. Can you read Alpine chat?
Do you smell? Oh my god.
Wait, Solomon, can you update the overlay so it updates my profile picture, please?
Yeah.
What?
I need you to do that one for
Oh
me,
god,
please.
no, just leave it. No.
No, please.
Kick these idiots out.
Let me
get him out of
I
here.
beg of you.
Out of here.
No.
Thank God he got out. Never mind.
God, that would be so great.
There you go.
Nice.
There you go. Anyway, that's it. Thank you, interns. What am I-
Yeah, you're welcome, man.
Thanks, thanks, Alpine. We're going to talk to interns.
Pretty much a B.
Thank you, Alpines. It's been a wonderful season. Thanks for just being idiots.
If you look like Hutau, DM me.
If you look like a Pyra in your life, my DM, big Kippis on Twitter.
I post
I
funnies.
beg you.
If you are
like over 50 likes.
All right.
If you are a maid and
I'm getting all out.
If you are a maid.
Yeah. Thanks. Okay. That's Alpine. That's what we've dealt with all season long. I also have a word from. Oh, I did not break the overlay. I blame Vic. On the B stream, it's currently 1-1 PXB Mind Hive, so they're going to go to a map 3 to decide who's going to make it through to playoff brackets. Let's bring in some of Sarasota that we can talk to before we end it out today. Let's bring in a few silly.
What?
A few.
A few silly people. Hello.
Hi.
Welcome to the broadcast. Congratulations on making it to the playoffs bracket.
Thank you.
I mean,
What I missed?
oh, so you're on stream now.
We're on stream.
Very
Oh,
good. Yeah.
Yes.
But
I.
go ahead. Go ahead.
No.
Okay.
What's up?
You guys came in lower seed, but pretty dominant showing. Do you think that's more so? Like, what do you credit to that? Is it like just a change in form over the course of the season?
My brain is so fried. I just want to go to bed. I'm suffering here.
You can go.
Let Ramsey up. Tell us why we won.
I'm in pain because I won my first game as Tracer. Why did it have to be Tracer?
Hello, Drams, or also known as SmarHD.
Yes, sir.
Mr. SmarHD.
So obviously, an obvious thing to note is that you guys are 16th place in the regular season, and now you're top 2 or you're top of the groups, top 2. What has been the difference that you've made coming out of regular season and coming into groups?
Nothing.
Yeah, just absolutely.
I just play Reinhardt. That's all I do.
I mean, we just have fun, dude.
The teams you play
We just have fun. That's it. We just fun diff the other team. That's
honestly, yeah. Like we.
Yeah, actually.
We try to
have
win.
you seen the Sig flanks?
No.
Have you seen the Sig flanks? Have you seen the
You
Smart
guys
HD
are
McCree? I'm all the way in
insane
some Narnia place flank.
Wait, what was that, Solomon?
You guys are insane to watch. Like, just Signet for just Signet is insane to watch, and then everyone else is popping off in some weird places on the map. It's like
It doesn't matter, dude. We just confuse them. We just confuse them, dude.
I confuse myself.
Look, we take 6 different angles. Sig is in the back line somehow, and they just don't know what to do. They just don't know what to do. They just don't. That's all. If we don't know the plan, they don't know the plan.
As long as you're entertained, I'm happy.
Yeah, it certainly was entertaining. Yeah, I see Alpine are just shit talking in the team chat, just shit posting.
I mean, well, of course they are. I mean,
it's Alpine.
What are they saying?
What is any of this, dude? I'm so confused. I'm so fucking tired, dude.
Kaden, let's fucking go, man.
Wait, Obscure's here.
One Obscure.
Kaden, let's fucking go.
I join and hype up Kaden, so here you are.
Kaden's so good.
Nice fucking job, Kaden.
Crazy, dude.
Let's go. Congratulations.
I won my first map, Poggers, and I want to die.
To become
inside.
back-to-back 2 times.
You guys will be
BPL
starting in the lower bracket in the playoffs. What are you guys
Easy.
feeling for the playoffs? You gonna take it all? Number 1?
Yeah.
Yes.
SRS to the moon.
SRS to the moon.
To the moon.
Stock's going up. I like the stock. I like the SRS stock.
I like
I
the
do
stock.
too. I do too.
Big value.
Very big
Nice
value. Going
fucking
up,
job,
man.
Kaden. Nice fucking job.
Yeah, did it for you.
Oh, there he goes.
There you go.
Goodbye.
Yeah, what about the other SRS players? I've been interviewed already. Get the other ones in.
Who hasn't been interviewed? Who hasn't spoken on stream?
Gag,
Gag.
and Frank are supposed to be here, but they're not.
Oh, let me drag him in.
Oh,
That's
Yeah, sure.
We've won.
Hey.
The overlay is just full. Why don't I bring it out?
Can I make an announcement? I invite everybody who is watching the stream right now to go into the Alpine channel and gas that message I sent.
Get him out of
Solomon, what have you done? What have you done?
Wait, who dragged him in?
Me. I thought I heard Mac, but I think
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. I'm just so tired.
He's got to go do his taxes.
I've not been able to touch this game for a week and a half. I've been working 12-hour shifts at work every day the past week and a half, and I just want it to end. I just wanted to.
Well, at least you're ending on a high note. You're pulling out some wins finally as a team. Personally, you're making a ruckus in the bracket now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm very excited to see you guys just. I don't know what to call it. I was gonna say troll, but that's giving you guys enough credit.
Dude, I'm gonna be honest.
Only if you win.
I'm gonna be honest. Next week, if I don't show up to my game drunk, I'm throwing.
Well, there you go.
You heard it here first.
Thank you, Sarasota. Congratulations.
Thank you, Solomon.
Thank you, Solomon.
Thank you, Solomon.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, bus driver.
Alright, let me get him
Ban
all
Kaden.
out.
Goodbye.
Oh, there's so many of you. Okay, beautiful.
Thank you, Sarasota. Very cool. All right.
I'm just checking. I would want to try and find some interns people because we didn't speak to them earlier. Interns. Yeah, we have a shout out. I'm just waiting for people to find more.
Okay.
But obviously, this is how the bracket finished for Group A. Sarasota go in as second, so we have Sharks at 1, Sarasota at 2, Alpine at 3, and Interns at 4th in the group. And that's how they finish. So Interns lose the group. I mean, the odds were, of course, stacked against them, but we can talk to some Interns players now. Nathan and Shadowcast.
Hello.
Oh.
hi. We wanted to get you guys in and just to say a few words because we didn't see you after your final match. Of course, you guys are now finished. Your run ends here. Anything you want to say to everybody?
I'll let Titan go first.
GG's. I know my team tried their heart out. We got screwed by scheduling a lot, especially because we couldn't have Zool here. So I do give my props to Flaws, because Flaws came in today and he really did work with us a lot. But this just reminds me of last season. Pain.
I mean, for myself, definitely very much thank you to all the staff that helped run it. I know that Titan mentioned scheduling was tricky, but you guys made it work as best you could. Yeah, sadly, we couldn't play with Sat B or Zool. They were really good parts of our team, but definitely big thanks to Flaws for filling in just literally today. We're preparing for B-League playoffs. We're going to make a run there.
Hell yeah. Congratulations. So thank you so much for popping in. Just wanted to get a few words in before we head out. But thanks so much for being part of the league this season. B-League's been interesting, and I hope you guys, with all of your recurve coaching, of course, are going to take off and... Right?
Yep, huge coaching from
Yeah,
Recurve.
I'm running it back.
Special thanks to Recurve.
Yeah, special
all
thanks
memes
to
aside, all memes and joking aside, he did help us a lot and get us the fundamentals of more organized team play. At the beginning, it set up really good groundwork for us to work more cohesively as a team. Bing Bong and Rorschach definitely helped out coaching throughout the season as well to improve us there, so we're going to make the most of that.
Bing Bong signature line, go faster.
Okay, thank you so much. I was just talking to BP, so let me just thank you so much, interns. Sad to see you go home, but it's been lovely to have you. And let me move on now just to some other bits and bobs. On the B stream right now, it's currently that final match. It's actually 1-1 PXB Mind Hive. There's a few technical issues on that, but that's... I blame for something, I don't know. That's 1-1, and that's currently on Rialto, it looks like it's the final match. Looking pretty close. So if you want to, make sure we'll grade them in a little bit. We just want to say some other goodbyes. On the B stream, we also have lost Daydream. So we're just going to see if Daydream have anybody that want to pop in and say goodbye. BP, okay, go find people.
It's just going to be the stream of goodbyes here. I'm just going to take anyone.
Yeah,
allow them
we
to
lose
say
4 teams today, right? So
We do.
We lose 4
Alpine.
teams. We've already said goodbye to 3 of them, or we said goodbye to 2 here. Daydream have already been eliminated, and then we have loser of PXB Mind Hive, which is currently on the B stream on Victor's channel as our final game. Let's see, what's BP saying? Do I have people? Oh, I have Fanta, I have Burr. Hello? Are there any other Daydreamers?
Yes.
Where are they? Are they around? Oh. Hello. Oh. Everybody. So these are the Daydreamers. Unfortunately, you were eliminated over on the B stream against Mind Hive and PXB. You guys have been dominating. You've been the B-League bullies.
Yep.
How's it been to just compete in the group stage?
It was pretty fun. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
We
Yeah.
we played Overwatch, right? And then they played Overwatch. But it was like we were playing checkers. Right, we were playing a nice little casual game of checkers, and they had 4D chess going on with like the 3 different monitors, like Matrix type stuff. Like I don't know, man. I don't get paid enough to do this.
We tried, so it's okay.
Yeah.
It's been lovely to have you just be the bullies of B-League. I'm sure we'll see some of you in the A League in the future season.
I have a small speech. I don't know if you guys would
go for
the production would let me. All right, let me mentally prepare myself. Chesh was a good season, lads, for the majesty of the great queen and the monarchs that guided glorious conquest to destroy all of Bay Lake. The first tragedy was the cleaved remains of Seal Squad. gone from the gnawing of Ninja Monkey, thy proclaimed B-League bully. The second tragedy, thy Surge Academy, melted from the fiery wrath of Burr and his beautiful ball bonks and bullocks. The third tragedy, Super Ball, who imploded, literally, from the nuclear blast that was the Panther coaching. His guidance giving us rotations of unprecedented levels and the comms of the finest warriors in BPL, hog and ball torture. The fourth tragedy, Fortnite Pancake, who like the devastated wasteland of Tomato Town, was dismantled, 10 kills, as addition to Blink head southbound as the based bullock he is. Then there was Interns, with their valiant win on Temple of Anubis, was then pummeled by thy Zen Ragelock, transcending into their backline 1v1ing Zool. Finally, there was Vector Matrix, who in the midst of a chicken wing, not chicken nugget, crisis, fell to the wayside by the dastardly duo, Partly Cloudy, Fanta. Perhaps the grievances of our destruction was taken into account by Grand Emperor Bad Pachimari, who shunned us into the ground, into the depths of the A-League. First with Sydney Surfers, then Punk X Passion, then Mindhive. Our conquest was halted to a stop. But my brothers and sisters, our road does not end here. We rise from the ground, escaping from the eventual wrath of Research 2-0ing literally everyone, back into B-League, the ground in which we have mastered. For the Queen, for the viewers, for everyone who supports Daydream, we will be back, better, stronger, and faster than ever. Watch our metamorphosis. Thank you.
Yeah, I just tuned them out for like 2 minutes. So
I apologize.
That's pretty much how our games go. Just tune them out and do my own thing.
Yeah. Yep. They almost muted me this game. They almost muted me.
Almost.
Yeah.
What do you mean almost?
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Beautiful. It brought a tear to my eye. Oh, what can I say?
I spent 20 minutes writing that.
I'm literally crying, so you got me.
Yes, that Daydream. Thanks for another parting gift.
Goodbye. A-League stream.
Good luck, A-League. You're gonna need it against Research.
Okay.
Oh man.
Well, that was quite something.
Thank you, Daydream. Very cool.
Yeah, it's certainly something.
Well, I can't think of a better way to end than a 2-minute poem by a carnival barker.
No, me neither. That is it for the stream. I'm gonna basically just take over from Vic. They don't have much time left. They're on the final map. It is PXP versus Mindhive. Big thank you to Gaming and Mona. We'll do a big thank you to everybody at the end. So I'm gonna head over to the game. I'll see you guys later. I'll hand you over to our casters on the B stream, which is Drayton and Salsa.
Yeah, I mean, I think we see just some fantastic play so far. I mean, from Mindhive just trying to make some good pushes here, but Punk X Passion are equally kind of just being able to stifle them well, just holding them off. We see a bomb coming in, and nice block from Aquarius, but doesn't really matter. Still go get to their supports, and the fight will be over from that alone.
Yeah, Mindhive really finding their groove here. That's exactly what they needed to do. They're coming into third point with quite a substantial time bank, very similar to that Punk X Passion had. I think it's slightly less time, but Mindhive still having a very solid offense.
Yeah, I believe it's actually, I think it's it might be slightly more. I'm not 100% sure. But I mean, one solid fight win from PXP will chop that down completely. They eat the Blizzard, which is pretty massive. And they get a nice shatter, and Teku will be down. And I think that like the rest of Mindhive are just trying to get a little bit more card distance while they reset, because they already lost Jeff as well. This fight is lost.
Yeah, Wi-Fi popping the high noon, a little bit questionable. Is able to find Andrew, though, with it. Is going to be pushing the rest of Mindhive back into their spawn. Punk X Passion still have quite a few ultimates here online. They have the Beat and the Blizzard. Those are going to be the two biggest ultimates online. Rymac really the only one with his ultimate, although the Shatter from Tekugan could find something if he's able to sneak it past the range shield. Chasey does have that bomb. Going to be trying to get something with that, potentially off the back of some of these other abilities. Wi-Fi is going to be taken down, going to be hit early, but the B is able to save the team, and Tekugan is going to fall early again. Reinhardt's fall first every single fight, it seems like, and now both supports are down for Mindhive. Punkx Passion have really given themselves some solid footing on this defense.
Yeah, I mean, they are doing the exact stall they wanted to do to get some of this distance between them and their time bank. Really, there's about a minute of the cart movement just alone between where the cart lies now, where the cart has to be. So they basically equalized their time banks in the best case scenario. Teku getting picked off as well there just with the bomb is brutal, and means some more time will be lost for Mindhive just having to try to get to this point attack.
Yeah, Punkx Passion just really coming alive on this 3rd point defense. They've now taken about half of Mindhive's time out of the bank, and now it's going to be up to them to really push into this. They do have the window, and the Blizzard is going to be Wi-Fi popping his ultimate early, just trying to create some space, unable to find anybody with it. Seismic Jeff still has that Blizzard. That's going to be the biggest ultimate, but he's falling low. It's going to be important to keep him alive. Air Trek also falling relatively low. The Blizzard comes out. This time it's not going to be eaten up by Chasey. Raindrops in that Shatter, but he's going to pay for it with his life. Both Ryans again taken down. Even trades so far for both teams, but Seismic Jeff able to find that headshot onto Wi-Fi will be the turning point that they need in this fight. Andrew hasn't yet used his ultimate and might have built up another 4 ultimates in that fight. Now Seismic Jeff the only one without the ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, just really great coordination from Mindhive. They get that team fight win, which is absolutely what they needed. And now they come into this final stretch of Rialto. And, I mean, Punkx Passion don't have a lot of work to work with. They have this Aquarius ultimate, and that's about it. They have to make good use of it as the cart phases through an ice wall. Just turns on no clip. And they already pick out for rain. They have Punkx Passion are down people. And it looks like this bomb should be able to do it as they just clear out the rest of the team. And this should be a fight win and a round win for Mindhive.
Yep, Mindhive with just over a minute on the time bank. Punkx Passion with just less than 2. So each team giving themselves a solid bit of time to work with. Punkx Passion obviously does have that time bank advantage. It's going to be interesting to see if Mindhive can get some momentum rolling and really eliminate that advantage that Punkx Passion have. Once overtime happens, it's really hard for the defense to get back. The spawns become longer. And if Mindhive can really get rolling here on the offense like they did on that 2nd point, I think they can get themselves potentially a full cap.
I certainly think it's possible. I don't think it's likely, but I think it's possible.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's going to be, do Punkx Passion keep up their defense that they had on the early parts of 2nd? Because the early parts of 2nd, their defense there was really solid. I mean, their first was a little shaky. They had something at the first couple minutes, first little bit. It was good, and then they gave up first point because they were trying to go for a team wipe, and they did get the team wipe. Also lost the point.
Yeah, it's looking like Punkx Passion are be holding close here, sneaking up on the right side of Mindhive's spawn. All 5 members here. Chasey going to be on his own, it seems like, but if they can get a kill off of this, that could give them some momentum and the all charge that they need to really snowball this defense.
Yeah, I mean, it's not what Mindhive played at the original point. They already are rushing in. They already get some kills onto Mindhive. Exactly what you want to see. That's exactly what you want to do. But Rain in the water, that's the opposite of what you want to see. You're down a Rhine, and even though they've won this fight, they have to disengage quite a bit because they've lost Rain.
Yeah, now gonna have to cede up a lot of space. Tekugan also has a significant ultimate advantage here. Double the charges Rain has. It's gonna be up to him to really even out that score. But now 30 seconds left. This is where Mindhive, if they can get a fight win here, this is where the cart starts rolling. This is where the spawns start getting longer. Chasey is going to be trying to get something done on this. Diva's 2/3 of the way to his ultimate for the 20% of Infinity. So ultimate advantages going each way. Wi-Fi gonna be popping his ultimate early, gonna be sped around that wall. Not gonna be able to find anybody with it, but it has created some important space. Chasey now has that bomb, is gonna be dropping it in, but he's gonna die to that. The immortality field is gonna be forced out. However, Wi-Fi gonna be able to take down Air Trick with that flashbang. Gonna be Infinity taken out of Mech as well, but now it's gonna be 2 or 3 kills going the way of Punk X Passion, and they've somehow taken this over. Mindhive not able to get things rolling, and Punk X Passion now have 2 minutes to move the cart 45 meters.
Yeah. Playoff life on the line for both of these teams. There is 45 meters that separate Punk X Passion from victory, but also 2 minutes that separate Mindhive from victory. Which comes first?
Yeah, it's going to be, if Punk X Passion, they have about twice as much time as Mindhive had. If they can get something rolling here, if they can find the early kills, I think Mindhive, they can't really afford to hold close, which is what gave them, or which is what gave Punk X Passion so much of an advantage. But if you lose somebody there early, it's likely going to be all over if you're Mindhive. So do you want to take that risk? Is it worth it if you're able to extend out another fight? It's going to be interesting to see if they opt into that.
It looks like they won't be. However, at the same time, Mindhive's best defense on Punk X Passion's initial attack was on first point. Like they kind of crumbled after point 2 and 3. So it'll be interesting to see if that matters and that helps them out a lot. And we know that the first point of Rialto, getting beyond that first corner is important. Being able to, that first corner can sometimes be a very brutal place to be held. And just getting there is really key for Mindhive to potentially have this very long defense that they need to have for the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, but
it's do or die right now. Doors are open.
Doors are open. It's going to be a complete compositional switch for Mindhive, really only keeping that Baptiste and the Reinhardt. Everything else going to be switched over. Going to be Punk X Passion rocking with similar things, but they've brought out Chasey and Wi-Fi on the ball and Vara respectively. Now gonna be just trying to break this bunker. Chasey gonna be rolling through, getting quite a bit of charge there as he's gonna be booped off the map though by the Ash. Rymarks and Tech again finding early kills in this fight. Punk X Passion now down 3 members already. This experiment might be failing, but they still have over a minute left on the time bank to make some changes here.
All right, so it looks like they're going to be committing more into this time composition. Rain swaps off. Butters is on to the Zen. And I don't know if I like this composition swap. I think you were very good at the rush composition, and I understand that it's hard to get through bunker. That's kind of what bunker wants to do. But I don't know if dive's necessarily what you want to do. It's difficult to dive all when everyone's grouped up in one place. You see Chasey going in and trying to getting some support from his team to just create chaos in Mindhive's backline. As the cart continues to push up, we're about 2/3 of the way there. About 15 meters away. Rymax is taking out Silent Jeff also down there, down a lot of key players in this very critical time. 4 players fall for Mindhive, and that should do it. I think that's the ticket being punched in for Punk X Passion, and it is.
Yeah, Punk X Passion making those compositional switches. They are going to take the 2-1 win over Mindhive. A very close match from both teams. And I think if you're Mindhive, even though your season is over, you got to be happy with how you played.
Yeah, I mean, I like, you played well. I think sometimes it was a little unfortunate. Like, I think they're, like, for instance, sometimes their play on certain weeks was unlucky. And obviously playing today just is unfortunate, but they did make a nice stand against Daydream, and they had a very competitive match today. I mean, I think that's going to be the end of our group, because that's it. We'll see Punk X Passion. They move on to into the losers bracket of the main playoffs. They'll be fighting, I think. I don't actually know for 100% sure, because we have not. That relies on seeding for tomorrow's games. But we will. It'll be interesting to see how far they can go if they make it past like losers 12ths. Or losers 8th. But it remains to be seen.
Yeah, it's looking like we could be having some interviews here. We got a couple of PXP players. They have moved on in this tournament. So they obviously did lose the first time they went up against Mindhive. the exact same score line, but this time it's gonna be them on the receiving end of the win. So we're gonna be getting Punk X Passion here in a second.
All right. All right. We have Aquarius, Butters, Rain, and Wi-Fi.
We have
not quite everyone.
Oh, not quite everyone. Unlucky. But how y'all feeling?
Incredible.
Yeah, we're
shaking.
Shaking, yeah, would be a good word to use.
All right, it's great to hear. I mean, I want to ask a little bit because because it's probably fresh in your minds. But you've been always really known as a rush team. Why did you opt for this dive composition at the very end there on this last point?
Honestly, I was just like, I remember back to when in stage 2 Overwatch League in the grands, when people would play Rialto and people would go up there, I'm just like, you know what they did to beat this? Go fucking Pharah and just boot them off. So I'm just like, I'm just gonna go Pharah. I was just like, I'm just gonna go Pharah, and then we swapped, and that was it.
I mean, it definitely worked well, and you got your punch your ticket to main bracket. Otherwise, I mean, do you expect, I guess, going forward to? I don't know. I'm trying to struggle getting my words out. Maybe.
How are you guys?
Save me.
How are you guys feeling about going into this next round? You guys, clearly a big win today. Gonna be continuing your life in this tournament. How are you guys feeling going into the next couple of rounds?
I feel like we made quite a few silly mistakes today. Like, I don't feel like we should have lost against Majesty in the first place. We're going to put in the work over this next week. Hard VOD reviews, scrims. We're going to come back next week a completely different team, and we're not going to lose any matches.
I think the break we took between Daydream and Majesty really shook us up, and it shook me up personally. I was playing awful on May at like 3 ulti and.
I will say this match that just happened, Rain has finally completed his anime redemption arc against Mind Hive.
That is true.
Yeah, I mean, we were comparing earlier in the match when we were talking as if we introduced it. During week 3, you guys got 2-1'd by Mind Hive, and this is kind of the revenge match.
Yeah, it was a revenge for everyone.
So, yeah, I mean, I don't know I have anything else because I can't generate what I wanted to say in words earlier. So once again, congratulations, and we will see you next week for main bracket.
Yeah,
thank you.
This is Mind Hive. They played really well.
Yeah, good luck in your next rounds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My head hurts so much. Oh my god.
I think we also might get some players from Mind Hive potentially.
Yep.
Yes, we do.
We have Tech again.
Hello.
I really wish we could get your interview between the Daydream game, but we didn't because we knew the game was going to happen quickly. But any kind of thoughts about the match today?
I mean, the PXP one was close. They played it better. Daydream match went about how you'd expect. Majesty showed up really well today. I think that they have good chances with Storm on the team, so excited to see what they can do.
Yeah, there was a lot of different compositions that guys ran, especially at the end there. You guys completely switched up, went to a composition that we hadn't seen from you there on that last. What have you guys kind of been having that as a back pocket pick in scrims, or is that just something you kind of came up with on the spot?
I'm not gonna lie, we've had so many issues with just having people here that we just decided to try and play to a comp that suited our individual hero pools, and I mean, it worked in some situations. I don't know.
All right. Well, I don't know. I don't think you. Do you have anything else to add, Drayton? Or
Well, who are you guys going to be rooting for going forward in this tournament? It's unfortunately the end of the tournament for you guys, but who are you wanting it to win it all?
Honestly, I don't care at this point. Like, I wish the rest of the teams the best of luck, and but for this season for me, like, this is kind of the bookend for it. I don't want to yap too long, but I would just like to thank everyone on the team. So I want to make sure I name everyone here. Just give me a second. Airtrek, Andrew, Hinson, Infinity, Remex, Jeff, UCO, and Blame. I really appreciate you guys being a part of this team, even if I wasn't able to create something that was competitive all the time. As for me, this will probably be my this is my last season as a captain. I've had 3 attempts at it, and I've produced results such as MTD, and then now with Mindhive, I won't lie, Andrew was really a crutch for me for figuring out what to do with this team, and I really appreciate everything that he did for us. But I just think I've come to the realization that I'm and this isn't just me like spur of the moment. Like, I've thought about this for the last few months, but this will. I haven't had the results. I haven't had the. I don't know. You won't be seeing me as a captain again, so I appreciate. Sorry, my voice is so shaky. I appreciate everyone who's been a part of my team. You guys mean a lot to me, and even if I wasn't able to get the rest of the thing, I really appreciate you guys being. I'm sorry, this is really stupid. I really appreciate you guys being there for me. I'll let Infinity talk. I'm gonna mute for now.
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much have the same, passion as Tech. He was a really good captain. We had a pretty good team. We definitely could have done a lot of things better. We didn't scrim enough, I would definitely say. We didn't have enough people showing up when we needed them. But the team was really dope. Met a lot of people. Had a lot of fun.
Yeah. All right.
I think I can speak on behalf of everybody that BPL in either season would not have been the same, and sub-20s, whatever, would not have been the same without Tekogen. Regardless of your results, regardless of your teams, just you and the creativity you bring, the energies you bring, it's, we would be a different place without you. So everyone, you can see it in all the chats, hearts are being spammed everywhere, that I hope you don't think, just take care of yourself. It's been a long season. Don't worry about the results. Know that you're loved by everyone here. We're so proud to have you as part of our community.
And I'm here as always, Teku, as you know, the #1 Teku sim since the dawn, since the dawn of time, the Mindhive simp, and then we switched over to MTD, and then switched over to Mindhive. Just even if you're not don't want to be a captain anymore, that's fine. Like, we would still love you to be a part of the community. Still play games with us. Make your funny montages. That's what we want to see. And just keep being you. That's what we love to see.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much. Thank you so much to Mindhive through both BPL Season 2, Sub 23. Would have been a different league for everybody. So thank you so much. I believe that is it for today. I want to say a huge thank you to everyone on both streams. This has been a double stream, so hello B stream. I hope you're doing well. In about 30 seconds, because I don't know what's wrong with Vic, but apparently it's really late. So hi in a few minutes. I want to say a huge thank you to everybody who's been helping out today. This has been very smushed together, and as all of you know, and I keep saying that obviously this is a shorter time scale than we were prepared for, so things will be done fairly last minute, but I hope you've at least been able to enjoy the matches. We said goodbye to 4 teams today. We'll say goodbye to another 4 tomorrow, and we'll have our 12 for next weekend. A big thank you to our casters today. We had, of course, Drain and Salsa on the stream, but we also had I'm never going to try and remember everybody because I know I'm going to just forget. So we had a bunch, loads on the A stream. We had a bunch on the B stream.
I have an easy way first, Holman. We had every caster who signed up to cast got to cast this weekend. We'll see some of them tomorrow, but
we'll see some tomorrow. Everyone available. We're going to have so many casters. You'll see even more tomorrow. I'm so happy we get to give everyone the opportunity. Thanks to all of our staff behind the scenes, especially our observers. We had some last-minute observing training to get some people in, and of course our regulars as well. Vic has been on this B stream working so hard. It is
I've been
easy.
fighting. I've been fighting against.
He's been fighting against his PC, against his OBS. It's not easy.
Bro. Just work.
Yeah, this is like we can shit on Mixo for his PC blowing up, but like you can see both the B streams have had problems. Like it's a miracle that we even get one stream running. So thank you to everybody, especially to Vic. All of our lobby admins who've been running around different different lobbies. We've had 10 matches today. We'll have another 10 tomorrow. So I'm very excited for tomorrow. I'm just going to show up on my screen. I'll go for it.
And just as always, thank you to our community. That's why we're here. You know, we keep thanking individual people, but you're all part of our community, and that's the community we want to create. And we get moments like this today where we pour out our hearts for us, and it was just lovely to see in the last few minutes. Everyone in chat just being wholesome, and just keep being like that. Enough with the sometimes it's funny to be shit talking and shit, but like sometimes you have to be wholesome. So that's where we're here. So thank you to all of you.
You can see how much emotion and energy that everybody here puts into their games and their teams. Like you heard firsthand how much energy Teku puts into his teams, and you already know that. Like Teku, you know how much he puts in. So it's just shows it's just an amazing example of the people that we have in the community that are wanting to put this much in. I'm just going to quickly talk about tomorrow because everyone's pretty tired. It's late. People are ready to go tomorrow. Tomorrow we have Group B and Group D. Group D will be on the main stream, and Group B will be on the B stream. They're starting at the same time, even though we pretty much ended at the same time because we had a full map series on the A stream. You guys had some quick games. You had all 2-0s until the finals. We had some really long games. The Sharks Seniors map 4, quite interesting. So tomorrow we have Drip Diff, Fortnite Pancake, Molding Inc. and Sovereign. That's in Group D. And then in Group B we have Night Drive, Surge Academy, Hog and Ball Dynasty, and Waffle. Sunday's going to be a little bit more interesting. It's got some teams that are not exactly prepared for a Sunday, let's say. But we'll be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern for both streams. Make sure you're in the Discord. Make sure you're following the channel. We're actually, what are we at? We're at 970 followers on the main stream. So if you haven't followed, let's get to 1K, shall we? We're almost there. So those are the 2 final groups. And tomorrow we will be down to our 12 final teams, which will go into this full bracket. Look at that. So the way that the seeding will work is that the top groups at the moment are Sharks and Majesty, and then we will also crown 2 more number 1s Those are the ones who go 2-0 in their groups. You can see the tops here. That's Majesty and Sharks, who went 2-0. They will then be seeded. They'll be ordered by their seeding, and then they will be put against other teams that are there, right there, the top 4. You'll see more tomorrow, because once we have our top 4, you'll understand how it works. So, we're very close to being able to fill out a bracket, and that'll happen next weekend. And also, this stream slightly powered by ExpressVPN. If you would like to support BPL, and you would also like to get something back for it, and you need a VPN either now or in the future, expressvpn.com/BPL. Thanks for the raid, Invictus_O. Real. That's all from us today at BPL. We'll be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern. Be aware that we have daylight savings for the US soon. So that's 8 p.m. UK rather than 9. So make sure you're here early. That's 8 p.m. UK, 9 p.m. Central European. Don't miss it. I think that's it. Anything else we need to say?
I just want to say I'm on 3 hours of sleep and I'm literally dying right now. So
you want to wrap it up. Yeah, got it. Okay, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Make sure you sleep well, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
just